one short current affairs for the month of September. This is the shape of a normal red blood cell, your RBC. So RBC is what? More blood you have in your body, that is what will give you what? That is what will give you the charm on your face. That is very tight caste rules, okay, which should be within the same caste, same subcaste, this, that, etc. The generation that keeps coming out, 98.5% of DNA, we don't know ABCD about it. Whatever little bit of knowledge we have about DNA, that is just a little less than 1.5%. That means this is still unknown to us. One thing you must understand, China is going to be the next Saudi Arabia. Giving away 6 schedules shouldn't be an issue. But that doesn't stop there. Panchayati Raj extension to scheduled areas called PESA. Hello everyone. Welcome to OnlyIAS, one short current affairs for the month of September. So before we head on with our class, a very quick announcement. And what is that? It is basically the fact that Titan batch we are for the 2026 aspirants. It is available now at the price of 10,999. Pinnacle batch is available at a price of 13,499 for those of you who are attempting in 2027. Grab these offers because these are very limited time period offers. Now, let us get right into our discussion. So, let us look at the topics now. Science and technology. Sickle cell disease. From governance and society, you have urbanization Kerala. And in economy, you have China, rare earth materials. And then international, you have China-India border. Sickle cell disease. So basically, now let us stick to the topics that we are going to teach. Sickle cell disease. Sickle cell disease in simple words, as this image clearly shows, this is the shape of a normal red blood cell, your RBC, what is responsible for the skin color in your body also. I mean, not skin color, but basically, yeah, to an extent. Let us say, if red blood cells are very less in your body, a person will look very weak. Looking at them only, you can make out that, okay, this person is weak. You call them basically by a term called anemic. All right. So RBC is what? More blood you have in your body, that is what will give you what? That is what will give you the charm on your face. That is the reason why people say exercise, do yoga, do meditation, because all of this will do what? Improve the blood circulation. More is the blood circulation, more you will look what? Energetic. Lesser is the blood circulation, you will feel tired, sleepy, etc. Got the point here? This is our normal red blood cell is supposed to look. But then, this is your sickle cell. As you can clearly see here, it is pretty much oddly shaped. Now, what is the sickle? Sickle is actually a weapon, you can call it, or a tool, you can call it, depending upon for what purpose you are going to use it. Generally, it is used during the harvesting season. Grab it to cut the whatever farm crops, agricultural crops you are having, to cut it, you use it. So that is what you call a sickle. But sickle shaped red blood cell, sometimes you will have, where your RBC, instead of this round shape, it will have this curved shape. And when it is curved, what happens? It becomes slightly sticky also. So what happens is, if this is your blood vessel, these RBCs can get stuck over there, interrupting the blood flow. And in one of my earlier classes also, I had told you, first class, I don't know how many of you were present there. Blood is flowing. So as per Bernoulli's theorem, pressure is inversely proportional to velocity. Pressure is inversely proportional to velocity. Means what? If these blood vessels, sickle shape, blocks this passage, we can definitely say what? The velocity of blood will decrease. Got it? The velocity of the blood will decrease. And when the velocity of blood decreases, what will happen to the pressure now? Pressure will increase. On whom the pressure will increase? It can increase on these vessels. It can increase on the heart. Boom. Gone. Mild heart attack to severe heart attack it can create. Instant death. On top of it, again, not necessary that always it should lead to heart attack also. Because blood will still flow, but very slowly, very gradually. The person will be always tired, weak, wants to sit down, wants to sleep. That is how it will be. They won't be in a position to do any physical activity for more than maybe say 5 or 10 minutes. Getting the point here? March 2024, government issued revised guidelines under RPWD Act. What is it? We will see it in a while. 2016 for disability assessment in sickle cell disease, sickle cell plus beta-thalassaemia and HBD. SCD, what it is? It is a painful progressive. Progressive means what? Initially light symptoms will be there. Later, the intensity of the symptoms will climb up. Lifelong disorder where symptoms are first pain, then anemia. Anemia, like I told you, weakness it is. You can see it because their face will look as if they lost all blood from their face. They will be looking white, like, how to put it now? Feverish, ghost-like their skin will look very pale. Getting the point here? Organ damage, hospitalizations, reduced life expectancy means very high chances are that they may die early. Now here comes the interesting part. It affects Adivasi and Dalit communities disproportionately. That is what the Hindu reported. It will only affect Adivasi and Dalit communities. And I was also wondering, only Adivasi and Dalit communities, is it so? Why? We need to know about it more. Let us see. Correct, Ishika. So what is sickle cell disease? Sickle cell disease occurs when a person inherits 2 defective copies of the sickle cell hemoglobin gene, one from each parent. So hemoglobin is there. Hemoglobin, which is the content that is present in blood, HB, that is responsible for transporting oxygen, correct? There is a variant of it that causes sickle cell, that is called HBS. When from the father as well as the mother, from father also you get HBS, from the mother also you get an HBS. Let me tell you, there is a very high chance that the person will have end up with sickle cell disease. In other words, it is a genetic disorder. It is a genetic disorder that arises because of what? Because you have inherited a faulty gene, not from one, but from both the parents. Now the next question comes then. Okay, why? Why does it come like that? Largest reason, one word answer for that is endogamy. Marrying within the same caste. Getting the point here? If you notice within your community, which you are all belonging to one caste, one or the other caste. I also belong to a certain caste. Within that caste, if you actually do a simple, take a small census, you will basically see that wherever they have maintained that caste thing very strictly, there as the generations progresses, the next generation that is coming, that is very tight caste rules. Okay, which should be within the same caste, same subcaste, this, that, etc. The generation that keeps coming out, the children or the grandchildren, they will be little weaker than the earlier parents, than the older ones. Not that they are going on from strength to strength. They are actually becoming weaker and weaker. For example, if you're talking about women, most of the women will be having, especially young 19, 20, 21, 22, they'll all be having one major issue, irregular periods. Generally, people will say, it is all because of fast food. It is all because of junk food. They are not exercising. They are not going out. Yes, it is a reason. But the other major reason is this endogamy. Not just within your community. This you will see with every religion, wherever they are practicing these caste rules, or within the religion only, or within the, let us say, amongst cousins, marriages are happening. All these cousins means I'm not directly your first cousin, maybe the second, third cousin, but connected somehow. There you will find this issue. Why? No genetic variety. This is not an issue that is isolated to human beings. Even within animals also, if you see, within the same animals itself, same group itself, that is among the brothers and sisters, I mean animals I'm talking about, not human beings, if they mate and they produce an offspring, that will not survive after a certain point, or it will be too weak, even if it survives. One good example for this is the dog called Rajapalayam. Rajapalayam, I don't know how many of you have heard of it. Very few only would have heard of it. Only dog enthusiasts will be knowing about it. Now, Rajapalayam is basically a very ferocious hunting dog. Hunting dog it is. To look at it, even if you Google and you will find it out, if you look at it, you will be like, hey, this is a hunting dog. Compare it with the hunting dogs that is used to hunt lion in Africa and you will be shocked. The make and the build of Rajapalayam, the physical structure will be exactly like the make and build what is in Africa. That ferocious it is. But why is it that it is, and it is again our own Desi breed. You will find it in Tamil Nadu. But these dogs are not used anymore that much. Why? If it is such ferocious dog, one master dog, then why are we not using it? The reason being that Rajapalayam's genetic variety is not there. They are only mating Rajapalayam with Rajapalayam. So what is happening to the offspring? The offspring is weak. And what has happened to Rajapalayam is, Rajapalayam, let us say after a point, let us say after 7 years and all, it starts developing blindness slowly, which is progressive. What is the reason again? Reason is again simple, endogamy. Superior breeds of dogs also, if you see, talk about Alabai dog, which is used to hunt wolves in Turkmenistan and all. Or you talk about Belgian Malinois, German Shepherd, Alsatian, Doberman. All these dogs, if you see, the best breeds, that is called dog breeds that is talked about, they are all actually crossbreeds. They are all crossbreeds actually. That means they are all from a different genetic variety. Mixed from here, mixed from there, like that. Getting the point here. So more genetic variety when you keep, the next offspring will be what? Will be stronger. Within the same community when you keep, one or the other issue will be there. And one such issue is what? That to a genetic disorder is what? Purely inherited. That is sickle cell disease. Mind you, from this is basically with endogamy, what is the problem is? One faulty gene from father, another from mother will create a rare disease. Sickle cell disease was only one example of it. One example. That means it can be anything else. It can be breast cancer. It can be Alzheimer's. It can be Parkinson's disease. It can be a rare form of leukemia, cancer, anything it can be. Anything where it can be, you will be like, what did I do? What bad karma did I do? I don't even eat non-veg. I don't drink. I don't smoke. Still, how did I end up getting this? It has nothing to do with karma. It has nothing to do with your past life, previous life, this life, nothing. It is pure biology. Pure biology. There is no genetic variety in your DNA. Somehow the DNA of your father and mother has a correlation. Where both of them are carrying a faulty gene. The same faulty gene, the combined effect of it got passed to the offspring. What if father, let us say, is carrying a faulty gene, but mother is from another caste, or maybe let us say another state, whatever. Another caste, another state, or maybe in some cases another country. Let us not keep another planet. That will be too difficult. In such a case, what will happen is the chances that the faulty gene will go on to create any disease is very, very less. Why? Because this will get diluted. It won't have that effect. Faulty gene could be there, but it will not get transmitted. It will not become powerful. Powerful it will become when you inherit both from the father and mother. Correct, Shyam. Color blindness. Even if it is this thing, even the other thing is there, flat foot disease. There are some people who are having absolute flat foot. So flat foot, if you have, you won't get selected to what? You won't get selected to army, defense forces, armed forces basically. There is no medicine, Bhushan, because this is straight away from your genetics this is coming. Other than that, probably you can use gene editing tool and all. But that is too early to say whether it will really cure this disease or not. We don't know. Clear? Costly? Exactly. And one more thing is the Rishika. There is one more reason here. That is, we know gene editing when you do, it may cure. But the reality is what? The reality is we don't know 98.5% about DNA. %98.5% of DNA, we don't know ABCD about it. Whatever little bit of knowledge we have about DNA, that is just a little less than 1.5%. That means this is still unknown to us. You may edit the gene in one area, but what guarantee is there it will not cause some other side effect in some other part of your body? Because when you're talking about my DNA, even in my body, even right from the tip of my finger to the tip of my hair to the tip of my toe down, every DNA is connected. Correct? So even if I'm making a correction here, okay, let me change this micro DNA here. What can you guarantee and tell me that it will not affect my eye, or it won't affect my brain, or it won't affect any other organ of my body? We can't say that. CRISPR-Cas9, very good. Yes, correct. Very good. See, replacement gene therapy also, Krish, for that matter, that is not easy. These technologies, like I told you, when you replace it, whether there will be a side effect or not, we don't know. Very good. Bone transplantation, it is not actually a foolproof method, Anshika. See, let me tell you, with genetic disorders, permanent cure is actually not possible because that DNA is there with you. That is the problem there. That faulty genetics is there inside your body. It is there in your system. And as long as that is there in your system, this trouble will be there. Got the point here? Few rare example. Now again, this I mentioned in one of my earlier class, where two different people come together and creates a rare offspring. Classic example, John Abraham. Father is from the state of Kerala. Mother is actually an Iranian. Look at the byproduct. If you look at his father and mother, you will be like, okay, they are okay people. But look at the byproduct. Vareva. Got the point here? I think even Priyanka Chopra also, for that matter, she has one of her ancestral line tracing back to Kerala. And her father or somebody, I think he's from Punjab or somewhere. Punjab, Delhi, I'm not sure, because she has been traveling around, etc. So that is what it is. Getting the point here. Somewhere indirectly, I'm trying to tell you, if you get a good proposal from Kerala, boy or girl, please try to have it, because the next offspring could be very, very beautiful, very, very famous, very, very good looking. Try that. All right, people. That you answered your own question, Anshika. That is what I told you. Bone transplantation, there is no guarantee that it will be a successful thing. There is no guarantee. Even with this embryonic transfer, or even you talk about gene transfer, you talk about gene editing, doesn't guarantee. No conclusion yet. That is the answer, Ankit. All right. Yeah, Vidyut Jamwal also has a Kerala connection. Okay, thank you for that. Who said that? Anonymous. Yeah, he's also got a Kerala connection. Clear. See, Divakar, we will see that now. If a person has only one copy, that is only either father or from mother, it is inherited. They are a carrier called sickle cell trait and usually do not show severe symptoms. Only one from father or one from mother you get means, a person gets means, then basically they won't have severe symptoms. They are only a carrier now. But if they have two copies, HB sickle cell, then red blood cells become abnormally shaped, stiff and sticky. This leads to blockages in small blood vessels, reduced oxygen supply to tissues, episodes of severe pain called sickle cell crisis, anemia, fatigue and delayed growth. That is, basically growth will be less. In other words, it can lead to a case called either stunted or wasted. Stunted means you don't have the requisite height for your age. So my son, like I have a 1-year-old son, I mean not 1 year, now going to turn 1.5 years. So whenever we take him for the doctors, they always measure his height, they always measure his arms, feet, etc. Because there is a medically approved norm is there that this much centimeters minimum the baby should have. So he will always measure the length, he will take his weight and then he will say, yes, he's all normal, he's all fine. But imagine if the baby inherits these genes, then from a young age, blood circulation is less, the hands, the feet, etc. will not actually grow to its fullest extent. Got the point here? Higher risk of organ damage, stroke, and wasted simply means you don't have the requisite body weight. Clear? Higher risk of organ damage, stroke, and infections. Children with HBSS often experience complications from a young age, leading to frequent hospitalizations, reduced schooling, and limited work opportunities. Recognition under RPWD, that is Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act, expected to bring benefits, land or housing allotment, poverty schemes, education, healthcare, jobs, but excluded from 4% job quota. Which previous point? Make it very specific. All right. What is it? So their request here is, so there is this act called Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act that gives you various benefits. That is, if a person is having disabilities, they will get benefits like land or housing allotment, poverty related schemes, education, healthcare, jobs, all this you will get. But the problem here is people who have sickle cell disease, they are excluded from the 4% job quota. Sickle cell disease is not considered to be eligible for a job quota. Correct, IT? Don't make notes. This will be sent to you. I want you to just read it repeatedly. That is enough. Very difficult path through. India and all, we don't have that level of medical advancement. That level we don't have. And these things again, sometimes they won't even show symptoms, maybe till the person grows up to maybe 15, 16 years. Till then it will not show. It will remain dormant in the body. Getting the point here. So one of the first questions that we were asked when we went as a couple, when my wife conceived, one of the first questions the doctor asked was, are you related? I was like, what? No, are you from, cousins or something? I said, no. Are you even from, I said, we are from 2 different states. Then the doctor was happy. Why? Because it can create other genetic disorders with regard to the brain. One of the genetic disorder is like sickle cell disease. If you don't get sickle cell disease, doesn't mean that you won't get other diseases and all. You can easily get other diseases. RPWD Act of 2016 is aligned with UNCRPD, that is United Nations Conventions on Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act, guarantees dignity and equality, benchmark disability greater than or equal to 40% impairment, benefits free school education, higher ed quotas, government jobs development schemes. What does that mean? So according to RPWD Act, your disability count should be greater than or equal to 40%. This is one issue that I always face. What I face, I will tell you. Whenever UPSC comes up, 1 or 2 students will be there. Sir, disability quota, how to get it, sir? I'll be like, okay, what is your disability, sir? I am blind 80% in one eye, 90% in the other eye. I'll be like, okay, so I think you are eligible. No, sir, doctor is not giving it. I was like, what? What do you mean doctor is not giving it? So then he basically told, you will get disability benefit only if your disability is more than or greater than or equal to 40%. I was like, 80% you are not having vision in your left eye. 90% you don't have vision in right eye. So what is the issue here? No, doctor is still not certified. It has 40%. I asked, is he a government doctor? Yes, he is. In other words, this disability quota that is 40% disability should be their minimum to get any benefit, any quota, any reservation. That is entirely the discretion of the doctor. There is no standard procedure throughout the country. Got the point here? Remember our dearest Pooja Khetkar? I hope none of you have forgotten her name. So she too had claimed disability with regard to her eyes. Correct? Now somebody who can make a fake OBC certificate, somebody who can actually fool UPSC with more number of attempts, for her it wouldn't have been that difficult to again get a medical certificate to show that she has disability, more than 40% disability. But where was the trouble? The trouble was All India Institute of Medical Science told her to come there to show that you have, whether you really have this 40% disability. But then she gave the reason that I won't be able to come because I'm having COVID. All these are apparently whatever is reported in the media. Issue here is, doctor to doctor, this number will vary. Some doctor may say, this is not disability. This is not even, this is only 20% disability. Some doctors may say, oh my God, this is 60% disability. There is no clear guideline for this. Ultimately, it is at the end of the day, it is the doctor's discretion. So I have a friend again who actually got, I will tell you, she can only see blurred images. That is, even if I go stand in front of her like this, she knows somebody is there in front of her. She won't know whether it is a guy, whether it is a female, whether it is, like, she can make out a blurred shape is there. She cannot see the features. She cannot see anything. Just the color of the shirt, probably little something she will be having. She can see. Other than that, zero. Zero it is. She never got disability. Disability quota she never got. Can you imagine that? %, threshold excludes many. Assessments vary by, this is the proper point you have to remember here. Assessments vary by hospitals or doctors. SCD symptoms often invisible or episodic, not captured in scoring. Getting the point here? Getting the point here? That means this will vary. That means it is not just with SCD people. Let me tell you, this is with any disability. Any disability. I know people who have gone to fight in court. In court, they have gone to fight cases just so that the doctors will give that, yes, this person is disabled by more than 40%, just to get that number. Because only when you get that number, you are eligible for what? You are eligible for all these reservation benefits. All right. Certification, mandatory for benefits, issued under Section 58 by medical authority. Problem, dependence on lab reports, rigid scoring, ignore socio-economic or emotional toll, inaccessible for rural or marginalized patients. Like I told you, poor people forget it. How are they even going to access it? How will they even know, okay, I have to go to this hospital, there they should certify it, then we should take that certificate and go to the, apply it for the exam. Then they should, again, they will put another medical board. I have to be present there. Then only I will get it. The sad part of our democracy is people who are genuinely deserving it, they don't know anything about it. The people who are actually not deserving, they are like, they take the maximum, utilize, like misuse it. Just give me a minute here. All right, people. Yeah. Existing benefits. Pensions. Odisha and Himachal Pradesh provide pensions. Income Tax Act under Section 80U, you get around 75,000 deduction. 1.25 lakh for severe disability. Reforms needed. Extend job reservation to SCD reform. Certification to include invisible or fluctuating disabilities. Shift to right-based lens. That means ultimately what? We need actually one option, one single structure here. Clarity we need actually what tantamounts to disability. Getting the point here? It is not intention. See, let me tell you, government doctors are also scared because like I told you, when you go there, let us say now somebody is there with SCD. Let us say I have SCD now. I went to the doctor. There when I am standing there, I am standing like this. Doctor will be like, this fellow, SCD. Nice. He will put no disability. Because why? He did not see any symptoms there. That is the reason. He did not see any symptoms. My symptoms are episodic. When I went and stood there, yes, I did not have any symptoms. He saw, yeah, this fellow is what, nothing is wrong with him. But I am suffering from it. So I will not get the disability benefit. Got the point here? It all comes down to the fact that we don't have a proper structure or system in place for it. Now let us understand why this is confined to the Dalits or the Adivasi communities. In India, SCD is more common among STs and some SC communities. Prevalence is highest in states like Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Odisha, Maharashtra and Gujarat, all with large tribal populations. Reason for disproportionate impact, genetic clustering. SCD gene is historically concentrated in these communities because they all marry within their community. This is not given in the Hindu. This I researched and find out. Limited healthcare access. Many Adivasi and Dalit families live in remote or rural areas with poor medical infrastructure. Economic barriers. Poverty makes diagnostic tests, hospital visits and treatments unaffordable, and therefore they are never going to access the certificates. Please go and attend your practical RN. Stop acting. I don't know. If you are even working, if you're even from AIMS, please get the hell out of this chat section. Stop spamming it. Social discrimination, stigma around chronic illness, caste bias, and marginalization limit access to jobs, education, and welfare schemes. All right. Policy gaps. Though SCD is recognized under the RPWD Act, exclusion from job reservations and strict certification rules mean many patients cannot access full rights. Discrimination is there. Clear-cut policy guideline is not there. And on top of it, no single uniform procedure or scoring scheme whereby which you can say this person is having this much disability. Genetic clustering. Cluster means together. All the genes together in one area. So Adivasi and tribal communities, etc. Again, they all marry within the same community. The result is a cycle of disadvantage. Missed education or work, poverty, worse health outcomes. SCD is sickle cell disease. Correct, IT? Correct, Taran Sharma? This entrenches inequality for already marginalized groups. Clear, people? One more minute here. Tibia, correct you are. Can we reduce this by doing any pre-marriage medical test? Patro Rudra, that provision is available in USA. Checking the DNA of the father and the mother and to see whether DNA compatibility is there. All right. That thing is there in USA. I don't know whether you know about this doctor, whether you have seen him in YouTube or not. I think he's known as Dr. Gut Health or something. Guy, no mustache. He's a Tamilian basically, but is settled in USA. He's married. He is married. So he has married somebody. I'm not going to say now whom he married and all, but he has married somebody within his own community. What has happened is his wife had, I think, 2 or 3 miscarriages. Dr. Gut Health or Gut Doctor. That is what I believe is this thing is YouTube name is. So he keeps talking about gut health always. Gut health. He keeps talking about it. So that doctor, he had married his wife and they are from the same community also. So she had 3 miscarriages. After that, basically, he went and actually got his, yes, Dr. Pal. Correct. So he basically went and checked the DNA of his wife and his DNA. In that, they basically told that the DNAs are having, both the DNAs are having a faulty gene, which is preventing the female from conceiving. Getting the point here. And in one of that podcast, he himself told, as much as possible, marry outside the caste. If you're marrying outside the state, great. Outside the country, even more better. Genetically. So don't worry. Why am I telling you all this is, whatever is there, whatever it is, we are on a verge of decline. In entire human race is on the verge of decline. Because India is the largest population in the world. We are literally, by marrying within the same caste, we are literally creating a generation which is weaker and weaker and weaker, which won't survive beyond a certain point. So human race itself will decline until and unless we don't diversify. I already answered that, IT. Yeah, you're right again, Krish. Very good. SCD arises only when a person inherits 2 sickle hemoglobin genes, one from each parent. If both the persons are carriers, that is, they carry the disease. They are only carriers means there is a 25% chance of child having SCS, SCD, 50% chance of child being a carrier, just like the parent, a 25% chance of child having normal hemoglobin also. No guarantee. Getting the point here? Outside the planet. No, outside the country is what I meant, not planet. Genetic variation means diversity in the gene pool of a population. When variation is high, harmful mutations like HBS are diluted in the larger gene pool. Understand? Mutations means, now Spider-Man, Superman and all, you know, they have some rare gene in their body. That is why they are super strong. Mutation is shown there like a positive thing and a good thing. But in real life, what happens is, if you have a mutation, guaranteed what? You're guaranteed with a miserable life, eventually leading to death. Got the point here? So mutation simply means an abnormal gene. So harmful mutations like HBS are diluted in a larger gene pool. That means I may have a mutated gene in my body. I may have it. But the chance that my son may show it now, it is very, very less. Why? Because I am from the state of Kerala. My wife is from Karnataka. It's a totally different genetic pool. So even if a mutation is there, any mutation, not just HBS, it can be any other mutation also, it will get diluted. It will not show any effects. Getting the point here? You can ask for it, Adarsh, but don't worry. The parents will probably murder you for that. Very good, Dibya. Your government does that, government will not win the next election. When variation is low due to endogamy, small populations or inbreeding. Inbreeding means within the family, not like literally brother and sister, but between cousins if you marry. I'm not going to give any examples here because definitely I will become viral for all the wrong reasons. You can Google it yourself and find out. All right, there are many communities, many states are also there which are notorious in this. I'm not going to give examples for that. The likelihood of two carriers mating increases. This increases the probability of children being born with SCD. In India, Adivasi and some Dalit groups have restricted gene pools. Restricted means limited. Because of historical isolation and endogamous marriage practices. This reduces genetic variation and raises the chance that two carriers will marry. So in there, the probability is very, very high. Because Adivasis, tribal communities, we know tribals are like in one area, one tribal group means only that group will be there. Getting the point here? This reduces genetic variation and raises the chance that two carriers marry. See, parents are never going to accept. You know why? I married your mother. You have any problem? Then you will be like, no, I don't have, but my future. When I am healthy, you are healthy. Your mother is also healthy. We gave birth to you. So you will also marry somebody from our caste. You will also give me a healthy boy or a healthy girl. End of discussion. Go and do your studies. This is what Indian family will say. But the reality is, this is the reality. Because like I told you, do a simple exercise within your community, within your family, you start doing it. You will see multiple health problems amongst the youngest generation. Multiple will be there. It may look like small things, okay, she's having this problem, he's having that, she's having this, he is having that problem, etc. Like I told you with women, if it is irregular periods, you will see again another issue with the boys these days. Not having fertile sperm. That is, they are man and everything is there, but they are unable to make their wife pregnant. Sperm is weak. That also you will see. So most of the time we will say, it is because he doesn't exercise, it is because he doesn't do this, because he's drinking, smoking. All these will cause trouble, no doubt. But another major factor what all of us are conveniently ignoring is genetics. Clear? Other backward. So, Hindu only talked about Adivasi and tribal communities. But I went on to do my own research. And guess what? OBCs, certain OBC groups in Maharashtra, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh have documented carrier status. Means what? OBC communities are there where this particular gene is being carried around. Some upper caste populations, sporadic cases have been reported even among Brahmins and other forward castes in regions where the HBS gene is prevalent. See, this is the beauty of the paper. When they actually report something, they will say, see, it's a problem with the tribal communities. It's a problem with that, with this. That is how they will portray it. This is a problem wherever endogamy is practiced. Wherever fierce, strict, rigid rules of caste is there, you are guaranteed they will have one or the other genetic disorder. You take it from me. One or the other disorder will be there, which will be trivialized. And sometimes they'll say it is all bad karma, mujjanma karma. They'll don't take the daughter's horoscope or her son's horoscope. Sir, what is wrong with my son? Mujjanma karma. Nothing, brother. You take the bloody DNA and take it to a doctor or a hospital and you get examined. You will understand. Very diverse gene pool. Muslim populations. Studies have found sickle cell carriers among Muslim communities, again in states like Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh and Gujarat. Whichever community practices this strictly, rigidly, guaranteed they will have genetic disorders. And just like you take it from me, Cardiovascular diseases have increased in our country. Diabetes is increasing in our country. Then hypertension, that is pressure related. Pressure is not a disease, high blood pressure, but again, that is also going up. Along with that, what is going up these days is genetic disorder. Clear? Very good, Ishika. The HBS mutation is thought to have spread historically as protection against malaria. So how did HBS gene come about? So HBS was developed as a protection mechanism against malaria. That is how the gene got developed. Earlier, centuries ago. That is why you will generally find it, carriers HBS have some resistance. That is, you will generally find this particular gene in all those areas where malaria was severe. Now ours is a tropical country, correct? And if you literally draw the Tropic of Cancer, it literally passes through Gujarat. It does pass through Madhya Pradesh, correct? In and around that region only this issue is also there. Tropical belt, where temperature and humidity is high, where malaria can easily survive. There, this gene developed because it can resist malaria. But over time, what happened? Marrying within the same community, the gene, together from the father and the mother, got transported to the children. Now children are suffering. Clear? In India, malaria endemic zones overlap with central and eastern states. So both tribal and non-tribal populations, these areas carry the gene. Over time, gene flow, marriage, migration, social mixing has led to HBS appearing in other communities beyond Adivasis and Dalits. That is also there. That means ultimately, even if you marry outside the state or outside the community, doesn't guarantee again that you will not get it. Because if at all your partner, future partner from another state is carrying this, children will get it. But again, like I told you, chances are very, 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 very rare. Very, very rare. Got the point here. It is very rare that when you marry outside the caste, that children, the offspring will get a genetic disorder. It is very rare. There is no documented evidence for it. We don't have a documented evidence to prove that when you marry outside the caste, outside the community, outside the religion, outside the state, outside the country, the offspring will carry a disease. There is no evidence. Ishika, don't tell it to your parents because like I have told it earlier also, any talk about inter-caste or inter-religion marriage in Indian home will only mean a fight will start between your father and mother. Just to decide who should murder you first. And because you are a girl also, there is a high amount of chance that you will be married off tomorrow itself. Clear? Beta-Thalassaemia is a genetic blood disorder caused by mutations in the HBB gene. This is another gene of the what? Hemoglobin. Responsible for producing the beta-globin chain of hemoglobin, which leads to reduced or absent beta-globin production, resulting in faulty hemoglobin and anemia. Rishi, please monitor the chat section. Adarsh, Dilwala and Q-Tip. Take them out. Yeah. Listen, I'll just take 1 minute here. All these are, negative energy that you're garnering. For some few likes or maybe, let us disturb him so that Others will laugh at my very pathetic joke, whatever little bit of attention you're seeking here, because your parents never gave you that proper attention or care. Whatever you're doing here, these are all negative energy. So many genuine people are sitting here and trying to study. I am also trying my level best to cover as many topics so that they can get the benefit out of this. You are ruining it. This is what is called karma, which will come back at you. With full force, it will come. I'm only going to ban you from the chat section. More than that, I cannot do. Because if this was an offline class, I would have given it to you left, right, center, forward. You wouldn't even dare open your mouth. Getting the point here? I just hope that karma becomes a little kinder to you. That's all that I will say at this point. Sweating here, standing here for 2.5 hours straight, literally blasting my throat out so that every student gets that benefit. There is a student out there who is waiting for this class so that their queries get solved. That much amount of empathy you don't have, then why are you even existing as a human being, man? What are you gaining out of this? What sort of third-rate, pathetic perversion is this? Shame on you, man. Shame on you. Absolute shame on you. You're nothing but a wastage on the planet, wastage of space and weight on planet Earth. Coming back. Types of beta-thalassemia. All right. Beta-thalassemia minor, trait or cat. This is again a disease. One defective gene will be inherited, another one will be normal. That means from one parent you have inherited one gene, on another one it is normal. Usually no major symptoms will be there because only one gene, when you get one defective gene you get, chances that it will show symptoms is very, very less. Mild anemia is possible. Mild means slightly you will feel tired, etc. Got the point? Very important in genetic counseling. Carriers can pass it on. That means, let us say mother is having it, the defective gene. Father is all fine. The offspring, okay, the child will carry that gene as a carrier. By chance, if the child gets married to another person who is carrying that similar gene, defective gene, guaranteed the child that is born will have the disease in the worst format. This child will be suffering. Got the point here? Beta-thalassemia intermedia, 2 defective genes but less severe form. 2 defective genes could be there, but again severity will be less. Moderate anemia, irregular transfusion needs. What is transfusion? Transfusion simply means you are taking blood from a donor. It is almost like you are pumping in blood, fresh blood into your body. Your blood is not having enough of RBC. You are a little tired. So you keep taking in fresh blood. Beta-thalassemia major, Cooley's anemia. Cooley's anemia again means this is the guy who discovered this. 2 severely defective genes. Severe anemia develops within the first 2 years of life. Just imagine, a small baby. Both the parents are having severe defective genes. The severe case of defective genes, like I told you, again the main reason for that is what? Endogamy. The child, as soon as it is born, it is subjected to what? It is subjected to this disease. Requires regular blood transfusion for survival. That is from day 1 the baby goes through what? Blood transfusion. Leads to complications, bone deformities, growth delays, enlarged spleen or liver, iron overload. From a young age, blood is being pumped into your body. You already have your blood. On top of it, again, another blood group, blood is also being pumped into your body. What will happen to the overall iron content? Blood contains iron. Shoots up. That will affect your bones, which will lead to bone deformities. And iron overload is there means it can easily lead to internal organ damage. Got the point? This is a normal spleen. This is what you call an enlarged spleen. It's like again an organ in your body. What is it used for and all, you can Google and find it out. But this is the representation of it. All right. One minute. This is not a science and technology class. Mr. Avanish Kumar. Who else is there? Symptoms: fatigue, weakness, pale skin, growth retardation in children, enlarged spleen, which is known as splenomegaly, bone deformities, especially the face or skull due to marrow overactivity, frequent infections, weak immunity, organ damage from iron overload, heart, liver, endocrine glands. Endocrine glands means those glands which produces hormones due to repeated transfusions. Got the point here? Focus on the class, people. What stress I never faced during a 10-hour offline class, I will get it even within just 1 hour of 10 hours of offline, I don't get stressed. I enjoy it. 1 hour of online means it will take the life out of me. Treatment: regular blood transfusions every 2 to 4 weeks in severe cases. Iron chelation therapy to remove excess iron from body caused by transfusions. As you can clearly see, it will only lead to what? Further and further treatments. That is, blood transfusion is just one part. Because of blood transfusion, you get other complications. Because of that complications, further treatment. So just imagine, 2-year-old baby. On one side, you are putting in blood transfusion. Then after that, the doctors come and say, okay, now we should do an iron chelation therapy because iron content is more in the body. Otherwise, the baby's organs will be damaged. Then you start that therapy. For that, again, some other issue will be there, for which, again, that also you will have to do. Yeah, you're right. Endocrine glands. Sorry. Bone marrow or stem cell transplantation, only potential cure, but limited by donor availability and cost. What is stem cell transplantation? Stem cell transplantation. So stem cell ideally means, stem cell is something which is present in all our bodies. Right from a baby to an adult. Everybody has it. The only difference is, babies have it more, adults have it very less. And stem cell is like the clay of human body. Why clay? Because from stem cell, you can develop any cell. Bone, nerve, cardiac, brain, any cell you can develop from the stem cell. Got the point here? Guest, G-U-E-S-T. Hello? Look at the WhatsApp. Epidemiology in India. That is how the cases are there in India. India has the largest number of beta-thalassaemia carriers in the world. No surprise, we are such a populous country. 3 to 4% of Indians are carriers. Every year, 10,000 to 15,000 children are born with thalassemia major in India. Thalassemia major. That means 10,000 to 15,000 children are suffering every year from their second birthday onwards. High prevalence in Punjab, Gujarat, West Bengal, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu and Northeast. Common among certain communities with high endogamy. Sindhi, Lohana, Banushali, Kutchi, some Muslim groups. Prevention. Career screening programs before marriage or conception. That is the first and foremost thing to do. Getting the point here? That is the foremost thing to do. That is, you need to actually do career counseling. Sorry, not career counseling. Marriage counseling before this whole thing. And even before people decide to get into, maybe even after they marry, if they decide to have a child also, they should get their whole thing. Careers, okay, career screening. This career is not your career. This career screening simply means whether you are carrying the defective gene. Genetic counseling for career couples, prenatal diagnosis, fetal testing during pregnancy, public health campaigns in high prevalence states. Key difference from sickle cell disease. SCD, you will have an abnormal hemoglobin HBS, which causes sickle-shaped RBCs, which leads to blockages and pain crisis. Beta-Thalassaemia, reduced or absent hemoglobin production, which leads to severe anemia and transfusion dependence. Got the difference? One here, sickle cell disease means it will be shaped in the form of a sickle, and beta-thalassemia means reduced or absent hemoglobin. Hemoglobin is simply not there. Getting the point here? Now I have put a table here to quickly revise this. All right. This is something which will be there henceforth. After every topic, a table will be given, which you can do quick revision. Now, many of you will used to tell me now, so should we remember all this? Should we remember all this? This at least you try to remember. This much portion, read it. So it covers all topics: cause, genetics, carriers, what is the main problem, what are the symptoms, when does it start? Onset means when does it start? And what is the severity of it? What is the treatment for it? What is the prevalence in India? And special note. Got it here? That will actually cover that topic in whole. Clear? So this is the way we are going about it. For certain topics only, not that all topics requires this. Now this was a proper topic on what? This thing. I mean science and tech, a disease. Now when it comes to UPSC, always UPSC's one favorite thing is there. Only one, correct? Only one is wrong. Sexually transmitted, if it was only sexually transmitted, then it is correct. Because sexual transmission has to happen here. You need to conceive the child also. Just sexual transmission is not enough. Child should come out of it. Then only it is transmitted. Just because you had sex, it is not going to get transmitted. Not the point here. Offspring will carry it. Even if, for example, two carriers are there, father is there, mother is there. Even if they have sex, but no child comes out of it, then nothing. That disease won't get spread. But the moment a child is born, then you have it. So only one. Clear? Now urbanization in Kerala. Now this is a topic which comes under society and governance. Now I already told you earlier, there are certain things that is affecting the cities in our country. For example, when it comes to elections, center state. This is conducted by the Election Commission of India. When it comes to panchayat and municipalities, the elections are conducted by State Election Commission. And who appoints State Election Commission? State government appoints State Election Commission. State government appoints State Election Commission. Keep it in mind. Okay. But no state government wants State Election Commission to be appointed. Even though this is a constitutional provision, no state government is doing this. Can anybody tell me why? Yes, Abhi, very good. Why? Reason is pretty simple. State government appoints SCC. That means SCC will have to conduct elections for panchayat and municipalities, which has to be conducted regularly. Correct? Every 5 years. But if no SCC is there, that means what? No regular elections. No regular elections are there. That means no proper panchayats, no proper municipalities. Okay. The state government appoints SCC, but if state government doesn't appoint SCC, what will happen? There will be no regular elections for panchayat, no regular elections for municipalities. Clear? That much is clear. Now, what will happen because of this? Panchayats will have poor infrastructure. Our cities, as you can clearly see, examples are there plenty. Delhi, Gurgaon, anything you see. No, Yashasvi, that is not the reason. We will understand that. Any city you see, almost all the cities have the same problem. What is that? What are the problems there? Waterlogging, flooding, poor sanitation, all of that. Clear? Everywhere that is the thing. So, problems are there now. And there is no panchayat, there is no municipality. Whose responsibility it will be now? Whose responsibility? That will ultimately come to state governments. In other words, center is there, which is handling matters like foreign affairs. Bear with me, people, power is not there. Defense. Correct. So our center foreign affairs and defense means they will get vote for this by people. If panchayats are really handling, panchayats and the municipalities, they really start handling roads, health, then electricity, infrastructure, then education. Panchayats and municipalities starts taking care of all these things because elections are held on time every 5 years. State Election Commission, which is appointed by the state. You all know that if you have a panchayat member, municipal ward member, whom you can go and talk and you can tell, roads, what roads are this, what is the health situation here, etc. And they will say, yeah, we will do it, we will do it. You can directly access them. It is not easy for you to access maybe an MP, maybe an MLA. That is not at all easy. But accessing a panchayat member, municipal ward member, that is easy. So whatever problems you have, you are getting it solved at the local level through panchayats and municipalities, correct? $1 million question is, now if everything is getting solved, then why do I need a state government? Think about it. Everything is getting solved at the state level. Everything is getting solved. Then why do I need... everything is getting solved at the local level. Why do I need a state government then? Will I be interested now in the state elections? Think about it. Got the point here? Got the point? Because if I can see, panchayat member, even my house is in a rural area, back home in Kerala. Where if you ask me where is the panchayat member, just 2 houses away from mine. Getting the point here? 2 houses away from mine. I can just walk in there and ask, hey, this issue is there, what to do about it? They will solve it. Got the point here? So people won't have any interest in state election. Will any state government want it? Answer is no. No state government would want what? Panchayats and municipalities to become the power centers. So what is the best thing to do? Don't set it up. Don't set it up only, right? Because I have to set it up. I am not going to set it up. I am the state government. I am not going to do it. What is the result? You have very weak panchayats, very weak municipalities. When the city of Bangalore, what I checked is it's been 8 years or 9 years since they have conducted the municipal elections here. And that is because BJP say, oh no, that is because Congress. Both are mathematics. Both are mathematics. Both are mathematics. Both are the same. In BJP ruled states also, this is the story. In Congress ruled states also, this is the story. Even if non-Congress, non-BJP ruled states also, this is the story. Nobody wants strong panchayat or strong municipalities. Got the picture here? That is the reason why our cities are pathetic. Our villages are even more pathetic. One more reason is there, which I think only one person has. Okay, Harshita. Okay, my student only. That is, Panchayat is not there, municipality is not there. Now who will have the power then? Who will have the ultimate power to manage village administration and city administration? If panchayats and municipalities are weak or these bodies are not there, even Bengaluru has a BBMC. Brihat Bengaluru Municipal Corporation, BBMC is there. But this BBMC is dominated by you people. The biggest villain in the story, or one of the biggest reason why we have pathetic cities, pathetic panchayats. One reason is dominance of IAS officers. Dominance. Ultimately, any project, any scheme, if it has to get approved, whose signature is required? IAS officer. And IAS officer again, let us say municipality is there. Okay. You have a municipal corporation consisting of elected members. But the chief executive officer of this municipal corporation is an IAS officer whose transfer, whose posting, everything lies with whom? State government. State government controls the transfer and posting of the IAS officer who is the chief executive officer of the municipal corporation. Managing director, chairman, anything you call. Okay. Elected body is the, let us say now, what is it? Abhishek or Shreya. That is Brihat Bengaluru Municipal. What is it? Municipal Palike or something. One and the same. One is in English, the other is in Kannada. So, elected members are there. I am the ward member. I come there. I am the ward member. All that. No use. Because even though we are all elected members, we cannot control this IAS officer. We don't have any control. Because IAS officer ultimately is only going to be scared of whom? The state government. Because his or her transfer or posting lies with them. So even if we go create any halla there, IAS officer will be like, Ajajja, get lost. They are not going, he or she won't listen to us only. Got the point here? Even for an IAS officer, they love that. Municipal commissioner, divisional commissioner of this city, Bengaluru or Greater Noida. Like that, these posts, they are very plum posting. Let me tell you, for any IAS officer, getting a posting in a city, that too in a metro city, that is like a dream. They will never ever let go of it. All these are different names, Mukesh. That depends upon the size of the city. Depending on that, they will be giving different names. Municipality, corporation, all that. Greater Development Authority, whatever. So these IAS officers, once they get such posts, they are not going to let it go. Because good schools, wife is happy, or the husband is happy, children are also happy. Wow, we are in a city posting. Finally, we got a city posting. So the collector also will be like, I want to be in the city for another 3-4 years. They don't want an immediate transfer. So they will only go by whatever the state government says. And trust me, no state government will ever try to make any municipality or any Panchayati Raj strong. All facilities are there, right? All facilities are there. Who doesn't want to be in a metro city? Who doesn't want? better connectivity, better infrastructure. People, for example, people keep blaming, right? Bangalore traffic is bad, blah, 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 blah. Still people are coming here. Still businesses are coming here. Why? The ecosystem of Bengaluru. That is the reality. With all the complaints, worse traffic, worse this, worse that, all that they say. Has the number of people coming to the city reduced even by an inch? No. The same is with Hyderabad, the same is with Chennai, the same is with Delhi. Got the point here? So metro cities, everybody likes such postings. City posting, everybody loves. Because one again, it is a capital city. That is where the power center is. Chief Minister, all the high political circles in the city, metro city you can see. Film stars, sports stars, other celebrities of other industries, the top business class, everybody will be available there. It is the fastest way to build a network. Getting the point here? That is also another reason. Actually, no, Shreya. Workload is clear cut here. I will tell you the reason for this. In metro cities, I will tell you. So municipalities are headed by IAS officer, right? Then you have what you know. You have something called as a commissionerate system. Commissionerate system, which is headed by IPS officers. In metro cities, if you generally see, to be very honest, IPS has more gattu. Gattu means it's like more of power ka dikhava, like to show off power. That is your IPS officer. Why I will tell you, for anything and everything, you need to get the permission from the police, not from the IAS officer. IAS officer is just confined to municipality. That's it. You want to conduct an event, you want to bring a celebrity somewhere, you want to bring a celebrity for inauguration, you want to conduct a procession of your Ganapati Visarjan, you want to conduct a Moharam procession, you want to conduct one public rally, speech, anything you talk about, even if a housefly has to fly over the cricket stadium, permission should come from the Commissioner of Police, which will be a senior IPS officer. Clear division of responsibilities. Thus, IAS is to do with what? Sanitation, road, electricity, basic stuff, basic infrastructure. IPS is where the real game is. Real game is with IPS, because anything you want, any permission you want, one small event you want to conduct, without the clearance from the Commissioner of Police, nothing is possible. Getting the point here? Kerala Urban Policy Commission. So let us see now how Kerala is different here. Kerala's landscape, villages, towns, backwaters, middlelands, highlands forming a urban continuum. Urban. What is this urban? Not that because I'm from the state of Kerala and I'm talking this, but because I've been traveling. I have traveled at least to a few states in our country. One thing I'll guarantee you and tell you is, you can travel from north to south, east to west. I've told this earlier also. In Kerala, by road, let us say you're traveling. You are never going to come across a place where there is no civilization. That means empty land. Totally empty. No house, no hut, no tree. That you are never going to find. Minimum, if you stand anywhere, minimum one coconut tree you will find. And every 5 kilometers if you travel, you will reach some town. Every 5 kilometers, that is in the remotest of the remotest village, you take it up. You will find a town somewhere where easily you will get what? Pepsi will be available. Then definitely your Parle-G also will follow. Cigarette will be there. These three are there, don't worry. Alcohol also will be available somewhere nearby. Basic level food needs, whatever you need, or substance addiction, whatever you need, that will be available there. Getting the point here. So this is one such state. Such a state you will not find anywhere else. Some people may say, so northeast is there. See, northeast is there. But northeast again, if you see, largely rural. Largely it is rural. You have plenty of trees. Beautiful locations are there. But many a times when you travel, you will only find trees. You will hardly find any people anywhere. That is not the case in the state of Kerala. You travel means you will see people. North to south, east to west, anywhere you travel, you will find people. And always you will be doubting. This is a village because road is there, electricity is there, everything is there. How do you call it a village then? Because village, when you generally have an idea, you feel that, okay, there is no tarred road, electricity supply won't be there, water supply will be very less. All this will be there. In the state of Kerala, you're not going to experience that. That is also the reason why very recently they became what? The 100% digitally literate state. So whoever wants to make a stand-up comedy next, they can tell this also. Kerala sir, 100% sir, literacy sir. Along with that, they can say this also, 100% digitally literate. That means everybody there knows how to use an internet. State of Kerala is again the first state in the country to declare that internet is a basic right. Got the point here? Urbanization outpaces infrastructure and governance. This is a reality. That means more and the pace with which cities get developed. Not developed, I would say, cities are building up. That is faster than any infrastructure development. Best example is Bengaluru. That is, total population of Kerala, if you take, it is 3.5 crore. Total population of Kerala. One entire state. Okay, one state. Guess what is the population of the city of Bengaluru? 1.7 crore. That is, 50% of the population of a state is confined to one city. This is the reality. People will say government is doing this. Can't blame the government also, because they will be like, okay, let us construct a flyover now to solve the traffic crisis. So they will be like, okay, how many vehicles you want this flyover to handle? They will say, okay, maybe let us say 500 vehicles. Okay, let us construct. By the time they finish constructing that flyover in Bengaluru, so 500 vehicles is what the flyover is built for. Vehicles in Bengaluru will increase by 1,000. Okay, then we will construct for 1,000 next time. No use again. Vehicle number will increase by 2,000. That means faster than the government can provide the infrastructure, faster than that the population is increasing. This is the story of every city. Every city, this is the story. Faster than the government can do something, more and more people come over there. The government is like, hey, Ram. Got the point here? This is the reality. Climate stress is there. Floods, landslides, coastal erosion, unpredictable weather. Finally, what the government decided is they created a Kerala Urban Policy Commission they created. What is KUPC? It was established in December 2023. What is the mandate? To design a 25-year urban roadmap. Now, these are important. These are important. This is where some very, very, infamous faculties will say current affairs from 2023 is important. No. When any topic you get, find out which year it is. If it is something like this, when did they implement it? 2023. That information is sufficient. How long is the time period? 25. Then, what is the approach? View cities as organic, climate-aware ecosystems. Organic means what? Don't see it as a closed thing. Cities will constantly keep growing. They are also alive. Why are cities alive? Because it contains people. So it is very organic. So you have to view it as like an ecosystem. Then, report submitted in March 2025, which calls for a structural reset. That means using data revolution, governance reform, identity revival, and financial empowerment, we should try to revive the cities. General terms these are. How are you going to do it? Kerala's urbanization is higher than national average. Projection, 80% of the state of Kerala will be having an urban population by 2050, which is again true. Like for example, in my village and all, what I know is big houses are there. 3,000 square feet, 5,000 square feet, 6. Don't get surprised by these numbers. In state of Kerala, this is like normal. It is pretty normal to have a 3,000 square feet home, 4,000 square feet home. That is all very, very normal. all the homes will be having 2 floors. Balcony will be there, terrace will be there, some cases swimming pool will be there. All that will be there. These are pretty normal things in the state of Kerala. Even in a village, if you go, you will be like, ye village hai. That is how you will be shocked. My father's house also, it is around 3,000 square feet. We don't have a swimming pool, but yeah, we have constructed a pond there in a rectangle shape. So yeah, if you ask, is it a swimming pool? Natural pond, maybe you can call it that. Getting the point here? So 80% urban population by 2050. Clear? Climate threats. Floods in Ernakulam, landslide in hilly areas, coastal pressures. Gap is widening between crisis and planning. That is, Kerala is small state. It is evident that you see house or tree at every corner. That is not the only reason. There are other small states, all right. Goa is also a small state. Got the point here. The other reason why you will find it there is because the Western Ghats literally sits on that state. And all said and done, you will also have to respect the fact that the people there are slightly more civilian compared to other states in the country. Comparative basis I'm talking about. Anybody who has traveled to the state of Kerala will be knowing what I'm telling. I have my issues with the state of Kerala, that is different. But I am talking about a relative basis. Getting the point here. For simple example, again, if you want, oh, what is so great about the state, if you ask me, let me be very honest. Cops in the state of Kerala rarely, very, very rarely take out their gun. You will hear about the usage of gun from Tamil Nadu. You will hear about it even in Karnataka. You will hear about it in Andhra, Telangana. Maharashtra onwards, you know what is the story. Kerala, if you go, you are never going to hear it. You are never going to hear it. So basically, when people from Rajasthan, UP, etc., when they get a Kerala cadre posting, initial few days, they will be like, tight shirt, gun they will carry every day. First day only, probably the driver only will tell you, sir, iski zarurat nahi hai. You don't need to carry it here. But you may be coming from another state and you will be like, no, gun, we need security, safety. Once you, 2 months, 3 months into it, you will understand. No need to carry it. You will only go back to the armory and you will tell them, Rakle, you people only keep it. Because out of frustration, I may take it out and use it. That is the thing. That is how it is. Getting the point here. Gap is widening between crisis and planning means at the rate which we are planning, with that rate, you are not able to deal with what various crises here. December 2023. Ishaga, Swami Vivekananda has also told that Kerala is a mental asylum years ago. That is also there. That is another story altogether. December 2023, Cabinet Resolution. First state-level urban commission in India. Paradigm shift from project-based fixes to systemic thinking. That is, they have started now to think what should be the solution for this. I'll just finish this off, then I'll come back to you, Amrut Gaude. And what is the reason for it? That also I will tell you. 33 deep dive studies. Deep dive study means basically studying on land use, water, finance, civic health. 53 stakeholder dialogues consisting of mayors, NGOs, unions, residents, gig workers. What are gig workers? Gig workers are like temporary workers or basically like your Amazon delivery boys, Zomato, Swiggy, Flipkart, Amazon, all that. The 2,359-page final report set 10 thematic pillars that includes climate, finance, well-being, identity, etc. Data sources, they have used census, satellite imagery, socioeconomic indicators, ecological hazards, Kerala's urban character. That means if you really see it, earlier, always the government used to take decisions. But this has somehow failed to deal with climate change. So finally, with the Kerala Urban Policy Commission, what they are doing is, they are taking the inputs from mayors, obviously because it is urban, then NGOs, different unions, residents of the cities, the gig workers, that is people who work in cities to deliver, panchayats, everywhere they are taking input from all the people. Based on that input, they are coming out with a plan. Getting the point here? So what are they using for it? For climate and zoning or recommendations, let us see. Hazard-based planning. For flood, landslide, coastal risks, planning becomes proactive. So nothing great about that. Digital Data Observatory, real-time center at Kerala. A real-time center at Kerala Institute of Local Administration, where you will collect inputs from LIDAR. What is LIDAR? This is LIDAR. Basically using light to detect the urban landscape. So as you can clearly see, this, if you see, this is a car, and I think this is somebody crossing the road or something, whatever. Trees are there, shown in different colors. This is the road. This is a LIDAR image basically. So using LIDAR, what you can do is, you can basically do a topography mapping. What and all are there? What are the buildings there? What are the high-rise buildings, low-rise buildings? You can do it very quickly. Based on that, you can make the planning there. Governance overhaul. City cabinets led by mayors, specialist cells, climate-based mobility, dedicated municipal cadres, a Jnanashri program, youth tech talent recruitment. That is, you are going to use youth, you are going to use specialists, that means experts. Experts in what? Climate-based mobility and law, and then mayors. Economic revival. Thrissur and Kochi will be made into a fintech hub. That is place-based it is. Trivandrum Kollam region as a knowledge corridor. Kozhikode as a city of literature. Palakkad and Kasaragod as smart industrial zones. That is, depending upon each city's significance, it will be developed into a economic zone. That is, Thrissur and Kochi is generally famous for its IT hubs. Trivandrum Kollam for their knowledge, intellect. Kozhikode for its literature, art. Palakkad and Kasaragod for smart industrial zones. That way they will develop it. Common culture, revive wetlands, waterways, preserve heritage zone, etc. Why is the report unique? It is the fusion of local narratives plus data systems. That means you're taking the input from people and technology, both. Citizen experiences from fishermen, youth, vendors embedded into data maps and municipal dashboards. Policies are co-produced with citizens. It is the first state-level commission tailored to subnational realities, not national templates. That means this is not based on what center has advised. The solutions are local. Climate resilience is integrated across all pillars. Everywhere, the main idea is to withstand any climate change. Fiscal empowerment through bonds or levies means what? Funding, if you need, you will issue bonds. So that is almost like, let us say, I have gold with me. I'm taking the gold and putting it in the bank, I'll get money. Just like that, bonds are issued by the cities to the public. Public will give me money. So can anybody issue bond? Can Adani issue bond? Yes. Will people buy Adani's bond? Definitely yes. Why? Because it is Adani. He has good companies. He has good profit share. Similarly, will people buy Ambani's bonds? Yes. Let us say I need money. So I issued my own bond. NRK. NRK bond, I decide to tell, yeah. Anybody who are ready to buy this? Nobody will buy it. Why? Because it has no credibility. So bond, again, you must understand, bond is actually two purposes. If I am an ordinary citizen, government is giving away bond. I will take the bond and give government the money. Why? Because as long as I have that bond in my hand, government will pay me interest. That is like an investment. Just like gold. Imagine like gold. You go pledge your gold somewhere. The bank or the financial institution will give you money. Every month you will have to pay interest. Same thing. Government needs money. Government will give the bond. Public will buy the bond, giving money to the government. Government will keep paying interest. Best way of investment. Got the point? So you can use bonds. Municipalities can use bonds and taxes to raise funding. Governance shift. From bureaucracy, now it is getting shifted to elected cabinets of mayors, youth, and youth technocrats. People are good with technology. Stories, data, policy, action. This is the idea. Stories from ground level. That is people. You're talking with people from ground level. Data you're collecting using technology. Finally, you make the policy by consultation with everybody, and then you go for the action. Lessons for other states: create time-bound commissions, combine technical data with lived experiences, build dialogic systems, citizen inputs, data observatories, empower local bodies through green levies, that is green taxes, bonds, and risk premiums. Insert youth and specialist cadres in governance. That means this is the solution actually. How to improve the quality of city life along with making cities resistant to climate change. What next? KUPC rewired Kerala's urban planning DNA. How? By giving emphasis to climate awareness, community narratives, financial empowerment, and digital governance. Identity economy, it is not an end but a beginning. Kerala grow wiser, better, more human. Others author their own urban transformation story. Now, G6 and bonds, are they same, sir? Yeah, they are almost the same. Government securities and bonds, they are almost the same. Technocrats means basically people who are very well versed with technology, especially with digital technology, computer, etc. Coming to two questions here. Now, what is the reason why Kerala is so digitally literate? Again, right from the kings who ruled the state of Kerala, then again the Christian missionaries who came to Kerala, then obviously the first elected communist government in the in a nutshell, this is the reason. The kings who ruled the state of Kerala, they emphasized on education. So they had a lot of colleges, that, this, etc. Schools also. But again, just like in many other states, Kerala also had some of the worst caste atrocities. I have told you earlier that Swami Vivekananda actually called Kerala a mental asylum. The reason was because Kerala was infamous for one thing, that was breast tax. Breast tax simply means if a lower caste woman had to cover her breast with a cloth, she had to pay tax to the upper caste. This was the practice, number one. Number two, now I am from OBC. Maybe around 100 years ago, 100 years ago, easily, yes. 100 years ago, if an upper caste guy is coming and he sees me, because I am from other backward community, if he sees me, because he saw me, he will become impure. He will have to go and take bath. And I will get a lot of beating. Who told you to come and stand in front of an upper caste guy? Okay. Slowly this started changing with the Christian missionaries who came to Kerala. Again, they had come there for religious conversion or whatever. But again, they too set up a lot of English medium schools and quality colleges in the state, which actually exposed the state again to multiple languages. So Portuguese again came first where all Europeans, when we talk about Portuguese, first arrived in Kerala. COVID also first arrived in Kerala. Nipah also arrived in Kerala first. Simple, we have this habit of actually inviting unwanted people there. We are very, very large-hearted. So that was there. Arab traders and travelers also used to come there. So if you actually look at the state of Kerala again, they have this history of attracting people. So diverse cultures, diverse languages, it is already there in the DNA of the state of a Keralite, to be very honest. That is the reason why if you travel to the state of Kerala, you will definitely find a Keralite who will try to speak your language. You are never going to find a Keralite who will force you to speak Malayalam. Instead, a Keralite will try to speak Hindi in Malayalam. I'm not praising the state. You can again verify this. You can again easily verify it. You will never hear a Keralite actually telling, learn Malayalam. You are never going to hear it. They will instead try to speak in your language. Now, I don't know. Again, the current scenario, you can never say, no, never you will hear. But yeah, as far as I know, as far as things are in media and all, you will never hear it. That is what I have known. The reason is this, the historical part. So education, etc. was there. The base was there. Now, the beauty. This is the beauty. The first elected communist government. Communist government, if you see anywhere in any part of the world, they have always formed through violence. Russian Revolution, 1917. Or Vietnam, violence. Everywhere, wherever communism has come in, there was always bloodshed involved. They'll kill the king, they'll kill the old dictator, and then they will establish power. In the state of Kerala, a communist government was elected to power. What did they do? As soon as they elected power, they brought all schools under the control of the state, under the control of the government, and they opened all the schools for what? All castes, all communities. That is, historically speaking, communist workers, party workers used to stand as guard in the school. They will stand there with their dhoti all folded up and they will stand there. If any upper caste guys will come to create trouble, they will beat the pulp out of them. They ensured that the upper caste child and the lower caste child will sit inside the same school, same class, same bench. Equal treatment. Today, people may not even understand the seriousness of it, but back then, many people did it. That is the reason why, like I always tell you, today, my brother, my own brother, my 6 saal younger to me, he had an arranged marriage with a girl from an upper caste. Perfectly arranged marriage. Unimaginable maybe 100 years ago, but today it is possible. The reason is because education was truly, in its truest sense, democratized. I am not telling there is no caste-based killings, honor killings. It is not there. It is there. But on a relative basis, again, if you see, Kerala's, it is minimal. And the other question that somebody had asked is, then why is the crime rate high? I'll give you the answer for that. The highest crime rate is always recorded. World countries, when you take, it is Finland, Norway, Denmark, Sweden, etc. Means what? And in these countries, people actually go to these police stations to say that my pet grasshopper is missing, named Jack. I'm not joking here. Jack is the name of a grasshopper and it has gone missing. You can go to a police station and file a complaint, and the police will register the complaint. Crime rate is only because crime rate again is calculated on the basis of what? Crime rate is calculated on the basis of how many FIRs have been filed. More the FIR means more is the crime rate. Kerala files its FIR. Simple. To understand the importance of it, there is a program. There was a program conducted by Mr. Amir Khan that was Satyameva Jayade. In that year's program, when he conducted, in one particular year, Haryana's crime rate was 0. And in that same year, Kerala had the highest crime rate. Got the point here? This is the difference. Getting the point here? That is the story. And another reason is, obviously, when you democratize education and give it for all, obviously, who is going to get the benefit of it? Gender. Women. So this has led to very high literacy rate, because I always keep telling you, educate a woman in any society, that society will progress. Deny women education, that society will go backward. As simple as that. So women's literacy rate started going high. Their labor force participation rate is also high. And therefore, the marriage age of an average woman in Kerala, don't be surprised, it is mostly today more than 28 years. She will do her graduation, post-graduation, etc. That is, it is pretty normal in Kerala where parents will tell to their daughters, until and unless you don't get a job, we are not going to conduct your wedding. Get into a job, become independent. It's pretty normal there. Again, there are stupid parents who will marry off their daughter at the age of 19 also. That is also there. I'm not at all denying it. All right, that is also there. But largely, this is the trend. This is again the reason why marriages are very less in the state of Kerala. Even if they marry, they largely don't want no children, or maximum it is one child. Got the point here, people? This is the reason. So the moment you educate women only, atrocities in societies will calm down. Getting the point here? It is not a mystery. That is the reason why when they really say why it is actually said to make men, boys get married, to make them men, to make them decent, to make them stop, wearing their underwear continuously for one whole week. When a woman comes into the life, she will civilize it, she will change it. That is the main reason. That is why normally they say, right, oh, let him get married, then he will become fine. That is what Indian mothers believe. Never. You couldn't change your son in 25 years and you expect a girl who has just come yesterday to change your son. Your irresponsible son, never going to happen. Clear? This is what it is. So 9-11, it's already too late. I know only 2 topics we could discuss. But again, analysis part it is there. So this entire topic again, this is probably you will only write what? Kerala Urban Policy Commission as a solution for India's urbanization related problems. That's it. In mains. In prelims, what will you write? Prelims, obviously the year 2023. This is for 25 years. This is a grassroots level up from the level of people, from the level of NGOs, from the level of mayors, from the level of technocrats, leveling up. You make the policy. This is all that is there to remember in this. Got it here, people? Let us call it a day. 2 other topics are there related to China. We will take it up in next class. Any queries here, people? Now we can take up the non-academic related queries. Let us get right into it. The topics, like I promised you last week, China rare earth and China-India border. These 2 topics we are going to handle today. Then we will be seeing the Waqf Act and Supreme Court, iron chromatography, and then government e-marketplace. Let us look into it one by one. China rare earth. Total there are 17 metals rare earth. Light rare earth elements like lanthanum, cerium, praseodymium, neodymium, samarium, europium. Getting the point here? Basically, you can actually reread it multiple times just so that you will be remembering it. Can we skip your current affairs PDF and read monthly compilation? Yeah, you can go for that. If you are able to understand the monthly compilation and you feel that you can already make the connections there, you can go with monthly current affair compilation. There is nothing wrong with it. You can go for it. Got the point? It is left to you entirely. There is no compulsion that you have to definitely join for this course. If you are somebody who can read the MCA and you are able to make complete connection with it, that is okay. This is how the question can come here. This can be the question here. You know it means, please go ahead with it. Cost, please visit the app. Only then it will become clear. Heavy rare earth elements: gadolinium, terbium, dysprosium, holmium, erbium, thulium, ytterbium, lucium, scandium, yttrium. Promethium is excluded, which is radioactive and not mineable. So that right there is your potential prelims question. Promethium, which is actually a radioactive material. It is also a rare earth element, but it is not extracted for the simple reason that it is radioactive. What are the uses of rare earth elements? It can be used in clean energy, EVs, in wind turbines, in defense, aerospace, steel and ceramics, in high-tech smartphones, hard drives, optical, glass and fibers. Aspect. Now, what are we going to see? Rare earth elements, to what extent China has control over it. To what extent China is the monopoly here. Half of the global reserves, if you see, it is lying with whom? It is lying with China. Half of what? Global reserves. That means this is right there you have a data. 50%. 50% of rare earth elements lies with China. Production, largest producer. In the last 5 years, China has been the largest producer. That means what? When it comes to production, China is number one. Refining capacity dominates the value chain. 92% of global refining, again China. What do you mean by value chain? See, it is not just enough that we have rare earth element anywhere. Reserves are there, okay, reserves are there, therefore we are also having that, we also have it. In Karnataka it has been cited, in UP it has been cited. But the $1 million question is, can we extract it out? Commercial exploitation, is it possible or not? That is, commercial exploitation simply means, say for example, rupees 100 I am spending to extract the reserve. Okay, rupees 100 I am spending on it. But finally, I am only able to sell it for rupees 98. What is the loss? The loss is minus 2 rupees. Because my cost of extraction is much higher. That means one thing you have to understand here is, extracting rare earth element is not so easy. You need certain technologies for it, certain machineries and equipments for it, which India doesn't have, or most of the countries in the world doesn't have. In that matter also, when it comes to the technology for extracting rare earth elements, who is involved there? Who is number one there? China again. That is the reason why we have the sentence here, dominates the value chain. That means right from the point of extraction to the point of selling it, transporting it, everything you talk about, China leads. Getting the point here? So far, no. Promethium, no. You have other options are there. Plutonium or uranium is there. They are a much better option as far as radioactive or nuclear energy is concerned. Ishika. Clear? Exports. China is the largest exporter. Supplies 30% of the global demand. That is the next number then. Next data. So far what we have seen, 50% of the reserves lies with China. China is the number one producer, more than 60% of global production and 92% of global refining. So 50, 60, 92. Then 30% of global demand provided by China again. Clear? Trade actions April 2025. Export restrictions on 7 rare earth elements. That means China has decided they will not export 7 of their rare earth elements. Targeted NDFEB. This is chemical name, by the way. Magnet elements, ceramics, phosphorus, steel, aerospace, glass fibers. Whatever is used for manufacturing all of this, those elements won't be sent. Correct? Only one source, Lakshmi. Just one source is enough. Export dependence. US, second largest importer. Japan is the first largest importer. India, more than 75 imports from China since 2021. What is the idea here? The idea is simple. That is, we are also equally dependent on whom? We are also equally dependent on these exports. 75% of our rare earth elements comes from where? It actually comes from China. So number games again. 50% is what? Reserves. 60% is what? Global production. 92% is what? Global refining. 30% is supply, export. Apart from this, 75% of rare earth elements, India imports. Getting the point here? Instagram influencers becoming teachers. Interesting. Have you ever seen the interview board of UPSC? I have been there. You can check my name. It is, I've been to the interview board. 187 marks I have. Do you have any other identity other than being a pain in the dash in the YouTube comment section, Mr. Ashok Ravindra? Why China is not selling it? Good question. China doesn't want to give away its monopoly. See, one thing you must understand. China is going to be the next Saudi Arabia. Why the next Saudi Arabia? Very simple. So there is what you call an oil cartel called OPEC. And that is actually led by Saudi Arabia. What it simply means is these are basically all the crude oil producing countries coming together and forming a group. All right. And this group will decide what quantity of oil should be produced. What quantity of oil should be produced? Because the idea is very simple. If quantity produced is more, can you tell me what will be the price of crude oil? More quantity of oil is produced, what will happen to the price of crude oil? Oh, you need not call me sir, Mr. Ashok Ravindra. Please. You're teaching me the basics of English grammar, right? You're somebody so elderly. I will call you sir. Oh, it's very difficult, Mishti. Low. Correct? You all agree on that? Shiva, Ishika, Kamal, you all agree on it? The price will drop. Or in other words, if the oil cartel wants to maintain high price, then what they will do? That is, Saudi Arabia, OPEC wants high price. Now what should they do with the quantity? Very good, very good, very good. There is no scam in it. Rajiv Ranjan, mixing of ethanol with petrol is happening since many years. It has already there since many years in Europe. Tell me, in the case of OPEC wants to increase the price, what should they do? Reduce the quantity. As simple as that. This is what is currently happening. This is what is happening currently. That means the crude oil prices are very high right now in the international market. People may say, oh, Russia-Ukraine war is happening, or maybe it is because of the crisis that is happening in Middle East. All that. Yes, I agree. To an extent, it is true. But the reality is what? The reality is OPEC countries is keeping the quantity low so as to keep the prices very high. This is what they are doing, keeping the price very high. They are not actually allowing the quantity to increase. Got the point here? So price will remain high. Same logic is what China is doing. Because the thing is very simple. First of all, let us start from the first thing, that is reserve. Talk about reserve. Talk about the technology to extract. Then the technology to transport. Then finally the final product. In all this, what is the scenario? China enjoys an absolute monopoly. China becoming an absolute monopoly in this matter simply means China will decide to whom they should sell, how much quantity they should sell, how much access other countries should have for it. By making many countries dependent on it, now what is the advantage? Where rare earth elements can be used. See, we are easily moving into an era where artificial intelligence, AI, Internet of Things, 5G technology, all these will be what? Used extensively. Machine learning, deep learning, everything will get automated. But if you need to use it to that level of automation, you need that level of technology. And for all this technology, especially one basic building block is there. And what is that? You call them semiconductor. And how is semiconductor made? Using your rare earth element. Got the point? Using rare earth element, it is manufactured. So this is the reason why China is playing this game. Because not now, 10 years from now, see, simple logic. Take electric vehicles now. Initially, when electric vehicles came, there were not too many takers for it. Correct, because we had no idea about the range. It was looking very costly. But as the years are progressing, don't you think there will come a day where maybe an electric vehicle will be able to travel for at least 1,000 kilometers in a single charge? I mean, already there are vehicles that claim this. But yeah, this will become even more commercialized and it will become even more accessible. But for that electric vehicle to achieve this high range in a single charge, you need what again? Rare earth element, semiconductors. Correct? What if we come up with a technology to mine at a lower price? Agreed. We can also come up. But for that, we should answer another question, right? To come up with a technology, Vanka Ramesh, what is the most important thing necessary? REE is rare earth element. Pradibha. As the name suggests, Ishtiaq Malik. Rare earth element simply means, or rare earth metal simply means those metals or those metallic or non-metallic elements which are rare, which you don't find everywhere. They are very rare. Very rare means, as the name says, their quantities are very, very low. That is what it simply means. Clear? Moving on. China's policy moves, new rules. Companies must operate within government quotas and obtain approval to trade rare earth. Means what? Henceforth, you can only export a certain amount of rare earth elements. Beyond that, you cannot. Number one. Beyond that, you cannot export anything. Second point. By putting a quota, you are putting a restriction there. So other countries won't get access. Got it? For everything, you need what? Approval now. Earlier, this was not the case. Why India is not investing in their R&D? We'll come to that. Earlier actions, prohibited export of extraction or separation tools. December 23, banned export of processing technology. Observe, first what was done? Extraction or separation tools, their export has been completely prohibited. The technology needed to extract it. The other one is what? Processing. That also has been taken out. Very nice, very nice. Mr. Ashok Ravindran again is back. Learn to listen first before coming to your conclusions. With the case of reserves, I did not say China has a monopoly. I said China has a monopoly because of the larger context. What is the larger context here? Take reserve, the technology, the transportation, the final product. With all this, when you put it together, it looks as if China has the monopoly. And where does the monopoly come from? It comes from the fact that they are not they have prohibited the export of extraction or separation tools. They have banned the export of processing technology. So if other countries don't have the technology, then how are they going to extract it? You can have kilotons or megatons of rare earth elements sitting right under your ground. But if you're not able to extract it, then what is the whole point? And you don't have the R&D also to find out which are the tools or which are the materials right now that is available. Because China is leading not only in the production part, but also in the export of it, thereby making many countries dependent on Chinese sent or Chinese sold rare earth elements, finished product for manufacturing whatever they want. That is the idea. All right. So somebody has decided to spam our chat section today. Interesting. UPSC faculty, somebody I think was never, maybe their identity is basically to find fault with others. Anyway. Why is India not using this method? Because India does not have the money. India spends a great amount of money on its subsidies. India spends a large amount of money on what? Subsidies. The money spent on education is less. The money spent on research and development is less. Why is it so? Because we don't demand. We don't demand that we need better schools, better colleges, better facilities. Instead, what do? We actually go for freebies. Free bus service is there. Free electricity is there. Free subsidized urea is there. We are happy with it. We are not worried about R&D. Getting the point here. So that is one of the major reasons why we are lagging behind China when it comes to research and development. We will see. China has 30% of rare earth research papers. US and Japan has less than or equal to 10% each. India has only about 6% approximately. That means if India is submitting 10 papers in a year, China is submitting 5 times that. 50 papers in a year when it comes to rare earth. Another reason, like I will tell you, now normally everybody will say there is a coaching mafia in our country. Everybody will say that. You know who is the real contributor to coaching mafia? Indian society. Why? Indian society will regard only a few jobs as careers. Doctors, engineers, chartered accountants, and then government job. This is only considered as career. So if you actually do a research, if you actually take a doctorate, if you actually do a postdoctorate, it is not encouraged here. What is the other reason for that? The syllabus of our colleges. The syllabus of our colleges, whichever curriculum, whichever course it is not linked to market. Most of the colleges, if you actually see, they are not actually updating their syllabus according to what the market demand is. Whereas in USA, exactly that happens. Means they actually update their syllabus based on what? They update their syllabus based on market demand. So at 15 or 16, it is perfectly natural in USA for a school-going kid or a high school kid to actually start coding. Because it is available. They can take it as one of their subject. They can take it as one of their subject. If you're interested in coding, you can take it up. Whereas in India, there is no such option. It is like one closed box. The syllabus is already set. And you have to just remember everything, memorize everything, and vomit it in your exam. You get the marks. Here it is all about marks. There it is all about understanding. And that is the reason why any technology you talk about, either it will come from USA or with the current trend, it will come from China. You don't see it coming from any other country. Maybe yes, even Europe it will come from. But from other countries, you will not hear it. Why? Because that link is not there between the education system and what the market is demanding. So there is not, we don't have an organic updation of our syllabus. We update the syllabus after the thing comes out. Then we change things. For example, if you look at it, we are the users of Facebook. We are the users of Microsoft. We are the users of Apple. We don't make Apple. We don't make Microsoft. We don't actually make a Facebook. Getting the point here? Thorium, any good? See, thorium, even if you have, again, like I told you, you can have any number of minerals. Any number of minerals we may have. Let it be thorium. Or let it be, lithium, which has been now. They are telling that it has been, the reserves are there in UP, Karnataka, and it has even been found in parts of JNK. Whatever. $1 million question is, can we do a commercial extraction of it? Where it ends up becoming profitable. But if you are not able to do it, means that reserve will remain as a reserve. That is the point. Yes, Vanka Ramesh, it moves towards a practical knowledge. That is true. Should we stop subsidies which is helping poor people? Again, very good question, Meghana. Now, in that scenario, let me tell you one thing. Around 81 crore people are dependent on food from Government of India under National Food Security Mission. 86% of our workforce is from the informal sector. 86% of our farmers are small and marginal. So when you look at these figures, it clearly shows that we do have a significant impoverished population, which is socio-economically backward. That reality is there. Now, talking about wealth inequality also, when you talk about, we know that top 1% or rather top 10% owns more than 60% of country's wealth. Top 10% owns more than 60% of the country's wealth. What does that mean? Roughly, it means around 15 crore of the population owns more than 60% of the country's assets. That means if you keep India's population at 145 crore, the remaining 130 crores will have to settle for what? The 40%, which is going to be very difficult. Getting the point? Clear? So this is the issue here. Taking it further forward, funding. $14 billion annually since 2022 for mineral exploration. Just look at the funding there. $14 billion with a capital B. Just for what? Mineral exploration. Trust me, India doesn't even spend that much amount of money even for their whole research and development. We don't spend that much amount of money even for our whole research and development. China spends that amount just for mineral exploration. So anybody who is saying that we will take over China, we will defeat China, that is not going to happen anytime soon. China, the level of money that they have is huge. marks highest 3-year investment stretch in the last decade. Clear, people? Now comes China-India border. So before we start with this topic, very briefly, let me tell you LOC and LAC. So at the time of independence, as independence was approaching, 1947 was approaching, between India and Pakistan, I mean, the country was getting divided into two. So we had more than 500 princely states that time. Princely states means these are the states which were still under the rule of the king. Getting the point here? See, Megan, I don't have a problem with subsidies. You have got me wrong here. I am not having a problem with subsidies. My problem is, are the subsidies going to the eligible beneficiaries? That is my problem. To put it in perspective to you, Dr. Meghana, freebies were announced in the state of Karnataka a couple of years back when the current Congress government came into power. One of the freebie announced was free electricity. Anybody who is using up to just 200 units of electricity, they will get it for free. This was the condition. Agreed. Now, my question here is, should it be given to those people who are staying in high-rise apartments where both the husband and wife salaries are like 6-digit pay figures? That means they are earning in lakhs. Correct. They are earning in lakhs in a month. Should it be given to those people who are staying in rented apartments where the monthly rent is around 40,000 to 50,000? Monthly rent I am talking about. Just the rent. Should it be given to such people? Obviously no, because if somebody can afford 40 to 50,000 rent, then why should they get free electricity? Correct? This is what on this we both can agree. But guess what? I know people at a personal level who were availing of that benefit, who were literally getting free electricity just because they have a document to show that they are staying inside Bangalore. Number one. Number two, their electricity consumption was less than 200 units. Got the point here? The electricity consumption was less than 200 units, and therefore what ended up happening? They started getting the benefit of it. This is the real problem. The real problem is not that you're giving subsidy. The real problem is that subsidy is not going to the intended beneficiary, whereas its benefit is being taken by those people who are aware of it and who knows what are the loopholes in the system. This is the same issue when it comes to caste certificate, income certificate, OBC reservation, SC/ST reservation. The ones who are aware of it, they exploit the system. The ones who don't know about it, they never get the benefit. This is the issue. Got the point here? Even I agree. We need subsidies. There is no doubt about it. There are no two ways about it. Because like I told you, 81 crore are dependent on National Food Security Mission. 86% is from informal sector. That means they don't have any PF. They don't have any pension. They don't have any social security. They don't get any insurance benefits. Nothing they get. 86% of the farmers are small and marginal. That means they have very small, tiny plots of land. So yes, we do need to give subsidy. But we need to ensure that it is definitely going to those people who deserve it, not to the undeserving ones who are already well off. Got the point here? Complete digitalization is the only solution, Vanka Ramesh. Complete digitalization, bringing every Indian, every citizen or every resident in India under the digital radar. Bringing everybody under the digital radar. Only then you will get to know who is who. One of the other reasons why we need to conduct a census as early as possible, just to know who is who here, how much income each person is earning, what is the data there, because it's been a long time since we conducted our census. Getting the point? The last census was conducted in 2011. So it's been more than 14 years. Got the point here? Hey, Gidira Nagaraj. Again, exactly, Navneet. Kisan Samman Nidhi, the same thing. Every scheme if you take, you will find this issue. Got the point here, people? Exactly. That is the point. Universally, when you cover, then what happens? You don't have to verify anybody. But what happens there? Whose money is getting wasted? Your money and my money. Our taxpayers' money is getting wasted. This is also the same reason why in agriculture in India, we don't make any investment. So it will sound very surprising to you, but we don't make any investments in agriculture. We do make, but it is nothing. It is peanuts. Why? Subsidy bill is so huge. We are left with little or no money to make active investments in agriculture. This is the reality. Got the picture here? Taking it further forward. So coming to LOC and LAC. So like I told you, at the time of independence, we were having more than 500 princely states. These are basically the kings, the rajas, the nawabs, etc., etc. So they were given the option that they can either join India or they can join Pakistan or they can remain independent. One state that decided, or one kingdom that rather decided to do this what? Was J&K. Jammu and Kashmir under Raja Hari Singh decided to do this. Getting the point here? Raja Hari Singh decided that he will stay independent. He will not join either India nor he will join Pakistan. India decided to go for a wait and watch approach. Okay, let us see what will happen. And this is where things started becoming a little crazy. Pakistan, even back then, Khujli nation, back then, even today it is the same Khujli nation. What they decided to do was they decided to send their army dressed up as Indian Mujahideen. And they entered into Jammu and Kashmir region. Raja Hari Singh got scared and he left for Delhi. He came down to Delhi seeking the help of Nehru, that I need your help, I need your military's help. And that is when Lord Mountbatten basically told Nehru that you send the military help, no issues, but get him to sign the instrument of accession. And what is this instrument of accession? Instrument of accession simply means if I am Raja Hari Singh and I am signing this document, it simply means that I am surrendering my kingdom to the Union of India. My kingdom henceforth will be a part of Union of India. I am surrendering all my titles and everything. That is what it simply means. Raja Hari Singh signed it. We put up our troops inside Air India because we did not have a separate plane and all to carry our troops. So our troops got inside the passenger aircraft Air India, pulled out all the seats out, passenger seats out, loaded it with weapons, took off, reached Kashmir. But by the time all this drama bazi was over, it was a little too late. Already the Pakistanis had managed to take over this much of portion. And then the whole thing, like you know, it was taken up to UN. UN again intervened and finally brokered a peace deal. The peace deal was that this line came to be known as the ceasefire line. Ceasefire. Ceasefire simply means stop firing. Pakistan started calling this Azad Kashmir from that day. There is nothing Azad about that region. You will never ever mention also it as Azad Kashmir. It is actually an ill-occupied piece of land by the Pakistanis. And it is POK as of now. Tomorrow a day will come where it will become part of India. Pretty much guaranteed it is going to happen. So POK. This became POK, and what was this line called? This line was called the ceasefire line. Again brokered by UN. Accepted by both India and Pakistan. This was the deal. Many years later, we fought another war, the 1971 Bangladesh Liberation War. And in that war also, we showed Pakistan who we are, who they are. As after the war, an agreement was signed known as the Shimla Treaty. In the Shimla Treaty, the ceasefire line got a new name, and that new name was what? LOC, line of control. Got the point here? It became line of control. So where does this line of control start? Where does this line of control start? What is the length of it? Where does it end? It is accepted mutually by both India and Pakistan. Shaxgam Valley is different, Ishika. That is different. Shaxgam Valley is something which Pakistan, as a gift, gave it away to China. That is another thing. That is this portion here. Gave it away to China. I'm telling that is for no reason that I call it a Khujli neighbor. Their only agenda is to irritate India, destroy India as much as possible. India should not get ahead. For that, whatever is needed, whatever trouble they can create, they will do that. Got the point here? So, this is LOC. So, LOC is what? Recognized internationally, mutually accepted by India and Pakistan. Where does it start? Where does it end? Everybody knows. The length of it, everybody knows. Clear? All that. This is what LOC was about. In 1962, we had another war. The first war what we fought was the 1947-48 Jammu and Kashmir war. J&K war between Pakistan. With Pakistan. Then the other war which we fought with China was in the year 1962. With China we fought. Why did we accept? Why we accepted what? See, it is not that we gifted. See, yeah. Okay. Disputed territory. Obviously, it cannot be gifted. Obviously, it cannot be gifted. You are exactly right. How can they do that? That portion is ours. Exactly. See, that is the idea here. See, 1947-48 war itself, Pakistan got the taste of Indian forces. So they knew always that it is not going to be easy to defeat India. 1965 war also we defeated them. Got the point? So Pakistan's agenda was very simple. Whoever is against India, we will be with them. We will join forces with anybody who is against India. This was Pakistan's only ploy. Otherwise, if you actually say there is no reason to support China, because China is a communist country. And Pakistan was already supportive of USA and the European countries. Pakistan never supported socialism, never supported Russia. Getting the point here? Pakistan was always supporting the Western countries. But in spite of that, Pakistan decided, okay, let me give the Shaxgam Valley to India. What is the counter? What is the reason for it? Because tomorrow, if India wants to take over POK also, what will be the problem there? India will have to deal with Chinese forces also. India will have to face Chinese forces also, which won't be easy. Because like I told you, as far as China is concerned, China's military budget is more than our total budget. China need not even win the war against India. All that China has to do is maintain the war, stretch the war, keep fighting, make Indians keep fighting to the point where Indian economy takes a nosedive. That is all China has to do. China need not even launch a complete attack from north, south, east, west. China need not do any of it. All China has to do is what? Just maintain the war. Keep maintaining the war as long as possible. Indian economy will get ruined. So it is not at all going to be easy for us to take over this. Pakistan has already ensured it. Now coming to Chinese side, 1962 war. Why did this war take place? Again, the reason, if you actually notice, so as early as the 1950s, China had constructed an all-weather road. An all-weather road. What do you mean by an all-weather road? As the name says, you can use the road in any weather. Capable of carrying 2-ton military trucks. Are you getting the point here? In 1950, China was capable of constructing this along the Aksai Chin region, which is all weather and able to carry 2-ton military truck. Today, for one small rain in Bangalore, the road will break away. Even after these many years, we have not found the technology to make roads which won't break away in one normal rain. Bangalore, it doesn't rain heavily. Come on. Other parts of India, I can understand. But in Bangalore itself, the road breaks away. But China was capable of making what? All-weather roads carrying 2-ton military trucks back in 1950. China built this road here. Why? China built the road only because they wanted to take over Tibet. So what they used to do here was, they started sending Chinese population to go and settle in Tibet. Why? When Chinese population starts increasing in Tibet, what will happen to the original Tibetan population? They will become a minority. This was a strategy that they used. Very powerful strategy. So the Tibetan monks who were there, I mean, you would have seen them, clean-shaved head, wearing these red robes, long red robes. They are all Buddhist monks who will only do meditation. They won't talk much. They will always smile and talk. They are such sort of people. They won't indulge in fighting and all. What they used to do was they used to indulge in self-immolation. What do you mean by self-immolation? Means they will burn their own robe, R-O-B-E. They'll burn it. They'll put it on fire. They'll light a matchstick, put it on fire, and then they will sit in deep meditation. Even when their whole body is burning, they won't cry, they won't scream. That is how they used to protest. Chinese government did not budge. Protest kept on going, and their spiritual leader was Dalai Lama. And Chinese government knew that, take out Dalai Lama, that's it, the whole movement, whatever resistance is there, it will come crashing. But what did Dalai Lama and his followers do? Through through Himachal Pradesh, they entered India and took refuge here. Nehruvian government at that time decided to give them refugee status. They decided to give. China was not at all happy with this. As far as China was concerned, I am taking away Tibet. It is my wish. Who are you to interfere in it? But then back then, our foreign policy was largely led by NAM, non-alignment movement. We were like this Gandhi and we were like this ray of hope in a very big bad world. We will protect everybody. We will protect the rights. This was our ideology that time. Idealistic, I should say. So Nehru decided, no, we will not give you Dalai Lama. And then China decided to punish India. To put it in Hindi, Tera औकात मैं दिखाता हूं तुझे. I will show you what you are. And without any provocation, China decided to attack India. And China attacked. China attacked at both the places. We were unable to withstand the attack, etc. We took a lot of casualties. And just like how China unilaterally attacked, China unilaterally said, okay, I'm stopping the attack, and China went back. This is the reality. China came, China attacked, China left. Because China had no interest in capturing the territories of India. China just wanted to show, you mess with me, this is what I'm going to do to you. All right. And there comes the trouble. The trouble is now China came, China left. But to what extent China has left, where China has left, we have no idea. In fact, in the map, we may draw it like this. But what is the reality here? The reality is that when it comes to the line of actual control, that is your Siachen Glacier, by the way, occupied by India or in the control of India. Okay, 1 minute. There is a slight error in this map. 1 minute. Even though in the map we may draw it like this, the reality is this is nothing but a series of dots. That red line, we draw it in the map. Even when you draw it, you can draw the red line. But what is the reality? Reality is when it comes to the line of actual control, is it marked in any map? No. At the ground level, do we know where does it start, where does it end? No. What about, is it agreed? Does India and China know where it starts, where it ends? Again, no. There is no clarity on these things. Many prime ministers from Rajiv Gandhi, Narasimha Rao, Vajpayee, everybody have tried. Why? Till the latest, Mr. Narendra Modi have tried to go to China and convince them. Okay, tell us, you tell us, where does the border start, where does it end? China will not say. China doesn't want to sort this issue. China wants to maintain that suspense. Now, what happens because of this? So earlier what used to happen, I will tell you, back in the UP era, etc., how it used to be was that China will cross to this side, India will cross to that side occasionally, because no border, right? Nobody knows where does it start, where does it end. There is no border. So what Chinese will do is they'll come to this side of the border and they will write some Chinese alphabets. Something like this, they will scribble on the rock and they will go back. India also, whatever it is, India will sometimes cross to their side and will write something on their rock and come back. That's it. Other than that, nothing was there. But ever since this particular government came into power, what have they started doing that has irritated China so much? Because that also we need to know. Because every time we see that earlier we did not used to have these many troubles with China, what has started to happen here? Well, let me ask you another question. Do we have a proper border fencing? Or rather, I will ask you to as a proper question only. India has a fenced border with A, 1, Pakistan, 2, Bangladesh, 3, Myanmar. Select the correct answer. A, all. B, only 1. C, only 1 and 2. D, none. Can you tell me what is the answer to it? That is one narrative, Mega. Shiva is telling none. Keshav Adhikari is telling 3. Kannadiga is telling all. Shagunal Abhishek is telling D. Dharani none. Fencing is completed. Amit, completed completely. Pakistan side. Are you sure? Fence means fence, pa. Like a, what do you call it? Like a border. Tall gates. Tall gates are put up. Not a gate. It's like a metallic barrier, but it is see-through. You keep that. Getting the point here. Answer is actually none. Correct, Mishti. We have not completed it yet. Are you getting the point here? 78 years of independence. Even now we don't have a proper border. Border is there. We know where is the border and all, but we are not put a proper fence there. No barrier is there. People can walk, people can come out. Got the point? And what is the reason for it? This is from the speech given by Mr. A.K. Antony, the defense minister inside the parliament during the UPA government. And what was that? All the governments has always followed one policy as far as border area is concerned, which is what? Don't develop the border area. I repeat, this is his statement. You can verify it. Don't develop the border area. Why? Because if you don't develop the border area, you won't have any border issue. You won't have a border issue with China. You won't have a border issue with Pakistan. You won't have a border issue with Bangladesh or Myanmar. As long as you don't develop it, you keep it as it is. You keep it impoverished. Don't develop it. This is the speech he gave. So, if I'm not going to develop it, then why do I need a fence? Why do I need a barrier? Getting the picture here. Current government, as soon as they came into power, what have they started doing? They have started fencing it. They have started fencing the Pakistan side of the border. They have started fencing the Bangladesh side. They have started fencing the Myanmar side. All said and done, the entire fencing process should get over in different years. But then by 2030, this fencing will be completed. Getting the point here? Exactly, Vijay Bakkai. So that is the reason why when we say there are so many infiltrators, illegal people in this country, from Bangladesh alone, the contribution is illegally entered people is greater than, not equal to, greater than 2 crore. Why will Pakistan fence? Swarnim. See, Pakistan knows one thing very clearly. They know one thing, that India is never going to cross to their side of the border and acquire any land. That confidence they have. So they never bothered to fence. It is like, why should we fence? We will walk into India anytime we want. That is their idea. But we never completed it. Got the point here? This is how things are happening. So from Bangladesh alone, more than 2 crores. So from Pakistan, from Myanmar. So many illegal people have entered into the country. Whose responsibility it was to ensure that these people don't enter? Central government. Whose responsibility it was to find where these people are, arrest them, deport them back? Police. But police actually comes under whom? State government. Got the point here? This is what has been happening in our country. But then this government, what they started doing, they started fencing things. Because first thing is, what you want to develop an area, you create proper security apparatus. You put fences, barricades. Now you start development. Getting the point here? Just give me a minute, people. Understood till here? So this is the issue. So what irritated China is India started developing things around the border region. India started strengthening their military activity along the border region. India started landing heavyweight aircrafts. There is an aircraft called Hercules C-30. Hercules C-30 with 4 engines. That is, normal aircraft will have 2 engines. Your Hercules C-30 is something which will have 4 engines will be there. It's a massive mammoth Airbus. Big aircraft, very big aircraft. How big it is means it can store at least some 15 to 20 Hummers it can store. 15 to 20 Hummers. So you understand how big it is. We landed this aircraft in Ladakh as a show of strength to tell them that we can land it here. If you remember a few years ago when the Agra Expressway was inaugurated, we had landed the Rafale there. Why were we doing all that? Basically to tell the correct Noor. Basically, why did we land aircraft on Agra Expressway, Rafale? Just to tell China that, listen, we can land if I can land it here, I can send it there and launch my missiles also. Will China be happy about it? Absolutely not. That is why we are having constant irritation from China. Getting the point here. And again, like I told you, maybe I have told this in my Titan batch as well as to the Pinnacle batch students. When the Galvan Valley attack took place, we know we lost around 20 soldiers, in and around that number, 20 plus soldiers we lost. And we lost them not because China did something. It is that they fell off from the cliff, from the Galvan Valley. At the top, we fell off into the river, the chilling, freezing river. But what we don't know is, Indian numbers we know. Why China did not release their numbers? The estimate is that Chinese lost anywhere between, if India lost 20, China lost anywhere between 40 to 50 soldiers, 40 to 60. Because Indian army soldiers were like, anyway, I am going to go down. You also come along with me. And we pulled them into the river. That is how we went. Getting the point here. As part of an understanding between Indian army and Chinese army, Indian army nor Chinese army is supposed to carry any weapons along the India-China border region. We are not supposed to carry any weapons. Our soldiers were unarmed. Literally unarmed. What about China? Yes, China was unarmed as far as firepower was concerned. That means they did not have any guns. But they were carrying batons. Long steel rods with barbed wire at the end. Barbed wire, if those of you who don't know, normally barbed wire is kept on top of walls. Wires will be running like this, where in between there will be metallic wires will be there with markings like this. You would have seen it on top of many property. That wire they have taken out and they have wound it here. With that, they were striking our soldiers. Getting the point here. That is how badly we went down. But when before going down, we were like, tu bhi aja mere saath. Like that, we went down. In other words, yes, attack took place, etc. But the reality, within the Indian army, what they are telling is, psychologically, we won it. What we couldn't do in 1962, we did it in we finally did it in Galvan Valley attack. We gave it back to them. Getting the point? Now, Galvan Valley attack starting point was from where? Why did that attack start in the first place? As usual, China will come to this side of our border. Will come and they will say, hey, this is what... They will be talking in all their, nausea-filled voice. You know, you won't understand whether they are vomiting or whether they are speaking. So when they started doing that, a pass out from Officers Training Academy, a young pass out, just a young lieutenant, just passed out from the military academy, Indian military academy, gave one punch to the Chinese major. We must understand, lieutenant, where is a lieutenant? Then where is a major? One punch to the major fainted and fell. Indian lieutenants, 22-year-old boy, whose mustache also has not started coming out. He gave one punch, the major fell down. To take revenge for that only, they came in the dead of the night, armed with steel batons to attack our soldiers. Got the picture now? This is why China is irritated. Getting the point? We are trying our level best to resolve this. We are trying negotiating, but they have no intention of solving this problem. So the primary difference between LOC and LAC is LOC is accepted by Pakistan and India. It is internationally accepted. It is clearly demarcated on map and on ground. What is the total length? Where does it start? Where does it end? Everybody knows. But when it comes to LAC, there is no clarity. Getting the point? There is no clarity at all. Why? Because they don't want to resolve it. Getting the point here? So this is the thing. This is why China is keeping it burning. See, that revenge, we cannot count it as a real revenge there. Getting the point here? That won't be counted as a major revenge and all. Revenge is when you are unarmed, your opponent is armed, your opponent is at least 5 times your strength. So some 200 or 300 Chinese soldiers have come just to handle some 40-50 odd Indian soldiers. Imagine that. Just to handle 40-50 Indian soldiers, unarmed Indian soldiers, they had sent around 300 people to the Galvan Valley. And that is what we took them down. Got the point here? Again they tried it. Second time they again tried it. But this time we were ready. We were ready with our own desi versions of what? Batons and everything. We were also ready. We gave it rock solid. Nobody died, but punches were thrown, kicks were thrown, blows were exchanged. China got it royally well and went back. And if you notice, after that second attack only, if you notice again, on Pakistan's side, the Khujli started increasing. The China strategy is very simple. Tell Pakistan, come on, show your Khujli. Pakistan will show Khujli. That time, Chinese forces will push. China's forces will try to enter. If we try to keep our forces engaged in both the directions, then what will happen? Well, in that case, China's attention will shift towards whom? China's attention will shift towards eastern side, Arunachal Pradesh. Getting the point here? This is the thing. So here now, what is the issue now? Here you have a borderline called between India and China, what is called as MacMahon line. What is MacMahon line? As the name clearly says, this again was decided by UK. This was decided by UK. When? Back in 1914 or 16. That time period. So that is when India was not still an independent country. The whole deal was signed between UK, Tibet, China. Now understand, this China which signed this was not the communist China. This was the older Chinese government which was called the Republic. 3 of them signed an agreement basically to decide what should be the border between Tibet and India. UK, Tibet, China, they decided what should be the border. We drew the border and that is called MacMahon line. But what happened later? Later what happened? This was somewhere in the 1914-16, that time period. Later what happened was that in 1950s, Communist Party took control of what? China. Meghana, did I say it is being underplayed? It is not considered as a real revenge. That is what I am telling you. You want to consider it, you consider it. Because even after that, we did not have any issues as such. 200, 300 casualties, etc. Fine. After that, what? Did we go into a war? Did our issues with China get worsened afterwards? No. Things were going smoothly only. 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, you don't have any China-India issue happening, if you notice. Now why it has spiked up suddenly? In the recent years, it is because what we did in the Galvan Valley. That is the main reason for that. The Galvan Valley attack and the subsequent attack, because unarmed what we could do, we proved it to them. Getting the point? See, China's main occupation reason behind Tibet, one major reason could be minerals, both metallic and non-metallic. That is the only reason for actually taking over Tibet. Other than that, nothing else is there. Number one. Now, come to here. Communist Party took control of what? China. Now, when they took control of China, then what happened? They basically said that we won't accept any treaty backed by West. According to the Communist Party of China, this treaty, that is the MacMahon line, the MacMahon line was actually drawn by the British and by the old government of China. What happened to the old government? Well, they left China and they went and took refuge where? They took refuge in Taiwan. Now at least you understood why the current Chinese government is telling Taiwan is ours. Got the point here? That means this was the old government. Alright. In China, when the Communist Party took control of China, these people fearing for their life, they left China. They took refuge in Taiwan. They settled there, they continue to live there, etc. Now China is telling Taiwan is also ours. Getting the point here? India is maintaining strategic autonomy without seeing as aligning with one power bloc. Which power bloc have we aligned with diarrhea? Which power bloc? USA imposed tariffs on India. What did we do? We went with immediately. USA decided to call Pakistan for lunch or dinner or something. We immediately started going with China and Russia. Tomorrow, if things become better with USA, we'll go with USA also. See, it is no more about we are aligning with any power bloc. It is all about what is beneficial for me, what is troublesome for my enemy. I will do that. That means the current foreign policy of India is all about India first. Understand that very, very clearly. It is, and which is a power bloc today? Who is a power bloc today? Is USA a power bloc? USA doesn't have that level of muscle anymore. Please understand. USA doesn't have that level of muscle anymore. Then China you're talking about or Russia you're talking about. China, I will agree. China doesn't require India. India is dependent on China for a lot of imported goods. But so is Australia, so is Europe, so is USA. Every country today in the world, name one country which is not actually importing Chinese goods. Name one country. You will hardly find any. Probably Antarctica could be a reason. But Antarctica, obviously, it is not a country again. Getting the point here. So we are maintaining strategic autonomy. We don't listen to anybody. Understand that very, very clearly. It is an India first policy that we are maintaining. Got the point here? Now Taiwan also they are claiming. So they won't accept any treaty. Means what? China doesn't accept this MacMahon line. China calls this entire Arunachal Pradesh as what? Southern Tibet. China calls entire Arunachal Pradesh as Southern Tibet. Is there any evidence for this? Well, the only reason is this place called Tawang. Tawang is famous for a Buddhist monastery. So how is that a Buddhist monastery is present there? That is China's question. This Buddhist monastery has come because this region was part of Tibet earlier. And Tibet is belonging to China. So therefore, this entire region belongs to us. This is China's logic. Got the point? This is the Chinese logic. If there is a Buddhist monastery, then that monastery has come because it was part of Tibet. And now Tawang lies with us. So this entire region is southern Tibet. That's it. Do they have any map for this? Do they have any document to show that this region once belonged to China? Nothing. Or with Tibet? Nothing. Not a single document is there. Getting the picture here. So China basically wants only one thing. Here we don't have border clarity. Central region also some issues are there, but not much. Here also we don't have border clarity. What will happen? India will have to spend huge on defense. What money could be possibly used for infrastructure, health, education, that will go into what? That will go into defense. India keeps on buying, India keeps on equipping themselves. For China, that is also enough. China doesn't want India to go for a war directly. They are like, as long as they are buying defense equipments, let them buy. It is okay. Let it be. This is the attitude. How did China claim Tibet? They went and occupied it, sent their people there. See, China again, communist China, what they did, forcibly they told the Chinese population to come and settle in Tibet. So what is their strategy for this is also very similar. What is happening now? They will make first built houses there. Like colonies, they will build houses in rows, columns, etc. Houses are built, then they will tell the people, come go settle there, I have built houses for you. Government will construct the house, government will ask people to go settle there. People will start settling. Demography changes. Chinese population will become a majority. Tibetan population will become a minority. Again, if you remember, few years back, along this border region, it was again reported that China is building what? Residences along the border region. This is the same thing that is happening. That is the point, right? That is what, see, China knows it very well. Now that other idiot, other Khujli we have, which is the other Khujli? Bangladesh. So that idiot from Bangladesh, he basically made a statement going to China that we are the leaders in Bangladesh. Why don't you come? You know, this chicken neck corridor is there. You take it over. Then you can take entire Northeast you can take. All the very best. All the very best is what I would say. Attack any other part of India, they will at least spare your bones. Try attacking Northeast, they will not even spare your bones. Got the point here? That's one region that is filled with martial tribes. Martial tribes means, so we would have played hide and seek, you know, Coco, cricket, all these games. But Northeast people, if you go and ask them, like I have in my offline class, in our offline class, PW Bangalore, we have a student from Manipur. So I asked him, what did you or did you not kill a flying bird with a stone? By throwing stone, did you kill the bird? By throwing a stone, and once it fell on the ground, did you remove the feathers? Cooked it then and there, and did you eat it? He said, yes, it's normal there. Are you able to understand? A bird is flying, you throw a stone, kill the bird, make it fall, remove its feathers, cook it and eat it. As children, this is what they play. This is a game. So, killing, mardad, blood and all, for Northeast people, it is like nothing. That is the reason again why Manipur is burning, even now. Any other part of the country you go, you show the gun, you are an SP. You come out of the car, you just cock your weapon, you walk a little in style, in swag if you go, people will run away. Whereas in Northeast, if you try to do the swag and all, pull your gun and all, they'll be like, wait, I have something bigger than that. They will take it up. Yes, Northeast weapons are easily available thanks to the fact that we are bordering Myanmar. Got the point? This is the reality. Clear with this much now? So the whole article, LOC, LAC, I have summarized it here. I have given a summary of the events, that is from 1979, what each government has done. That is one aspect. But what the Hindu has not covered is LAC is the demarcation that separates Indian controlled territory from Chinese controlled territory. India considers the LAC to be about 3,488 km long, while Chinese consider it to be only around 2,000 km. It is divided into three sectors: eastern sector, which spans Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim; middle sector in Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh; and western sector in Ladakh. Alignment of the LAC in the eastern sector is along the 1914 MacMahon line, and there are minor disputes about the positions on the ground as per the principle of high Himalayan watershed. So, nice to know that. High Himalayan watershed. What is high Himalayan watershed? High Himalayan watershed simply means, see, if you actually look at that map again there, this is your Arunachal Pradesh, right? And this is again what the Himalayas also move. The Himalayas also, if you actually see, they go like this and they take a U-turn. Alright, there is a U-turn that they take. Similarly, this is where the Sangpo flows, makes a U-turn and then enters India as Brahmaputra. So, two river valleys, Sangpo River Valley and then Brahmaputra River Valley. So, I need to fix the border now. Where will I fix it? I cannot fix it on Sangpo River. Why I will not fix it there? I cannot fix it on either of the river valleys because river will keep moving. So you cannot fix the border on that. Which is the best place to fix a border? To fix it, always the best place to fix between two river valleys will be always what? The mountain. Along the mountain region, you fix the border. Clear? So that is what you mean by high Himalayan watershed. Then, the major disagreements are in the western sector where the LAC emerged from two letters written by Chinese Prime Minister Zhou Enlai to Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru in 1959 after he had first mentioned such a line in 1956. So, two love letters written by Chinese Prime Minister Zhou Enlai to Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru in 1959 after he had first mentioned such a line in 1956. So, let us see what it is. So, this is that fellow. Alright, never trust people with thick eyebrows. To put it concretely, in the eastern sector it coincides. It means line of actual control. Coincides in the main with the so-called MacMahon line. Look at the irony here. So, this idiot back in 1956 he said, LAC coincides with the MacMahon line. Means what? They have accepted this. They have accepted this. Current government is not accepting. Current government is not accepting. One thing assured about China is they are pathological liars just like Pakistan. They'll keep changing their statement. So you can never trust them. And in the western and middle sector, it coincides in the main with the traditional customary line which has consistently been pointed out by China. Look at the wordings. Traditional customary line. Consistently been pointed out by China. Which is that traditional customary line? Nobody knows. Oh my God. Thick eyebrows. That is why you have beauty parlor. Harshit, Junair. But I think I also have thick eyebrows. My eyebrows are also quite thick. Don't trust me also. Happy. During the Doklam crisis in 2017, the Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson urged India to abide by the 1959 LAC. So during Doklam crisis, what did they say? Now please listen to 1959 LAC. Saw that. MacMahon they are not ready to accept. Then they will say, follow this. Because here it is mentioned traditional customary line. So believe this. Now Nehruji. What is Nehruji telling? Something which all of us would have thought. There is no sense or meaning in the Chinese offer to withdraw 20 kilometers from what they call line of actual control. That is, China basically said, okay, after the war, China said, okay, Diwali offer for you all. I am going back by 20 kilometers from line of actual control. I am going back. Happy. All of you are happy. This is what China said. Nehru is like, what is this line of control? Is this the line they have created by aggression since the beginning of September? Getting the point? What is this control? From where did it come? No idea. Getting the point here? India's objection was that the Chinese line was a disconnected series of points on a map that could be joined up in many ways. The line should omit gains from aggression in 62 and therefore should be based on the actual position on September in 1962 before the Chinese attack took place. And the vagueness of the Chinese definition left it open for China to continue its creeping attempt to change facts on the ground by military force. No. Vijay Bakkai, please understand. This line of control is not your Pakistan's line of control. Please understand. He is referring to Nehru is referring to line of actual control. Because please understand, the line of control with Pakistan came during his daughter's era, Indira Gandhi. When he is telling what is this line of control means, he is referring to the line of actual control. Don't get confused here. Got it? Clear? MacMahon line I have already told you. Any doubts so far? You can read the summary by yourself. Clear? Any doubts so far with regard to this topic? Taking back Bangladesh and Pakistan. Never, I will go by what Shastri sir told. Lal Bahadur Shastri Sahab said, never take over a territory where the people don't want you. Getting the point here. 1965 war, we have marched all the way till Lahore. We were inside Lahore city for a very brief time. Then we were called back. So that time army was not at all happy because as per the protocols of Geneva Convention, if the army enters a territory, they can capture that territory. But Prime Minister Shastri sir basically said one sentence for that. He said, they didn't want us. That is why they created a separate country. Now what is the whole point of controlling them and acquiring that territory when they don't want us? So the only other option that India will be able to take over POK smoothly without firing a bullet, or for that matter even Bangladesh, can only happen if the people wants it. Otherwise, with our military force, we can go ahead and do it. But what will be the sad part about it? We'll have to keep fighting with the local people there. And it won't be easy. It won't be easy at all. Got the point? Yes. Obviously, Payal, China wants us to waste our money on defense purposes because we are the only major threat. We are the only major threat against whom? Only major threat against Chinese aggression in the Southeast Asian region. India is that ray of hope not only for USA and the Western countries. India is a ray of hope for the Southeast Asian nations. For China, therefore, it is very important to keep India down. India shouldn't rise. India shouldn't grow. That is the logic there. War, very unlikely. Very, very unlikely. Because unfortunately or fortunately, China is also facing one major issue what India is facing, which is what? A rapidly declining population. And the youth which is coming, the next youth that is coming, they are all these single son families. See, single son and all, when you have, what is one of the major challenge, they will always, pamper them a lot. So they are not actually your rough and tough Chinese of the past. These are all like, proper Amul babies. So China is also aware of it. Nobody wants to join the army and all. Everybody wants to make money, have a good life, etc. Interest to join the army, the patriotism, all that fervor is dying out. In our country, the problem is that even today, roti, kapada, makan is a luxury. So the government job is that one-stop solution where you get izzat and roti, kapada, makan. And in the case of Indian men, you even get a wife if you have a government job. So for that reason, many people still continue to join the military. But that is not the case with China. Getting the point here. So in another 20-30 years, China will easily have a huge old age population and a very small young population. Clear? Waqf Act and Supreme Court. So a law was passed called the Waqf Amendment Act 2025. 65 petitions were filed by various leaders and parties like AIM, TMC, RJD, YSR Congress, CPI, etc. Grounds: violation of Article 26. On what ground have they challenged the new Act, Waqf Amendment Act of 2025 passed by the Parliament? Violation of Article 26. What is Article 26? Right of the Muslims to manage religious affairs. Supreme Court bench consisting of CJI, Chief Justice of India, B.R. Gawai and Justice A.G. Mashish Masih were present. Nature of the order. What order the Supreme Court gave is an interim stay on select provisions, not the entire act. Interim stay. That means it's an intermediate stay. Temporarily, it has been put on hold. Certain provisions, not the entire act. That means many provisions of the act is actually valid. Supreme Court has not even bothered to correct it or dispute it. Getting the point here? So let us see. Which are the provisions that they stayed first? Section 3C, powers of district collector. What was the law? The law was, collector could inquire if Waqf land was government land. During inquiry, property ceased to be Waqf. Officer could alter the records. That means one of the major allegation against Waqf Act was that, see, Waqf Act, the old Waqf Act I'm talking about, not the new amended Act in 2025. The original Waqf Act which was passed, I will tell you what it is. Say my property here. If certain people from the Waqf board, they come, they can put a board and say this property belongs to Waqf. It is my duty to prove that it doesn't belong to them. Normally, that is not the law. Normally, if let us say, if I take Azad Chandrasekhar's land and I say that it is my land, I have to prove that, I have the documents to prove that Azad Chandrasekhar's land actually belongs to me. That is the law anywhere in the country, except in the case of Waqf. In Waqf, Waqf need not show that they have any evidence. They need not show it. It is left to the challenger. That is, it is left to me now. My land, it is right. I have to prove that it is not Waqf. And where should I go and prove it? I should go and prove it only to a tribunal, the Waqf tribunal. And whatever order given, that was binding. And again, you cannot appeal. That means once the tribunal gives a verdict, I cannot, if I am not happy with it, I cannot go and appeal it in a High Court or a Supreme Court. It's final. So the issue was that, let us say now I have a issue with the Waqf board. I have an issue with the Waqf board because they are claiming my land. To whom should I go to complain? Waqf tribunal. Who will be the members there? The Waqf board. Getting the picture here? With whom I have a complaint, with that same people only, I should expect what? Justice from. So one of the, so again, if it is not me, what if it is government? If government land is taken, Waqf board is claiming government land, government should prove what? It is government's land, it is not Waqf board's land. And government should go where for that? Waqf tribunal. Got the point here? So the act, that is the amended act, basically said that if government land is taken by the Waqf, it is found that it is taken by Waqf during inquiry, property will cease to be Waqf land and the collector will be able to alter the record. Collector could alter records. Correct, Adarsh. You are in fact quoting Adarsh. You are in fact quoting the same observation that was given, I believe, by Madhya Pradesh High Court. Madhya Pradesh High Court judge also made the same observation. That is, tomorrow if you come and claim Taj Mahal as your property, that also should be given to you or what? Literally the judge asked that. What is court's reason? Court stated this provision, that is, collector will not have any power. Property remains Waqf during inquiry. Officer cannot change records. Collector deciding titles is arbitrary. Balance, no dispossession but no new third-party rights until tribunal decides. Means what? Collector will not have the power to decide or power to change it. Let the tribunal, everybody decide what land it is. Let the tribunal also prove it. Until then, wait. Until then, nobody, it will remain Waqf. But you cannot use it or sell it to somebody. Nothing you can do. You should maintain as it is till the issue is sorted. Second clause, inclusion of non-Muslims in Waqf board. Allowed non-Muslims majority in Waqf board. The original act. What did Supreme Court say? Stayed in part. Directed limits. Central Waqf Council, if it has 22 members, maximum 4 non-Muslims. State Waqf board, if there are 11 members, maximum 3 non-Muslims. Who were these people who claim the land in Waqf? Waqf is again a practice where you donate your land or your property for the Islamic religion, growth of Islamic religion, or basically you're giving it to Allah, not growth. Basically, yeah, you're donating the land, you're donating your property for Islamic religion or to Allah. That is what it basically means. But the interesting part about the Waqf Act is that if I am claiming, let us say now Devil Lucifer's land, I'm claiming his property because I'm part of the Waqf board. I need not have any evidence. And the other aspect of Waqf Act was that they need not even register it. They need not even register the land. That means the properties of Waqf, where does it start, where does it end? As of today, nobody has any idea. Nobody has any idea. We have some humble estimates here and there. Estimated this much land should be there. This many properties are there. But we don't have an exact on-the-ground data or value. That is the reality. In fact, every other property in India, even if I buy a property, I have to register it. An NGO buys a property, they have to register it. Private player buys a property. Companies buy a property, they have to register it. Why? Government land, government property has to be registered. Except Waqf. Waqf properties require no registration. 5-year practicing Islam rule for creating Waqf. That is, a 5-year practicing rule was created. What is this 5-year practicing rule? That means I should be a Muslim for at least 5 years if I have to Waqf my property. This was the change that was introduced in the new act. Only those practicing Islam for 5+ years could create Waqf. Supreme Court stated, conditionally stayed until government frames. Conditionally stayed until government frames rules on how to verify practice of Islam. That means government did not say, no, this is very bad. No. Government basically said, okay, we don't have a problem with this. But let the government frame the correct rules to know. We want to know what rules the government will frame. How will they verify that the person was practicing Islam for 5 years? How are they going to verify it? We want to know that. Moving on. Now, what are the provisions which Supreme Court did not even touch? Abolition of Waqf by use. Land long used for religious or charitable purposes deemed Waqf, even if unregistered, will be removed. That means if you have not registered a particular piece of property or land, you were using it for religious or charitable purposes, which is considered to be Waqf. But if it is unregistered, it will be removed from the list of Waqf properties. No more Waqf by use and all. You want to get it, if it is Waqf means you have to get it registered. did not stay. Government argued it prevented misuse on government land. Court saw no strong case for stay. The Waqf by use stands. Waqf by use is no more there. That means I have been using this land for so many years. We have been using it for religious purpose, charitable purposes. Is no more an argument to say that it is Waqf land or Waqf property. You have to get it registered properly. Application of Limitation Act. Earlier, Waqf could challenge encroachments without time limit. Now subject to limitation period. That means Waqf could challenge. That is the other part. Waqf could go and challenge any property, irrespective of time period. So some properties and all, interestingly enough, Waqf has challenged some properties telling that this belongs to Waqf. And when you ask them how on what basis? No, 200 years ago, the Queen has actually donated this land. 200 years ago. So there was no time limit here. Any time, any land could be claimed as what? Waqf. Any land. No time limit and all. 100 years ago, this was a Waqf property. 1000 years ago, this was a Waqf property. This is how they were claiming it. Law was passed. Limitation period was kept. Not stayed. Court said it ends unfair exemption and brings parity. Means what? Brings equality everywhere. Simply you cannot go and claim a land and tell that no, 50 years ago there used to be this thing here. That you cannot do anymore. 50 years ago this person has promised that he will Waqf his land. That means even anything said, not written. 50 years ago, 100 years ago, some king told this land is will be belong to Waqf. That is even before India got independence. Some Nawab or Nizam, let us say, they said. What does it mean? It will go to Waqf. Who should prove that it is not Waqf? If it is my land, I should prove. Now what is this over here? Limitation period has been brought. Getting the point here. Partial relief. Supreme Court protected Waqf property status during inquiries and ensured Muslim majority boards. Big reforms upheld for now. No Waqf by use and time bar on encroachment suits remain. So actually, if you see, again, yesterday's newspaper also, I saw yesterday's and day before yesterday's. It was all about victory for us, many opposition were claiming. Reality is the Waqf Act as it has been passed by the Parliament, that will remain. Many of the clauses as it is, that is at a surface level, some changes here and there has taken place. Other than that, almost all the clauses of the Waqf Act remains. It's an interim order. We'll have to wait for the further orders to come. Interim nature, order applies until final judgment after full hearing. So full hearing again will take place. That means this topic will come back again. I'm not expecting a question on this in UPSC for the simple reason that it is quite controversial. Any discussion on Waqf will easily lead to, you being called a Sanghi or you being called a minority appeaser, Congress supporter or whatever. But the law has to be looked into as what it is. Getting the point here? As what it is, it has to be looked into. Another thing what has missed out over here is, so earlier what was the law? Earlier the law was, that is any land related dispute is there, I can only go to where? The Waqf tribunal. And these orders are final. No appeal. Now they basically told district collector cannot decide or alter the land details. Whatever it is, if any issues are there, you may go to the tribunal and then the High Court. Getting the point here? Easily the High Court also comes into the picture now. That means tribunal orders are no more final. If I'm unsatisfied with the tribunal verdict, I can easily approach the High Court. Old Waqf law was not like that. Got the point here? That means Waqf law as it is, how the Parliament has passed, nearly 95% of it remains as it is. As of now, we will wait till the final judgment comes. Ion chromatography, government e-marketplace, otherwise known as gem portal, onion farmers protests, fentanyl, isobutanol blending with diesel. So what is this ion chromatography? So ion chromatography simply means, see, one of the major headache with regard to pollution especially is to find out what are the components present inside it. And generally, if you need to find it also, you need to actually use, especially in soil. In soil, if you need to find out what are the, harmful components present, soil particles are there, and between soil particles, or rather soil pores, in between those pore particles, you are having water molecules. Now I need to know inside these water molecules what is present, what amount of chemical is present. Why do I need to know it? Because obviously pollution is a serious issue. And how will chemicals enter into these water molecules? That too in soil. So into these water molecules, chemicals will come from what? They will obviously come from fertilizers, pesticides, insecticides. Got it? It actually comes from application of chemicals. Too many chemicals, you apply it on the soil. Too many chemicals you apply into the soil. What will happen? The chemicals will be absorbed by the plant. Correct? It will be absorbed by the plant. And then what will happen? What do you call that actually? Or 1 minute, bio. 1 minute. Bioaccumulation. Constantly you keep putting chemicals here, plant will keep accumulating it. Plant will keep accumulating it. And that you call as bioaccumulation. Now let us say this plant is eaten by a herbivorous animal. When a herbivorous animal eats this, any herbivorous animal you talk about, be it a goat, be it cattle, whatever, it all contains fat in it. The thing about fat is that fat actually absorbs chemicals. Unlike your plants, in plants you really don't have fat in it. Some minute percentage will be there according to some research. But if you actually see, it is very, very low in fat. So what happens here when an animal consumes this chemical filled plant, that chemical gets accumulated inside the animal also. And if this plant is containing, let us say 0.001 gram, the herbivorous animal will actually contain probably 0.01 gram. That means more than the chemicals what is present in the plant, chemical will keep getting, more quantity will get accumulated over here. Why? This is through a process called biomagnification. The reason is very simple. See, the plant, okay, 0.001 gram of chemical is present in it. The herbivorous animal here will not just eat this one plant, right, and stay satisfied. It will keep eating more plants like this. Correct? So it will eat, let us say, 10 plants like this. What happens? The amount of chemical that is accumulated in this herbivorous animal will be 0.01 gram. Correct? The magnification, it gets magnified here in this animal. Whoever is in the next in the food chain, let us say there is a non-vegetarian. A hardcore non-vegetarian is there. That non-vegetarian probably will end up having 0.1 gram of chemical present in the body, because they eat probably every week, every day. So that means higher you go in the food chain, the biomagnification increases, and therefore it will cause many diseases. Cancer, cardiovascular diseases, rare genetic disorders, anything and everything is possible. Got the point here? This is how it works. So you need to stop it at this stage itself to know what are the problems here. This is to do with the food chain, but this doesn't end here. What will it lead to further? That is soil is there. It is raining. The top layer is filled with, obviously there are chemicals here. Water gets mixed with the chemical. There is surface runoff. This combination, water mixed with the chemical, it moves out. It goes to lakes. It goes to rivers. It leads to a phenomenon called eutrophication. Why eutrophication? Because the whole water body starts getting enriched with nutrients, chemical nutrients. And as the chemical nutrients keeps on increasing, it will lead to what? Algal bloom. So in a water body, finally when this reaches, you have algal bloom now. The problem with algal bloom is that sunlight will barely reach the water surface. And wherever any water body that you talk about, which is not, where sunlight is not reaching, that water is highly unfit for any use, anything you talk about. So even the amoeba fowleri, which that is a brain-eating amoeba, you would have read about it in the news. So how does that come from? From where does that come from? It generally comes to those waters which are not moving, number one. Number two, where sunlight is not reaching it. So in these type of small lakes and all, where algal bloom is there, generally you will be seeing what? You will be seeing the presence of the brain-eating bacteria. Incidents of brain-eating bacteria have been reported from the state of Kerala. Interestingly enough, the brain-eating bacteria cases have also been reported in swimming pools where chlorine was not being used, where the water was not being circulated. It has also been reported even in water tanks. Got the point here? This is how things go. Again, so sunlight is not coming in. Algal bloom is there. Obviously, what will happen to the fishes here? Fishes will start to die. And as fishes start to die, they will start to decompose. They'll start releasing more and more carbon dioxide. And as more carbon dioxide starts getting released, it will also release what? CO2. It will also release methane. So as carbon dioxide and methane both are getting released, what will happen to that whole water body? Slowly it will start smelling. Because of the whole decomposition. Not because of methane. Methane, mind you, is a odorless gas. Methane and carbon dioxide both are odorless. There is no way by which you can feel the sensation, oh, methane has got released. No. Let me take you back to a history a little. Good old days when people used to go down in the coal mines. Alright, they'll carry canary birds with them. Canary birds are nothing but these bright yellow colored small birds. Just it will look like a sparrow. Sparrow sized. Alright, very nice to see. Very cute to see. So when they will carry these birds in small cages into the coal mines. Deep down they will go. So methane, like I told you, is an odorless gas. These birds can detect the release of this gas. Now, why is it so important to detect the release? Because in coal mines, how do you mine the coal manually? You use a chisel, you use a hammer, you cut it down. Or you break it down. That is how you do it. So when the gas gets released, the next time when you take and you hit, one spark is enough. Boom. Whoever is there down there, everybody will get killed. So the moment methane gas is released, what happens? These canary birds will get very agitated. They'll start banging on the cage. They'll start behaving very violently. That is an indicator that methane has got released. Now it is time to move out. Got the point here? This is how it is done. All right. So this is one aspect. The other aspect is, again, if this chemical is there, let us say it is now summer month. When summer months are there, what happens is the soil will develop cracks. Cracks will be developed. And whatever water is there mixed with the chemical, that will try to rise up. That will try to rise upwards. Why is it that it is rising upwards? Can you, anybody tell? Why is this? Please check it from your end, people. My audio is, I can hear my audio here. It's working perfectly fine. So Ishika is able to hear me. So if one person is able to hear me, then I believe there's no problem with the audio. Good evening, Anisha. POD increase. Very good, Prachi. Soil erosion. Evaporation. This is actually capillary action. Capillary action. Capillary action simply means when you put a straw inside a glass of water, the water will rise inside the straw. Forces of cohesion and adhesion working together, which will pull up that is the surface of the straw is pulling up the water or the liquid. So if you actually notice, most of the straws also what we get, they are very small in diameter. You don't have a big straw. You don't have a big straw. All straws, if you see, they'll be very, very small. If you actually see Maaza, Fruity, there, the diameter will be even more smaller. Why? Because the moment you insert it, liquid should rise up in it. That phenomenon is called what? Capillary action. So here also the water will rise up. But it is summer season, that water will get evaporated. And as the water gets evaporated, what happens there? The chemicals will be left behind in the form of salt. This will actually impact the this will actually impact what? The fertility of the soil, as pointed out by some of you earlier. Getting the point here? So, salt is also left now. Now, how to clear this? Not easy. None of this is easy, because once salt starts getting accumulated on your field, it becomes very difficult. So, the only thing to do is I should be able to judge the value of the chemical composition of my soil much earlier. And that is where the ion chromatograph comes into picture. Now, I told you, back in the good old days, this used to be a very expensive process. You needed to take the soil sample, along like moist soil sample. You needed to take it where? Explain why. Explain why what? Forgot also. So, ion chromatography, what it is trying to do is, instead of taking it to the lab where a very big equipment, very expensive equipment, etc., you need to use, ion chromatography has actually made it possible to use a simpler apparatus to find out the chemical composition very easily. Bioaccumulation gets magnified in food chain. Simple. Ishika, are you a vegetarian or a non-vegetarian? So the concept is very simple. See, in a plant, even if 0.01 gram is there, okay, all the 0.01 won't go to herbivores. Some will go, because when a plant takes it up, some part of it, the herbivore, whichever animal it is, goat, cow, pig, whatever, it will leave it as excreta. But a small amount will get accumulated here, let us say 0.001. From one plant it got. From one plant. But a herbivore will not stop eating with one plant. It will eat the next plant. It will eat the next one. The next one. It will keep on eating. As it keeps on eating more plants which are infested with chemicals, what will end up happening? The herbivores will end up accumulating more chemicals. And therefore, the herbivore stage, whatever you see here, it will have a far greater chemical concentration than the plants itself, because it is eating more. Getting the point here? It is eating more. Now, somebody like me who is a hardcore non-vegetarian, when I consume it, the goat especially, when I consume it, what will happen? The accumulation of the chemicals in my body starts shooting up. Got the point here? There is a reason why when you visit a cancer ward, you will generally find that maximum people who are there will be actually non-vegetarians. People will say religiously and mythologically, it is previous janma's karma, it is the next janma's punya, all that. It has got nothing to do with any of it. 90% of the diseases, whatever we get in the 21st century, it is largely to do with just two things. What we are eating and how often we are not moving. Continuously, if you are sitting from morning till evening, means it is as good as smoking a pack of cigarette. Got the point here? Yes, Taran. Vegetarians have far less chance of getting it. I don't know whether you people have noticed it. Non-vegetarians, I don't know whether you can change it or not. You will find it or not. Non-vegetarians, if you follow for 40-45 days, when you follow a vegetarian diet, you will start seeing that your skin also starts glowing. Your skin actually starts looking a lot better than when you are consuming non-veg. There will be a glow to it. Getting the point here? Why vegetarianism? Why vegetarians will not get it? Simple reason: plant doesn't have fat. That is the reason. Plants don't carry fat, whereas all the other animals, whatever you talk about, below the skin, you have the adipose tissue, which simply accumulates all the chemicals. It will collect it, it will hold on to it. that when you cut and eat, it is going into your body. And then it starts accumulating there. Whichever organ in your body is weak, there it will go and affect. You will get a rare disease or something like leukemia, cancer, cardiovascular diseases, or straight away heart attack. End of the story. Got the point here? Percolation of mercury into fish. That is different. Minamata disease, its origin is in Japan. That is pure case of industrial pollution. When you don't treat your effluents properly and you directly discharge the industrial effluents into the river, that is different. Here we are talking about pollution from the land. Clear? Yes, Sugumaran, that was basically because that time Teachers' Day offer was running. That is the reason why at that point I told it was 1,499. Now I think the price is 1,999. It may pick up in the future. So if you have any interest, I would suggest enroll at the earliest. Otherwise, if you're confident with your monthly current affairs, etc., please go ahead with that also. I am not actually, I'm not trying to sell the course here, etc. Nothing like that. It is just that from the student side, there was a demand that, okay, they need current affairs like this at least weekly, 2 or 3 days. That is why we are coming up with this. You look vegetarian as you do not look like 38. So ion chromatography now. Herbivore is more taken chemical than plant. True, Preeti, but I will tell you one thing. When you actually consume plants, what happens is, so your parents also, your mother will be doing it probably. Whenever your dad gets the vegetables, etc., sabzi, etc. from the market, he will actually dip it in salt and vinegar solution. Getting the point here. Why does she do that? Any chemicals is there, it will come out. And whatever chemicals is there, it is all present in the normal parts of the plant. I mean, the xylem, the phloem, the stems, there it will be present. Wash it with water properly, put a little salt into it, that chemical will come out. It will exit out because there is no fat to hold on. Whereas when you consume these meat, etc., in the human body, you have a layer of fat. It holds on to that fat there, and it remains there. That is the issue. Algae eating fish, if you add, it can cause other ecological problems. When you introduce one species into an area to control something, it will cause something else. Getting the point here? So many such fishes were introduced like this. They have, I think, one fish again is the one, I forgot its name. One fish from Africa that they had introduced in the water bodies, etc. So as to, because it's good as meat, alternative nutritional option. It is good for livelihood, etc., etc. But the problem with that African variety of fish was that it started attacking and eating the local varieties of fish. The certain breeds are there. When you introduce it into an area, they will, compete for the resources and take over that area. They will dominate in that area where the indigenous varieties of species, plant and animal, flora and fauna, both will get affected. Radicals that deepen into the skin and radicals burns the fat. Radicals burns the fat, that I am not so sure, because to be very honest, radicals, the more free radicals are released, that will actually cause further oxidation of your skin. Your skin will look further older. That is the reason why it is always said to consume fruits and vegetables. It is not about just having a non-vegetarian diet. When you have a non-vegetarian diet, one of the biggest issue is it is not going to get digested fast. So you need to take fruits and vegetables so that in case any free radicals are released also, it is counteracted by the fruits and vegetables. That is the purpose. You know it is harmful, then why you are still non-vegetarian? African catfish. Thank you, Praveen. Because for the simple reason that I love the taste of it. That is the reason. So let us see now ion chromatography. How does this thing work? Sample applied to top of a column. Top of a column means this is what it is. Eluent. Eluent means it is a stabilizing solution which is used inside. In most cases, the stabilizing solution that is used is sodium chloride. Sodium chloride is used. Now, when you use sodium chloride, what will happen? Conducting of electricity becomes easier because sodium chloride, you know, has positive, sodium is ion is positively charged, chloride is negatively charged. So now you have a electricity conducting fluid here, correct? Into that you add this sample, whatever sample you have extracted from the soil. Once you add it, what happens? The charges will start getting separated. That is, if you charge here as positive, the exterior as positive, what happens is all the negatively charged particles will stick to this region. Any positively charged particles are there, they will come out. So I can separate it now. That is the whole point of it. So that is the whole point of it. This is what it is. The sample will contain positive and negative charge. Then there is an eluent, which in most cases, like I told you, is sodium chloride. You put it over here. The detector will detect the cations and anions. And as the charges are detected also, it will show spikes in the graph. Positive charge, positive charge, like that. This is how it is done. Now, prelims related, what points are there? What is ion chromatography? The laboratory technique used to separate and measure ions, the charged particles in a solution. The sample passes through a long column packed with material that interacts with ions. Different ions move at different speeds, therefore they separate. Traditional method needs expensive, high-pressure, large lab equipment. A portable version has been now developed by a university in Australia. And the portable version is called Aqua Monitrix. Just note the name. Correct, Sanju? So oxidative, okay, because you brought that topic. Sanju, can you tell me if that oxidative stress keeps building up, what will it lead to? That is, oxidation is going on, increasing on the skin, or on the head, or maybe in the stomach, or maybe in the liver. That oxidation process is going on, increasing means what will that lead to? Question to Sanju Lambert here. Aqua Monitrix. So, Aqua Monitrix, note that name. Because easily UPSC can ask, Aqua Monitrix is a dinosaur that died 2000 years ago. What the point here? So, just note the name. Smaller, simpler, battery-operated device for field use. The new development, where has it occurred? University of Tasmania in Australia. Scientists, okay, this is fine, analyzed. What ions did they test? They tested nitrate and nitrite. Both harmful at high levels for the environment. Portable device gave results similar to conventional lab instruments. Slightly it has been increased. Now I think it is at around 1999. But please check the website and see, check it again, because I'm not sure whether they have not increased it again or not. All right. Now, how do these things enter into the environment? Nitrate, how does it enter? Nitrite, how does it enter? You must understand one thing here. Nitrate is the main villain here. Nitrate emission doesn't occur. Nitrite will never happen. Because from nitrate only, nitrite is derived. I repeat it again. Nitrate is the main villain here. Nitrite is something that occurs in that process where if nitrate is there, nitrite will get developed. Very good, Sanju. That is what I was looking for. So, as Sanju has clearly pointed out, oxidation stress, that is, heavy non-veg you take, more free radicals are there in your body, it leads to oxidation. Means your skin starts looking old. Number one. Number two, it will again trigger cancerous growth of cells. Any part of your body can develop cancer. Simple logic. Getting the point here? So let us see. Agriculture. Leaching or runoff chemical fertilizers and animal manure. What is leaching? Same thing only. On the top of the soil, you are putting chemicals, right? That chemical will keep going down, 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 down and mix with the groundwater table. That is leaching. All right. Forms from microbial reduction of nitrate. Notice this. Forms from microbial reduction of nitrate in low oxygen soils or water. That means wherever low oxygen is there and nitrate is there, then you get nitrite from it. I repeat, nitrate in low concentration, in areas with low concentration of oxygen, there you will get what? Nitrite. Getting the point here? I think you should be able to get the recorded version. Definitely, Sumit, once you apply for it. Wastewater and septic. Discharge and leakage from sewage or septic tanks. Nitrate can come from there also. Sewage or septic tanks also, you can get nitrate. Atmospheric deposition. NOx and ammonia emissions deposit as nitrate in soils and water. Through nitrification of ammonia also, nitrates can enter. These are some of the ways by which nitrate enters. That means naturally also nitrate can enter. Man-made, anthropogenic activities. That is through agriculture, usage of chemicals, wastewater and septic tank burst. Yeah, and NOx emissions. NOx emissions simply means vehicular emissions. Got it, people? What will it cause? Nitrate can cause methemoglobinemia in infants, which is known as the blue baby syndrome, thyroid issues, possible nitrosamine formations. That means it can easily affect our nervous system. Basically, largely it will affect the babies only. Infants it will affect mostly because baby's digestive system is not fully developed. So any exposure to nitrate and all, it will not be able to convert it into nitrite that easily. So that will cause such syndromes there. Basically, methemoglobinemia simply means proper amount of oxygen is not getting transported. As a result of it, the skin color will turn from red to blue. Red to blue it will become. All right. Leaching is the decrease of soil fertility. So in that case, can you tell me why do we say that electronic wastes, when you dump it directly onto the ground, that will cause leaching and it will affect the groundwater? Can you connect that and tell me, Anshika? E-waste is there, right? Electronic waste. All our laptops, computers, smartphones. If you just simply throw it on the ground, on the soil, what is the danger there? I mean, I'm just putting it out over there. What danger is there? Just putting it on the soil. What is the big deal there? Any dump yard you go into, Mumbai, Delhi, Pune, Hyderabad, Chennai, Kolkata, Bangalore, you will find plenty of such dump yards where electronic goods are simply strewn on the soil. Now, in such a scenario, tell me what is the danger there? All right. Major driver of eutrophication, algal bloom, oxygen depletion. Drinking water often exceeds safe limits in India. 20% of the sites has above 45 mg per liter. Now, this is what we really require. When you say nitrate is dangerous, what quantity of nitrate is dangerous? 45 mg per liter. Anything more than that is ideally dangerous. Getting the point here? Which process? Sakshi Badheka. Which process? As far as nitrite is concerned, we don't have any such particular values as such. All right, nitrite, like I told you, nitrite in an area with low oxygen content, it will lead to nitrite. What can be used instead of fertilizers? Just let me, who asked that question by the way? Basavaraj Kori. Basavaraj, I'll come to that. So World Health Organization recommends nitrate limit as 50 mg per liter. In India, it is most of the places 45 mg per liter. But
In many districts, 20% of the districts where sample studies were conducted, it was found that nitrate levels were abnormally high. US Environment Protection Agency, they have recommended 10 mg per liter. 10 mg per liter. World Health Organization is recommending what? 50 mg. US recommendation is 10 mg per liter. That is the reason why if you go to USA and if you walk into a house and ask, can I get a glass of water? They will just go to the sink, their kitchen. They'll open the pipe. They'll directly take the water from there and they will give it to you. You will actually fear, oh my God, they have directly taken it from the pipe and they are giving it to me. But in USA, that is perfectly normal because the government ensures that the water is clean and pure. The water there is as good as India's mineral water. Not of all the companies, some companies. Like an Aquafina, it will taste. Got the point here? Here in our home, if you actually take the pipe water and directly drink, don't worry, you will end up in the hospital within no time. Got the point here? Agreed. India, according to Bureau of Indian Standards, the limit is 45 mg. World Health Organization has recommended 0.1 to 0.2 mg per liter as far as nitrite is concerned. Got the picture here? Like I told you, nitrite, even in very low concentration, it is extremely dangerous. 0.1 to 0.2 mg per liter. In USA, it is 1 mg per liter. Generally aligned with who? 0.1 to 0.5 mg per liter, where in India. Taking it further forward, estimated levels in India, typical range, nitrate, in some places it is 0 to 760 mg per liter. 20% of 15,000 sites exceeded 45 mg per liter. More than 440 districts have been affected by nitrate pollution. Anshika, that lead accumulation, etc., before that, it gets mixed with the water and it will go down into the soil and then mix with the groundwater. That is the main issue here. Constantly being exposed to heat, rain, moisture, these chemicals also will slowly, what is it? And that plastic also what is used. It will all get into a liquidy mush. Then water falls on it. It will slowly start seeping into the ground. Got the point? It is not just about, yes, you can say loss of soil fertility, but mostly when we say, it is basically that the nutrients keeps going down. Whatever is there at the top of the soil, that keeps going down. All sorts of chemicals, whatever is there in the soil, that goes down. Got the point here? Even if it's hard water? Yes. Kerala in new. What the news? I didn't understand your question, Rajiv. Nagpur rural mean is around 45.7 mg. Bandara urban mean, it's around 22.5 mg. Delhi samples are greater than 100 mg per liter. Safe India limit is 45 mg per liter. Clear? Reduction and control. Through precision fertilization, cover crops, buffer strips. What does that mean? Now, simply that means you are going to use what is known as soil health cards, SHC. Soil health cards are nothing but basically it will show what are the macronutrients and micronutrients present in the soil. All right. Present in the soil. All right. Macro and micronutrients. Then you take the soil health card and go to a fertilizer shop. There you go. You give the soil health card. That person will tell you, okay, you have deficiency of iron, you have deficiency of sulfur. So for the compensate these two, I will give you this packet. You can use this packet, use it for 3 months, use it for 4 months. That means it is almost like going to a doctor. You go to a doctor and the doctor will prescribe, okay, you have these nutrition deficiency. So you need to consume this for 2 months, for 2 weeks, 3 months. Same way. So you would have always heard of these stories where corporate people who are slogging or slaving in corporate jobs, IT jobs, they work there 20 years, 30 years, they have 1 crore package and all, but they bought a farm, what is it? A farmland, 5 acres, 6 acres. They started doing farming and they started making easily 1.5 to 2 lakhs in a month. What is it that these corporate slaves or IT professionals are doing so differently from the normal Indian farmer? The normal Indian farmer doesn't know, even if he knows about soil health card, they won't use it. They will only go by what? Grandfather's or grandmother's wisdom. That means my grandfather used to do it like this. My father also has taught me like this, so I will only do this. My great grandfather always used to use only urea or cow dung, so I will also use only these two. I am not going to buy anything else. So for ages, the soil is being applied with the same set of chemicals again and again and again and again to the point where you have went for an overkill. Overkill means certain nutrients in the soil has exceeded all the limits. That is almost like those of you, boys as well as girls, whoever goes to the beauty parlor on a regular basis, let us say twice in a week, sorry, twice in a month, you keep applying facial after facial after facial, you will end up losing your natural glow of your skin. So each and every time what ends up happening is you need more of white cement, more of emulsion care, white wall care and other putty you need to put on your face just to look fair or just to get that glow. What is happening? Your skin is losing its glow by excessive application of all these chemicals, because whatever natural they say, oh, this is your natural, it's very natural, it's very organic. There is nothing natural about a product which when you apply it on your skin, it gives the glow on it. There is nothing natural in it. Then there is some girl out there who will never go to a beauty parlor. She will just use orange peel, banana peel, mango peel. She'll keep applying it on her face. Her face will remain the same even when she is 95. This is the difference. Got the point here? Same thing will happen here. So the traditional farmers, if you see, they go by what? Grandfather's wisdom. What their grandfather used to do, they will continue doing it, applying the same set of chemicals. The modern IT professionals, the engineers, the doctors who buy a plot of land, because they also don't buy acres and acres, 100 acres, 200 acres. Who has the money for that? They will buy just maybe what, 5 acres of land, which is actually a small plus marginal land holding. Small and marginal land holding means the size of the land is less. Still, why are they able to come out with a better productivity? They are able to come out better productivity because they go by science. They go by soil health card. They will find what are the macro micronutrient deficiency. They will do a complete weather check. And then they will see, okay, for this weather, what can be grown here in this soil. Then they will, next what they will explore is, how good is the export market? That is what they largely do. They'll check for the export market there. Does this product have any export demand? If it is there, in which country? Then they will spend their efforts and energy in accessing that export market. This is what they do. Got the picture here? Somebody, Rajiv Ranjan. Rajiv Ranjan, have you done this anytime? Soil health card for your plot of land? Face loses everything. Very good, Preeti. Way forward soil health card. That is one thing. That is the first and foremost thing. Soil health card. Number 2, using organic options. Like cow dung you can use. Correct. Biocompost. That is the next other option. Then using other techniques. Say for example, mulching. What is mulching? You have a plot of land, or let us say you have a flower pot. Your rose is here, but you want to ensure rose needs water also. So what do you do to ensure that it is always like having water? Okay, you can keep watering it. The next option is get the dried leaves, whichever is there, and cover this area with dry leaves. What is the advantage? Number one, dry leaves acts as an insulator from the sunlight. So this soil is protected. Number two, dry leaves will eventually break down and it will get mixed with the soil, which acts as a nutrient for the soil. Got the point? Simplest way these are. The other thing obviously to do is what? Intercropping. Mixed cropping. Or not mixed cropping, mixed farming, sorry. That is the next option. So intercropping, when I say, say for example, pepper, coffee. These two can be grown together. Got the point? Mixed farming, when you say, you try to include everything in it. So there is this guy, I think I'm not sure whether it is Telangana or Andhra Pradesh. So what he actually does is, he collects all the fruit plus vegetable waste from market. That he will give it to his cows. Cows will give him milk and also cow dung. Cow dung is taken to a biogas plant. The waste from here, that is the slurry, that is taken out and it is kept out in the sun, which will generate earthworms. Earthworms are used to feed the hens. Some are even used put directly into soil to grow plants as nutrition. Hens will give egg. In addition to this, he also collects fish waste, which he feeds to his ducks, which again gives him eggs. Mulching simply means you're covering the top layer of the soil with leaves, so that the soil layer is protected from the direct intensity of the sunlight. Feed their cattle with the cattle's manure, enriching the soil for the next crop. Agreed? Agreed? Clear? What are the international conventions involved here? This is something which you should keep in mind. EU Nitrates Directive 1991, UNECE Gothenburg Protocol, UNEP Global Nitrogen Campaign. You should actually make a list of all the conventions and protocols and then purpose. Each convention, that is, you will make a list like this: convention / protocol and then purpose. This you can get as a question. Fish waste is collected. You get to go to the market and ask to the people who are selling fish. You just ask them, whatever waste is there, just give it to me. Give some chiller amount to them. They will keep it. Correct? Satyamela Jayata program. Yeah, correct. All right, people. Use a sodium chloride as a solution. UV light absorbance detector. UV light is used basically to detect nitrate and nitrite because both of them absorb UV. Ultraviolet rays are also used as what? UV rays kills bacteria and other germs. That is the reason why UV light you have in a filter. And that is the reason why you need actually sunlight to hit every pond, every lake, every river. Only then the harmful microorganisms will get killed. Getting the point here? This is just for your understanding. So the applications of it is, now that you have a machine to detect nitrate and nitrite, you can also use these machines in the future to detect ammonia and to detect arsenic. Ammonia is very, very dangerous. Ammonia, let me tell you, ammonia is actually used to embalm the dead bodies, especially to keep the fishes, the meat, etc. for long life. They mix it with ammonia. Ammonia, if you ingest it, it will cause severe irritation. Internally, digestive system, etc. will go for a toss. Arsenic, straight away poison. Arsenic was apparently used to kill Napoleon Bonaparte. Daily, they used to give little by little arsenic into his food. Consuming that only, he eventually died. Directly, they did not want to kill him because they did not want to make a hero out of him. They did not want him to keep him alive also because they were scared of him. So instead, what they did is they went for arsenic poisoning little by little. What's the schedule of these sessions? Weekly on Wednesdays. Baga Swings 07. Today, as of now, this is the 13th lecture. Till today, it was on Wednesday. From October, which is basically next month onwards, it will be conducted on Saturdays, which will be more of a summary session. All right? All right. Moving on. Now, government e-marketplace. Let me cover this topic also. GEM. Now, these are some things which never gets reported in the paper. Public administration optional students, if anybody is out there, this is something that you need to remember. What is GEM? So, why is it that, if you actually look at these group C, group D, that is the clerks, the peons, the drivers, the cleaning staff, etc. in a government office, who gets very less salary, less than 30,000 or in and around 30,000 and all, that is their current salary. We know it for a fact that with 30,000 or 25,000, you cannot lead a home. Forget leading a home. You won't even be able to buy and eat anything. So how do they survive, or how did they survive in the past? Very simple. All I have to do is generate bills. How? Let us say I went to buy this pen. So when I went to buy this pen, the shopkeeper is a known guy. Price of the pen is maybe 50 rupees. But I told him, you put it as 75 and give me. So he will give a bill where the pen is only 50. He will make it as 75. So if I bought 10 pens, my profit and the bill will be 750 rupees. My commission or my corruption, my bribe, whatever you want to call it, my illegally earned money will be 250 rupees. What do I do with the bill? I just take the bill, I submit it in the office, in the government office where I'm working. I'm working as a peon there. I said, yeah, 10 pens I bought. This is the price. They will file the bill. It'll go to the treasury. Next month, when I'm drawing my salary, I get that money into my hand. Very smooth it is. Very, very smooth. Very clean. Until and unless somebody comes there to check it personally, no, you have actually charged more for a pen. It is only 50, but you charge 75. Nobody is going to get to know. So cars also, whatever were there, the cars of the government servants, always they will be under maintenance. They'll be always generating. Oh, we changed the tire, we changed the engine, we changed the model, we changed this, we changed that, we changed the whole car itself. They'll keep generating bill after bill. All you have to do is just go keep the bill there. Your job is done. So 25,000, 30,000 rupees, whatever your salary is, another 25-30K through all these dealings. Directly, is it corruption? No. But is it corruption? Absolutely yes, because you're wasting taxpayers' money. Got it? So to solve the problem of vehicle, what has the government done? Government currently is doing what? Contracting out. That means no more there is something called as government vehicle, government driver. That is very, very less. Only for a few services, only for a few posts. That post is there. Otherwise, it is simply not there. For IRS service, etc., today what you have is, you will have a cab, no doubt about it. You will have a car with the board, everything. But it is not a government vehicle. It has been taken out on rent. Monthly rent basis. Owner, let us say I am the private car company owner. I am giving the car as lease or rent for the government. Petrol, my expense. Driver's salary, my expense. Maintaining the car, my expense. Insurance, repair, anything, my expense. Government is only paying the rent. Government need not worry about pension. Government need not worry about, oh my God, so much of maintenance for the car. Oh, I need to pay the insurance. Nothing. Just pay the rent. Got the point here? Government is saving money in that. So here it is fine. This fine, you can contract it out. But what will I do about grassroots level corruption? What will I do about that? That I need to solve, right? That is where government e-marketplace comes. A government e-marketplace is just like your Amazon, Flipkart. Only difference is, here you have, so I need to buy a pen. I need to buy pen for an entire office. I need to buy pen for all my branches and divisions, totally. Okay. Now I want to buy. When I enter into GEM, Government e-marketplace, I will find there are three vendors. There are three vendors ABC who are selling pens. So I need 100 pens. They are all offering different price. 15 rupees. Let us say somebody is offering 15 rupees. Somebody is offering it pens at 25 rupees. Somebody is offering pens at 20 rupees. Now what I will do here is, I will basically give a quote. I will give a quote and I will say, okay, 10 rupees per pen. This is my offer. What am I doing here? I'm doing reverse bidding. Bidding means what? To keep saying a higher amount. 25 lakhs. Oh, 30 lakhs, 35 lakhs. That is bidding, where it will keep climbing up. Here it is reverse bidding. That is my quote I am saying. I'm saying, okay, you are telling 15, you're telling 25, you're telling 20. I want 100 pens. But I'll only offer at what? My price is, I will only offer 10 rupees per pen. Who can offer this to me? That's the thing. So let us say A will say, okay, I am ready to give it to you at 12.5 rupees. I'll offer it at 12.5. 10 is too less. But C is aggressive. C is like, forget it. I will offer it to you for 9 rupees. I will go with C. I will go with C. Because I will tell you that reason also now. Whoever quotes the lowest, you're supposed to choose. Whoever quotes the lowest price, you're supposed to choose. Because in case, I know, as an officer, I know, C's pens lacks quality, half of them won't work, all that is there. But then I can't help it. C has quoted the lowest price. I'll have to go by it. Why? Because these things are always audited. In the future, if they find that C quoted 9 rupees, I didn't go with C. I went with A, who quoted a higher price of 12.5. My pension, my promotion, my increment, everything will be put on hold by the vigilance department until the inquiry is completed. They'll keep calling me, whichever part of the state I am in, they'll keep calling me for vigilance inquiry. Why didn't you go for 9? Why did you go for 12.5? That time if I say, because 9 rupees, that quality is not at all good. That is a pathetic pen. That company also got shut down. They won't listen to that. They'll be like, no. You are told very clear instructions. As per the law, you're supposed to go by the company which quotes the least price. Why did you go for the highest price? This tu me will continue. It will take 10-15 years for this issue to get resolved. Until and unless somebody sensible comes there and says, Arey, he's a straightforward officer. He did not do it for any commission and all. He did it only because the 9 rupees, the 12.5 rupees is what? That is having better quality. Dismiss the case. Until a sensible officer comes. Otherwise, generally in bureaucracy, if you see, you only have all these Kujliwala officers will be there. People, if they want to ruin your life, they can do it. Why am I going this level to explain this? I will tell you. SSC, what is the issue currently that has been ongoing? There were 2 vendors who were ready to conduct the exam. One was TCS. The other was Adequity. When the SSC chairman was asked, why didn't you go for TCS? The answer given by him was that TCS quoted a higher price. But whenever TCS has conducted the exam has gone smoothly. That they have credibility there. Adequity actually offered the same, that they will conduct the exam at a lower price. But these people, they don't have any credibility. So like I told you, he went with this because you have quoted the lowest lowest price. Getting the point here? This is what it is. This is what happens here. So in the case of GEM, currently what has occurred is, so we are trying to increase the research and development in our country, R&D. For research and development, Indian government doesn't even spends actually less than 1% of GDP. It is somewhere around 0.6 to 0.7%. That's all that we spend on what? Research and development. So if you need any critical component, you need to buy anything. Many of these components you have to buy from the GEM portal itself. That is a condition or a criteria. And when you go for the GEM portal, what is the biggest issue there? Quality. So I want to do research and development, but whatever funds I am getting, one of the clause to use the fund is I have to source my components from the GEM portal. And when I source the components from the GEM portal, the quality is pathetic. Then what will happen to my research and development? Goes down. Got the point here? Clear with this? This is the whole idea here. So what is the solution for all of this? Solution for all of this, if you actually see, let us see the global examples. Germany has a high-tech strategy. And Koino, procurement promotes innovation, supplier databases and cross-sector forums. That means procurement is a database itself, is there a huge database from where you can procure these things. And a supplier database. Who and all will supply what and all parts. Very clearly given. USA, there is an SBIR program. 3% of federal R&D funds reserved for startups. Phased procurement reduces early tech risk. Phased procurement. That is, procurement is done bit by bit. Not in one single go, you have to buy everything. No, bit by bit you buy. What you want, accordingly you buy. What is the latest, accordingly you buy. Don't buy everything in advance and keep. South Korea, pre-commercial procurement pays premium for prototypes with moonshot potential. Pays a premium for prototypes with moonshot potential. What does that mean? Moonshot. Moonshot means something that can go up very quickly. That means something that is, you're creating a product or a prototype. Prototype means a working model. You created a working model which has the potential to become commercialized and generate huge profit. So what do? Once it is made, once you make something like that, they'll immediately pay a premium amount and they will fund it for you. This is how it is done. Whereas in India, what is the condition? In India, the condition is you have to get it through GEM portal, as a result of which research and development suffers. What is the advantage of GEM portal so far? GEM has facilitated savings of over 40,000 crores since inception. Prices on GEM for common goods were observed to be 9.5% lower compared to platforms like Amazon and Flipkart for 10 of the 22 commodities. A World Bank study estimated an average of 9.75% cost savings through GEM. So like I told you, government is literally saving a lot of money through the GEM portal, because you're directly buying it from the wholesale dealer. Directly. So what happens here is you save on a lot of money. Earlier, this was not the case. Now at pan-Indian level, I am telling you, any central government office, why? Even if you need one rolling chair now, rotating chair you want with the rolling wheels, can you simply go and buy a chair and come of your choice? No. You have to place the order through the GEM portal. That is the new rule. GEM lowers cost to real-time price comparison, bulk orders, reverse auction, average price reduction on products by 15 to 20%, sometimes up to 56%. For financial year 2020-23, more than 2 lakh crore of business was done. Faster procurement, standardized specification, and elimination of intermediaries reduce overhead and delays. With more sellers, including MSMEs, greater competition helps push prices down. Increased supplier base contributes to financial savings. Government is saving a lot of money, and like I told you, grassroots level corruption is getting eliminated. No more submitting bills and then getting the reimbursement later. No more. Nothing doing. Anything you want to buy, you buy it from here. Got the point, people? Now, let us always we keep hearing, we should overtake China. We should overtake China. This is something which we keep hearing. Now, let us look into. Please explain premium with example. See, premium simply means I'm paying a huge money. That is what a premium means. There is a commercial project that is, okay, who is this Kennedy? Kennedy, you created a new startup idea. All right, you created a new startup idea. Shark Tank, have you seen? There is an Indian version and there is a foreign version. The Shark Tank, there you go. You can see the, the businessmen, the people who would have pitched in their idea. They will basically say, this is my idea or this is my product. Now, if you are interested in it, for this percentage, I need this much level of funding. For this much percentage, I will give you. Correct? Same thing. It is the same thing. So if there are not many buyers, I want it for myself. As the government, I want it for myself. What will I do? I will make an offer which you cannot refuse. I will make a huge offer and I'll buy the product from you. Or I will take the percentage share of ownership. That I will take. So that you run the company, everything. I only want what? I only want a share of the profits in it. Simple. Any which way I am winning. You are the owner. You continue to have more than 51%. But I have given you money. You take that money and put it into your project or your startup. It grows further and further, better and better. Profit is better. I get a share out of it. Got the point here? This is what happens there. Now let us see how China and India are spending for research and development. China gross domestic expenditure on research and development is 505 billion for the year 2024. India's GERD was 15 billion in 2020-21. Got the picture? Where is $500 billion and where is $15 billion? Got the point? Any other ways to choose better options with good quality in GE? Ilakia Lakshmi, the only option is you need more players to compete. More players to compete in the GEM portal, just like how it is in Amazon. In Amazon, when we go to buy a product, there are two things there to look out for. One is certain products will have this tagline, Amazon's choice. And some products will be there. If you scroll down a little, you will find it has got incredible rating, 4.3 out of 5. Maybe the Amazon's choice is only 4.1 out of 5. And you will see it is quite a new company. slightly more expensive, but the reviews are looking really good. You buy it. What is happening in Amazon? There is competition. Correct. You need the same thing in Gem Portal. You need more and more people to enter into Gem Portal and start offering their services or their products. That way, quality will improve. Otherwise, it won't. Got the point here? Research and development as a percentage of GDP. China spends 2.68% in 2024. India's is always between 0.64 to 0.66. R&D expenditure increasing steadily, 8.3% growth from 23 to 24. India's GRD has more than doubled from 2010-11 to 2020-21 in absolute terms, but as a percentage of GDP has been stuck in the 0.6 to 0.7% range. That means not even 1%. What is China's? China's is around 2.68. Ours is 0.7 that or 0.6. That means 4 times than ours. In absolute money terms, if you are going to calculate, that's a huge difference. We are at 15, they are at 500. And that is the reason why China is ahead of us when it comes to manufacturing base and technology. Much of China's R&D includes a strong private industry participation. That is the beauty there. Government is not the major player when it comes to making investments in research and development. Whereas in India, central government 43.7%, state government 6.7%, from the higher education sector 8.8%, public sector industry 4.4%. Private sector overall, if you see, it is just 36.4%. In other words, more than 65% of R&D funded by government. In China, R&D is funded by private players. So without any further delay, let me get right into it. And as decided earlier, we will be taking up the questions only at the end of each topic. We are not going to take any questions in between because we won't be able to cover the topics otherwise. All right. So any questions you have from a topic, please put it up after the topic is over. So without any further delay, looking right into the topic, Supreme Court and firecrackers, Ladakh protests, Article 19, Public Accounts Committee, AFSPA. From economy, you have shipbuilding, Hire Act and H1B visa, foreign portfolio investment trends and domestic markets, state finances and fiscal health, women in agriculture and labor force participation, index of industrial production, export promotion, credit, EPCG, society, ASHA, demographic transition and care economy, rehabilitation and empowerment, Divyang Warriors Initiative, environment, drying Ganga, Kaziranga, Dugong, food loss and wastage. From health, you have cardiovascular diseases, malaria, nutrition and anemia, health expenditure and public policy. Okay, 1 minute. You have artificial intelligence, research and development, biotechnology, and finally cyber security. So first topics first, that is basically Supreme Court and firecrackers. So what is Supreme Court and firecrackers? So basically we must understand here there are two articles. One is Article 19 and the other is Article 21. Article 19 basically talks about Article 19 basically talks about your right to profession. Article 21 talks about your right to life. And under the definition of right to life, it also means an access to clean environment. So you already know Supreme Court has given a blanket ban on the usage of firecrackers in and around Delhi. But the reality is firecrackers, even if you don't burst it in Delhi, it is not going to improve the
it is not going to improve the air quality at all. We have already seen the data of it. Number one. Number two, Supreme Court even went on to the extent of saying, why should only the ban be in Delhi? Why not all over India? So, why Supreme Court is telling like that? Supreme Court is keeping in mind the right to life. That is basically a clean environment. Nothing wrong in it. But let us try to understand the other side of the story. The other side of the story is, when it comes to firecrackers, one of the biggest industry involved in it is the Shivagashi firecracker industry in Tamil Nadu. And Shivagashi is one such place where agriculture is not possible because the productivity of the soil is very, very low. This is the only alternative available to the people. And even when we talk about this is the only industry or the only source of livelihood there, you must understand this livelihood is not such a great livelihood. Why? Because whoever is involved in the firecracker industry, they have either lost their limb or their life. Limb or life simply means they have either lost their fingers, they have lost their hand, they have lost their leg, sometimes their very own life in this industry. Got the point here? So this issue is there. They are not paid adequate. They don't get proper compensation. And mostly, again, in this industry, Dalits are exploited. So if you look at this from two perspectives, that is, you ban air quality, no change. Especially in Delhi, air quality is not at all going to improve just because you took out firecrackers, because one of the biggest contributors of pollution is road dust that comes from vehicles, that comes from construction sector, industries, etc. Clear? Then, Mega, this is a revision class plus a Q&A class also will be there. A Q&A revision will be there at the end of the class. Towards the end. If there is no ban, again, air quality may deteriorate slightly. Slight worsening. But what happens to the people of Shivagashi? They can have their livelihood. Shivagashi people can have their livelihood back. And again, you must understand, when you talk about usage of firecrackers, there are hardly 2 or 3 seasons. For North India, mostly it is Diwali. Southern India, there are various other regional festivals are there where firecrackers are used. So if you literally look into the overall business of the firecracker industry, it is just confined to 4-5 months in a year. Rest of the year, they don't have any business practically. They all prepare everything, plan for everything, that whatever will be there during a particular festival season. Correct? Correct, Ishika? Clear? This is what the article is about. The Supreme Court completely said that, declared a complete ban is impractical and unenforceable, because when you go for a complete ban, then obviously smuggling will start. And the smuggling is bound to come from where? It is bound to come from China. Then the other alternative is to use green crackers manufactured by the organizations NERI and PESO. Green crackers, the thing is that it contains lesser amount of barium. Barium, potassium, etc. It contains, but it is less in number. And some of them even releases water vapor, H2O, which actually helps in what? Reducing the air pollution. Alright? Then this is basically the data regarding the exploitation or the sad story of the firecrackers, the firecracker industry in Shivagashi. How the people are affected, that is what is given here. And look at the fact, employs about 8 lakh people. Shivagashi, Tamil Nadu produces 90% of India's fireworks worth 6,000 crore per year. So that's not a small industry, that's a huge industry. But then there are other issues. Workforce are mainly Dalits in low-wage, hazardous jobs with poor protection. Safety measures includes only fire extinguisher or buckets. Only automated sprinklers are avoided. Problem with green crackers is that, yes, the advantage is Advantage is basically it has less noise, lower emissions, but then the production cost is more, it takes more time to dry, and there are no subsidies. All right, people. Yeah. PSUs. Clear, people? Storyteller is back. Okay. So Ladakh protests. So Storyteller is back with his criticism again. Storyteller, apologize for your fake comments on Sonam Wangchuk. Okay. So I'm not going to apologize because obviously I had seen a video and the video had come on the news channels. When the news channels didn't apologize, I am not going to apologize. I will basically say that the video what purportedly got circulated in many media channels of Sonam Wangchuk was taken during March 2024. It was edited. That is the video that I saw. All right. So that I will accept. I had seen that video and based on that video only, I had said my comments that how can somebody sit and make a comment sitting in Ladakh and they will allow Chinese soldiers to enter. So those comments, I am retracting it back. Number one. But having said that, let me just remind everybody here, Sonam Wangchuk's arrest was not based on the video that was made or circulated on March 2024. His arrests were a direct result of the violent protests which had taken place in Ladakh, as a result of which he was arrested under NSA. Now, because he was arrested under the provisions of NSA, what will happen next will depend upon three things, which I have told in my earlier class also. The three things being that, now NSA's provisions are basically what comes under preventive detention. Preventive detention. All right. In that preventive detention clause, first thing is he can place a representation before the government. That is one option available to him. But this option goes without saying, chances that he may get a release order from the chances are very, very less. The second option that is available to him would be, again, in the presence of the, he can present his case in front of an advisory board, which will be headed by High Court judges. There he can present it himself. But this again, it is like 50-50. What will happen? No clue again. The third and the last option, which again I believe his wife has exercised right now, is to approach either the High Court under Article 226 or the Supreme Court under Article 32. These are the only two options available. So as of now, I think his wife has gone for this option. So if the court finds him innocent, he will be released immediately. The court finds him guilty, then he will be in jail for some more time. That's pretty much about it. Getting the point here, people? I have no time to entertain you, storyteller. I have other people. You want to do your activism? Go ahead. I am not at all bothered about it. I have students to teach and other important things to take care of. Yes, I agree with that, Kushal. Coming back, sir, why don't government provide any other sector or employment facility for these people in Shivagashi? Not at all easy, right? See, since 1920s, they were indulging in this particular craft or in this particular industry. Now, to tell them, go away from here, we will do something else, we will give you something else, it is not going to be easy because some of these are like cottage industries, village industries, which has been going on since many years. Since many years, this has been going on. Getting the point here? Since many years. So now to suddenly tell them, okay, shift from here, move out from here, people will not go. People, in fact, will die in that place, but will not move out. All right. So the Ladakh protests, again, what is the sequence of events I have given here? Now, the sequence or the dates is not important from a UPSC perspective. But what is the scenario here? Now, this is what I told you, what is available to Sonam Wangchuk. That is okay. But let us look into the arguments now. So Jammu and Kashmir, if you take, and if you draw the map also, oh, yeah, this is Ladakh for you, and this is your Jammu and Kashmir for you. Okay, this is what it is. Ladakh, Jammu and Kashmir. Rough it is. All right. This is what is there in Indian maps. This is what is shown. But ground level reality, what it is? Ground level reality is that is your Siachen Glacier. This is your line of control. And this here, so what is the problem? Impact of Gen Z protest, we will see that. Now, basically, let us look at this scenario here. Now, Ladakh wants what? Ladakh is actually claiming for a 6th schedule protection. Correct? 6th schedule. That is available currently to ATM square. Assam, Tripura, Meghalaya, Mizoram. These 4 states. Now, they want a 6th schedule protection here. Once you bring a 6th schedule protection here, what is the issue? The issue is basically that one, obviously, you will have to provide statehood here. That is definitely there. You will have to provide statehood. Then, statehood is one demand. 6th schedule is the next demand. Is it wrong in providing for it, or is it really bad in providing for it? Well, there is nothing wrong in giving it. But the issue here is that it is actually facing 1, 2 critical areas. That is the main reason. Okay, let us give complete rights to the defense forces. Let us ensure that our defense forces are well equipped in these regions. That is one option available with the government. That defense will be guarded on all the sides. Maybe that can be taken care of. Okay, government, that is the center, takes care of defense, which is how it is supposed to be. Defense is taken care of. So then 6th schedule, giving away 6th schedule shouldn't be an issue. But that doesn't stop there. 6th schedule simply means PESA will come into effect. What is PESA? So you know there is 73rd constitutional amendment which actually establishes Panchayati Raj Act. Panchayati Raj Act are not exactly applicable to the 5th and 6th schedule areas. Its extension is there. Panchayati Raj extension to scheduled areas called PESA. What it simply means is, under a PESA, you can basically establish a Gram Sabha. And a Gram Sabha's approval will be required for every infrastructure or development activity that you are going to put up over here. Right now, Border Road Organization, BRO, has just finished constructing or surpassing its own record of the highest motorable road has just been completed in the region of Ladakh. So any further military or developmental activity that the center wants to do here, or even if an elected government is here, they want to do it, it won't be easy without the approval of Gram Sabha. It is almost like the whole Article 370 wala scenario. So when Article 370 was in existence, always state legislative assemblies' permission had to be taken before doing any developmental activity there. It will be a repeat of that. We saw from 1947 to literally till maybe 2016, 19, etc., 2019 or 18. when Article 370 was in existence, there was barely any infrastructural development in Jammu and Kashmir region. Yeah, extension to schedule areas. That is what I meant. Panchayat extend to schedule areas. So now when you say bring back this whole region into 6th schedule, then what happens? It will be going back again. It will be going back again, redoing, undoing whatever we have done till now. And one region you give away 6th schedule protection. Don't you think other regions also a similar movement can start? Similar demands can arise. That is the reason why now government is dilly-dallying. Even though government initially through 3 ministries had basically promised a 6th schedule, etc. But going by the current scenario, especially after Pahalgam attack, government is rethinking its old policies in the whole Jammu and Kashmir region. Rethinking or reworking on its policies. It wants to enhance the security there. It wants to enhance the infrastructure there so that if it is required, our troops can be mobilized there at the earliest. What else the government is doing? Government obviously, to honor its commitments, government has basically decided, had basically announced 85% job quota for domiciles. That is people who are staying there. Hoti and Purgi has been recognized as official language. 1/3 seats for women in councils. On top of it, 1 minute. Government claims that LAHDC Act and UT funds suffice. That means enough amount of funds have been has been provided already to the Ladakh Council as well as to the through the Union Territory funds. Funds are getting released. It is just that government does not want to give away the ownership or the control of the land and the resources completely with the Ladakhi people there. Central government wants to keep what? The control over it. Owing to obviously security reasons. That is the main point here. ST quota has been expanded from 45 to 84%. 1,800 posts have been created. The LAB and KDA continue to demand statehood plus 6th schedule. In Ladakh, the unemployment is at 26.5%. Isn't it really worse than we saw in Nepal? It is worst. No doubt about it. And the reason again is that what else is there in that region? See, when you talk about these two places, Jammu and Kashmir as well as Ladakhi region, why is it that you're having high level of unemployment there? Because local jobs are missing in both these places. Local jobs are not there. Kargil, it's an agency, from the region Kargil, like an association, like development agency, not agency, representation of the people of Kargil there. Not only 5th schedule areas. Wherever you have tribal population, there generally PESA comes into application. The 6th schedule, like 6th schedule protection, when you say PESA applies to those regions also. Got the point here. It ultimately simply means Gram Sabha will have the complete control. So one section of Ladakhis, they are telling they don't want tourists to come here. They don't want anybody to come here. So if nobody comes over here, no development happens over here, then obviously there will be no local jobs. Simple. Done, people. Any other queries? See, come on now. Ladakh alone is not experiencing inflation. Understand here. Ladakh is part of India. To understand that very, very clearly. Yes, if at all locally price rise is happening, it is again because of this connectivity issue. Ladakh, other than whenever you think about Ladakh, what is the first thing that comes to your mind? The only thing that comes to your mind is, okay, a pristine location is there. It is very nice, nice views, nice locale. Other than that, you don't have people going there for any other reason other than tourism. But if you want to develop it again, what is the only solution available to it? The only solution available to it is what? You have to develop it. All right. Moving on. Now, the next topic here in question is Article 19. What way forward we can write here? Way forward, you'll have to wait. You will have to wait until this whole thing comes out. Until this whole thing comes out. Because giving 6 schedules so easily won't be at all easy here. Understand that. Because it would have been possible had here Pahalgam attack not taken place. Maybe then this would have been still possible. But after Pahalgam attack, government is literally redrawing its thought process. Government has increased the presence of defense personnel here. Same thing applies for Ladakh also. So when you are having two very dangerous neighbors on the outskirts, you cannot actually leave away, give that many, what is it? I wouldn't say freedom, but decision-making powers, you cannot just leave it to the people there. Because country's defense ultimately comes to central government. They have councils already. Pratmesh, they already have their councils there. Understand that. Councils are already there. This KDA, LAHDC Councils Act it is. That is again Ladakhi Area Hill Development Council Act, if I remember it right. I mean, the name is a little big. That is why I'm not able to recall it now. LAHDC Act, they have their councils. They have their councils to protect their culture, everything. The councils are already existing. Over and beyond that, they are demanding for statehood and 6th schedule. All right. Article 19 now. Now, Article 19 basically, again, very simple point here. Article 19, one constant topic that will come in news is what? Freedom of speech and expression. So there are two acts. No, sorry, one act only, but two sections of the IT Act. One is Section 69 and the other is Section 79. Section 69 is there, Section 79 is there. Now, what are these two sections? Section 69 basically says, let us say now I posted a comment. So here in YouTube. In YouTube now somebody actually posts some comment. Okay. That comment can be removed. Place a request and the comment can be removed, or place the content, it can be removed. But then while removing it, to remove it, there is a certain procedure is there. A procedure is involved. It is not so easy. From secretary level or something, the request should come. Then a committee will be there. In front of the committee, if they are removing my content or my comment, I can go and present my side of the case. All that is possible. That is Section 69. But in Section 79, there is another provision. What is that provision now? Section 79 basically talks about legal immunity, or what is actually called as safe harbor. What is harbor? Harbor is a place where you park a ship. Safe harbor means you are very, very safe. Means what? So in YouTube, actually, let us say you posted a video. You posted a video where in YouTube. Akash. Okay, let us say Akash posted it. A video in YouTube. This video was shared to multiple accounts. Multiple people have started watching it. And this video has the potential to create a riot-like situation. Now, government has one option. Basically, somehow find Akash and tell him, remove the content and all that. That is one option. But Akash, let us say he's sitting somewhere abroad. And maybe we don't even know whether Akash is a real person. Maybe he's a guy from Pakistan or China. We don't know. So what is the only other option available to the government? Government will place a request through the Sahyog portal. Through the Sahyog portal, government will place a request to YouTube asking them, remove this content within the next 48 hours or 24 hours, whatever. A timeline will be given. Within that, you should remove the content. If YouTube removes the content, as soon as a request is placed to the Sahyog portal, then YouTube will not be punished. YouTube will not be punished for posting such a content. That is the point here. I repeat, section 69 means what? If a content needs to be removed, there is a procedure for it. There is a procedure. Secretary level, it should come. Then a committee. All that is there. Not easy. But section 79 simply means what? It provides legal immunity to what? To social media intermediaries. Social media intermediaries. And these social media intermediaries, who are these intermediaries? Facebook, Insta, Telegram, YouTube, etc., etc., etc. So when I ask you, the government asks you, remove the content through the Sahyog portal, that content will be removed simultaneously from all the platforms. All the platforms, it should get removed. That is the one advantage. So the portal, when I make a request, if wherever this video is there, it should be pulled out. All right. If the social media intermediaries don't pull it out, even after government told them, then legal action can be taken against the social media platforms. That is the logic behind this. So finally, what happened? Finally, X Corp versus Union of India, Sahyog Portal Case 2025. X Corp is nothing but our former Twitter owned by Elon Musk. They filed a petition in the High Court telling that, see, listen, this is a violation of Article 19, freedom of speech and expression. You are violating my fundamental right. Now what is it? High Court rejected the X Corp's plea. Court basically said, social media cannot be left in anarchic freedom. Liberty is yoked with responsibility. Liberty, yes, everywhere, Yashasvi. Liberty is covered with responsibility. Freedom comes with responsibility. Next, Sahyog portal automates takedown requests across 38 platforms. Automatic it is. It comes under the Ministry of Home Affairs, managed by the I4C, Indian Cyber Crime Coordination Center. See, legal action will be taken against YouTube if YouTube, after getting a request from the portal, doesn't remove the content. Then YouTube will not get any legal immunity or safeguard. Getting the point here? X's arguments. Portal bypasses section 69A safeguards. Parallel censorship. That is what X has told. Okay, X's argument we need not follow because that is irrelevant for us. In any case, when the verdict comes, the final outcome of the Supreme Court or a High Court judgment comes, only that verdict is important. Government defense is that safe harbor is statutory. Portal ensures quick action. And Article 19 applies only to citizens. This has been re-verified even by the High Court. Article 19, that is protection of fundamental rights. When you talk about Article 19, it is only available to whom? Citizens. 1 minute. Article 19 is available only to citizens, not foreigners. And what are the other articles that are not available to foreigners? Article 15, Article 16, obviously Article 19 also not available. Article 29 and Article 30. These fundamental rights are not available to citizens. Should I compile it with PW magazine? You can compile, not a problem. All right. They can also ban the app in the country. No, Sakshi, not banning. Banning will only happen if you do something of that nature. We have a thing called as in judiciary called the test of proportionality. Weightage of the crime, proportion to that only the punishment should be. That is the one of the principle on which the Indian criminal justice system is based on. Okay. So, court basically ruled that Article 19 is available, protection is available only for citizens, not for foreigners and foreign corporations. Because ultimately, what is X? X is nothing but a company owned by Elon Musk. Got the point here? 32 also, correct. Right to constitutional remedy. Chalo, that also I will throw it in. But Article 32, in some matters it is there. For example, Yashasvi, I will not put Article 32 there for one reason. Under Article 32, you have writs there. So, under Article 32, I can actually file. If a foreigner, let us say I have a foreign girlfriend, she is missing or she is arrested by the police illegally, then I can file a habeas corpus petition in the High Court under Article 226 through Article 226 to basically ask the court to direct the police to produce my girlfriend in the court. That is there. So, Article 32 will not come. Habeas corpus writ petition, that is available. Getting the point here. High Court verdict, petition has been dismissed. Shreya Singhal based on outdated rules. Strengthens executive control, raises selective enforcement risks. Goes without saying, what does it mean? This only means government gets control over social media. Government gets control over social media. Any content that the government finds to be like not correct or which they feel is against them, they can remove it. Then what about right to freedom of speech and expression, right to, information? Right to information comes under Article 21. Right to freedom of speech and expression comes under Article 19. What about all of that? Well, national security comes much, much above fundamental rights. Please keep this in mind. Purposefully in your interview board, especially UPSC interview board, they will ask questions like, but isn't it not violation of Article 19? Isn't it not a violation of Article 21? They purposefully ask such questions only to see whether you have an activist inside you. Straight away quote this one line here, national security stands above fundamental rights. And I am not saying this, even the Supreme Court told this. Supreme Court basically gave an earlier direction with regard to Pegasus. What is Pegasus? Pegasus is nothing but a program made by Israel to spy WhatsApp. To spy on WhatsApp, this program was made. And apparently there was an allegation that government is using Pegasus software to actually spy the WhatsApp conversations of people who are not so happy with the government. Basically media people, certain opposition leaders, etc. Case went all the way to Supreme Court. And guess what the Supreme Court told? Very recently, Supreme Court basically made a ruling that what is wrong in using Pegasus for national security? There is nothing wrong. This is what the court also ruled. So the moment you quote a Supreme Court guideline or if you quote something which is based on a Supreme Court judgment, panelists also will stop nagging you with that topic and they'll move on to the next topic. Definitely, Article 21 is there available for, citizens' right? Sorry, foreigners' right? Right to life. Right to life and personal liberty even citizens enjoy. And you cannot randomly arrest somebody. Without any proper case, without any proper reason, you cannot arrest them. Mock interview based on data and real interview, does it happen? Anil, no. Real interview, as far as I have inquired with my friends also, they will always... See, if I want to know the data, mains is there. Prelims is there. I want to know about your personality. I just want to know if I give an order to you, will you go do it or not? How do I get to know? I ask issue-based questions. So when issue-based question comes only, I'll get to know what is there inside your head. So one of my friend again, he had gone to the interview. For every question, he was answering neutrally. Neutrally, he was answering. Neither supporting the government, nor supporting Supreme Court judgment, nothing. The chairman came to that point where finally said, okay, leave everything. Answer, what is your take on Naxalism? One straight away question. And apparently he was a guy in the military or in the police or something. The UPSC chairman, sorry. For that also, he said some random answer. Random answer means Naxalism, it's a threat to our country, but it is again, people's aspirations. People have aspirations, so sometimes, they take up violence. Again, he tried to balance the boat. The chairman literally told, okay, I'm done. You guys can carry on. If you want to ask anything, you can ask. And he walked out of the room. Get it very clear in your head. Nobody wants an activist in the service. Anybody who is having a strong activist tendency, oh, this is not right, that is not right, trust me, you will never see them in a government job. Let alone in UPSC. Got the point? Your job is basically to follow orders. Quote Supreme Court, quote the current judgments, end of the story. Clear? Public Accounts Committee. Now, Public Accounts Committee is one of the most important committees in the Parliament. Why it is the most important committee? Because this is one committee that actually scrutinizes CAG reports. CAG report. What do you mean by CAG? Comptroller Auditor General. What do? They actually check all the money that is spent by the government. Whatever money came in, whatever money spent, is it correct or wrong? That is what is done. Clear? Just a minute, people. Yeah, all right. So do YouTube can verify or just act according to advisory? I don't think YouTube is going to do any verification here. YouTube, because it is a government order, will straight away take it out. Otherwise, they'll have to pay a hefty fine. Getting the point here. Neeladri Nandi. See, I would say government interest, more than government interest, national interest. So one of my friend again, another question was asked, what is your opinion on Rajinikanth's entry into politics? Now, because my friend was from Tamil Nadu and obviously a fan of Rajinikanth, he didn't answer it in a proper way. He knew that he shouldn't say supporting Rajinikanth only, because then that much sense he had. But what to say, he didn't know. So again, you may also get a question tomorrow. People who are watching this, Tamil Nadu students, maybe getting a question. What is your opinion about entry of Vijay into politics? You may get a question. Your answer should be what? As per Article 19, everybody has the freedom of association. Even Mr. Vijay has every right as per the constitution to start his own political party and contest the elections. And even once he wins the election, to become part of any governmental chair. That option is there. But Mr. Vijay, which would be my recommendation, that Mr. Vijay should start out only as an MLA first, not straight away as a chief minister. Because if he becomes a chief minister, nothing wrong. He can be the chief minister. But the problem will be, in case something happens to him in the future, then there will be a political vacuum in the state. For example, when Jayalalitha passed away, she did not have a political successor, as a result of which there was almost a 2-month administrative vacuum in the state. I was there in Tamil Nadu when that whole thing was happening. And when I was interacting with the police officers, government officers, they were telling, no work is happening. Nothing is happening because all decisions used to be taken by Jayalalitha. Without her final approval, not a thing will move in Tamil Nadu. And where is she? She was admitted in the hospital. Got the point here? So this is how you will present your case. Getting the point? This is how you will present it. So that way what you're trying to show is, yes, I am from the state of Tamil Nadu, but I think about the country first. At least you should be able to fake it there. Got the point here? Now my friend again, this guy, he had 185 marks in his earlier interview. This was a second interview. For that one question on Rajinikanth, crashed down. It came down to 145. Get the point here. That is the beauty of UPSC. Just because last prelims you cleared, last mains you cleared, last interview you had high marks, doesn't mean the next interview you will do well. It depends upon the board. It depends upon the nature of questions that they will ask you. That is why I am telling you, quote it. Don't be an activist. Quote Supreme Court. Quote the Constitution. Don't be an activist. Keep a pan-Indian attitude. See, when you become an MP, no, MLA especially, when you are an MLA, what will happen is you will create a system now, correct? A system or a hierarchy will be created where Chief Minister will be there, then there will be other ministers under him. So, you can create a system now. That is why a person, if not Vijay, if Vijay is stepping aside and telling, no, I won't be the Chief Minister, let somebody more capable, maybe an ex-bureaucrat or an ex-judge who is part of his party, let them become the Chief Minister, means he has created what? Merit as the criteria to become the Chief Minister. Merit, not popularity. So even if Vijay is not there, this Chief Minister is not there tomorrow. We are not Chiranjeevis. We will all die one day. They are not there. The party will continue to exist. Otherwise, the same thing will happen what happened to Jayalalitha's party. That is, after her demise, AIDMK is no more there. It's almost finished. Rakesh Alladi, again, it will depend on the nature of the question. We will see. You clear the prelims, you clear the mains and come. I will tell you what to do. PAC Chair KC Venugopal reviewed the EPCG scheme, Export Promotion Capital Goods. So, Export Promotion Capital Goods scheme. What is this scheme about? Export Promotion Capital Goods. What does this mean? It simply means for manufacturing. If I am importing technology, if I am importing technology for manufacturing purpose, all right, I'm importing it to what? To boost manufacturing. Manufacturing will increase if I import a certain technology. For that technology, whatever I'm importing, there will be a duty waiver. That means I need not pay high level duty and all. If I'm importing a certain machine or a technology which will help in improving my manufacturing, and through improving my manufacturing, what I can do? I can actually increase my exports. This is the logic behind the scheme. What did the Public Accounts Committee find out? Public Accounts Committee found out that 42,714 crore customs revenue foregone. That means more than rupees 40,000 crore. Always keep a round figure. More than 40,000 crore has been let go. Sarah, you're not understanding the point. Popularity of Modi is not because that Modi was an actor. Mr. Vajpayee was not an actor. Vajpayee worked up through the organization, became the Prime Minister. Even finally in the later days also, when there was a collision course between Modi or Advani, both of them were called for a meeting. Both of them delivered a speech. Speech delivered by Modi led to a higher approval rating, as a result of which everybody, the members of the party, agreed, yes, Modi will be our prime ministerial candidate, the face of 2014. That was the reason. Tomorrow, if Modi is not there, do you think BJP as a party will collapse? Do you think so? No. They already have it decided. They already have it decided next 10 years who it should be, next 20 years who it should be. Vijaykanth passed away. Vijaykanth had started a party in Tamil Nadu. Do you people even know the name of the party? Jayalalitha's party, where is it today? Similar fate shouldn't come to TVK. Vijay will win. There is a 99% chance that he is going to win the Tamil Nadu state elections. But the problem is, if Vijay is not there also, the party should keep functioning. That is the issue. From financial year 2018-19 to 2020-21, over a 2-year period. There is no clear evidence of manufacturing or job benefits. All right. Okay, 1 minute. This is a slight, just give me a minute here. This is actually for another article, not meant to be put here. Here, this much is enough. It has directed the Ministry of Commerce and Industry to create outcome-based metrics. That means outcome-based metrics means because this revenue was foregone, it did actually lead to an increase in the exports. Now show it. Got the point? Not zero duty. Okay. Not zero duty, slight, very less import duty. Whether this example comes under capital investment. Yes, it is an example of capital investment. Buying machineries, technology, these are all capital investments. Machinery, technology you are buying, capital investment. Machine you are buying, that is not capital investment. Rafale jet I am buying, that is not capital investment. Technology used in Rafale I am buying, that is capital investment. One skill of PM tell. What skill you want me to tell? Which politician has which skill here? I told you, literate state of Kerala defeated E. Sridharan, Metro Man of India, when he stood for election. Literate, even the next highest literacy, Tamil Nadu, defeated Mr. Annamalai IPS, an IPS officer, because he was from BJP party. If you're talking about skill, these two people should have won. Got the point? So in India, it is not about skill. It is about aura. What you're able to create, how you're speaking, how you're able to take people in your hand, what impresses the people. It is not about objective fact. We ourselves take decisions based on what? Religion and caste. So when we are this sort of people, how are you expecting the politicians to be of quality? Forget Mr. Narendra Modi's quality. Almost close to 50% MPs are having criminal background in parliament. 33% of MLAs in the country have serious criminal charges against them, including rape, murder, kidnapping, extortion, etc. Then, got the point? There is no point in actually telling that this person is bad, this person is good. Ultimately, everything is mathematics. Understand that very, very clearly. AFSPA. Now, this is one article which will keep popping in the paper. This topic is very important for you from your GS paper 3 perspective. Internal security, you will get it. AFSPA simply means what? AFSPA can be declared by the central government. It can also be declared by the governor. Governor means you must understand it will be as per the recommendations of Chief Minister and Council of Ministers. And once it is declared, then what? If I am a soldier standing there, I can use any amount of force against any potential threat. That means, let us say I did not. Armed Forces Special Powers Act. This is the closest thing to a martial law. Potential threat. Potential threat means, let us say now, Karthikeyan. What is it? I didn't like his face. I'm standing there and I shot him. I can always say that I thought Karthikeyan was a insurgent, he was a Naxal, or a terrorist. I can say that. Will action be taken against me? Won't be easy. Won't be easy because you will have to place a request to the central government. Then central government should give approval. Only then a criminal proceeding can be initiated against me. Otherwise, no. I can search. I can seize any property. I can open fire, even if it means to kill anybody. All these powers. Normally, cops, etc., will require what? They will require an arrest warrant, or they'll need a judicial permission, etc. Here, nothing. Nothing at all. So, AFSPA will keep popping in the news every now and then. It'll keep telling, okay, now AFSPA has been reintroduced in these areas. Now, AFSPA has been reintroduced in few of the districts in Manipur. Northeast and J&K districts, it has been put up. CRPF remains lead agency in left-wing extremism areas. Left-wing extremism affected districts have been down from 126 to 18. 15 still are there in Chhattisgarh. Indicates major internal security improvement, though isolated incidents persist. So AFSPA is generally used where? Generally used wherever you have issues. So in some places, etc., Naxalism, for example, by the time you people, some of you who will give your attempt in 28, 29 and all, Naxalism will no more come as a topic because it is about to get over. The same thing, AFSPA also selectively now it is imposed. Selectively means not necessary that either it can be put in a whole state or within a district in the state or even a sub part of the district. Small area I can do it. Plenty of cases are there. AFSPA, see, let me tell you, AFSPA, what if it misuses? Even if you talk about two provisions here, NSA we discussed, National Security Act and AFSPA. Both are actually from British legacy. NSA, at least, initially it was called MISA. I'm not sure. MISA it was called, MISA, Maintenance of Internal Security Act. Later, it was taken out, etc. But in 1980, it came back in full force as NSA. AFSPA is there as AFSPA since a very long time. Now, you must understand here, subsequent governments, be it Congress, be it BJP, and Supreme Court, both of them have not bothered to touch these acts. Because yes, misuse is there. Even in the case of NSA, misuse was there. Misuse was there in the sense that they arrested a few people under NSA, kept them in jail for a very long time. Very long time. In Madhya Pradesh, when Congress was ruling, NSA was used. Very recently only. NSA was used actually to, arrest people who are actually in the business of selling cow meat. You're killing a cow, you're selling its meat. How is it such a big internal security issue? Madhya Pradesh government arrested those people and imposed NSA on them. Similar cases with AFSPA. Plenty of cases are there where military officers have misused AFSPA for promotion, letter of recommendation, award, reward, everything. But even after that, why is it that subsequent governments or Supreme Court has not bothered to touch this? Why? Because advantages outweigh the misuse. Yes, MISA was repealed in 1978. Advantages outweigh the misuse. Misuse is like one or two cases that will keep popping up. But advantage, if you see, it is huge. That is the reason why both these acts have stood the test of time. Simple, 1980 to 2025, 45 years. Congress has ruled, BJP has ruled, UPA is there, NDA is there. Did anyone bother to change it? AFSPA, since the 50s, it is there. Did anybody bother to change it? Did Supreme Court bother to change it? When subsequent elected governments did not change, judiciary did not change, who are we to question it? Who are we to question it? Mishti, we'll have to wait till the court comes with a verdict. Goes without saying. We'll have to wait till court comes with a verdict. We can only go by what the court says. Nothing else. The petitions or the cases registered against him, when I read it, it is not easy cases to come out of. So anything can happen here. Seizing any property, this is not fair, sir. Anjali, everything is not fair when we are sitting on this side of the fence. Once you wear the vardi, once you wear the uniform, you enter into the field, opinions will change. All right. Shipbuilding. Very small article. Only two things to note down. One is government has announced us almost a 70,000 crore shipbuilding package, which replaces the 2015 package, which ends in March 26. Idea is to expand merchant shipping capacity to 4.5 million gigatons. All right. But what is the performance in our country? Only 6 small merchant ships has been built in the last decade. Merchant ship, when you say, it simply means private ships. So private ships built in India in the last 10 years is just 6. Just 6. 10 years, 6. Why? We don't have crane. We don't have the technology. We don't even have the proper infrastructure to build things. So shipbuilding in India is pathetic. Getting the point here? How has its implementation affected civil-military relations in India? It has not affected much. Insurgency, even if it is to fight insurgency, the Khalistani issue in Punjab, or the insurgency in Jammu and Kashmir, or even in Northeast, what has helped to control this is the freedom given to our armed forces. Understand again, armed forces has to think twice or thrice before opening fire. For a terrorist, he doesn't think anything. All he has to say is, he's an Indian, he is wearing Indian Army's uniform, I'm going to shoot him. He will kill you. Army officer has to take a call. Okay, is that a terrorist, not a terrorist? What is he? Something is there in his hand. What is it? What is it? That is the situation there. Getting the point here. It is not at all easy. Please revisit the video, brother. Other than that, I cannot help you right now because too many topics are there to be covered. Korea, Japan, China use prefabrication and 1,000-ton cranes. 1,000-ton. You know what is a 1,000-ton crane? A crane that is able to lift 1,000 tons. And it will come at a very big height. Very big height means at least 20, 30 floor building, you imagine. At that building's height, you will have this crane. Getting the point? And prefabrication means what? In an industry, inside a factory, I will make small parts of the ship. Then I will bring it in a truck. Then assemble it in the main yard. So when I'm doing it part by part, what happens? I can manufacture ships in great number of time. Getting the point here? No time period, etc. It all depends upon the security situation. No specific time period as such. Today it is just like, oh, the situation is not right. Put AFSPA. Hey, situation is improving. Remove AFSPA. Like that it is. So turnaround time, for example, in China, Korea, Japan, China, it just takes 3 to 4 months to manufacture a vessel. In India, it is 2 to 3 years. All right. Can the ballistic missile be used in spite of the AFSPA Act? Niladri Nandi. Ballistic missile you use, you know when? When you want to destroy a country. That is when you use a ballistic missile. When you want to destroy an entire city. I'm not even talking about nuclear bomb here. A ballistic missile will have enough of firepower where you will use it against another country. You don't use ballistic missile in your own country. Inside the country, who will launch a missile? That is why you are having armed forces. All right. No, Karthikeyan, we don't have. Higher Act 2025 and H1B increase. This Higher Act 2025, if you actually see, it is a proposed act. It has not yet come. Please understand that. What is this act about? This act is basically, it talks about levying 25% excise tax on payments to foreign service providers, which are non-deductible for US tax purposes. Means what? It simply means, let us say a US company. There is a US company. It is giving a project. To whom? Tata Consultancy Services. Let us say the project is worth $100 million. Project they are giving to TCS, a new project. So this US company, okay, let us call it Microsoft only. Okay. Microsoft is giving a project worth $100 million to TCS. Why are they giving it? They are giving it because Indians are cheap labor. Cheap labor is available in India. That is the only reason. So they give it there. Now what will happen? Microsoft, as per Hire Act, Microsoft will have to pay US government $25 million as tax. $25 million they will have to pay, and it is non-deductible. Every time you hire foreigners or you give the work to foreigners, that is, you are staying in USA, but you're giving the work to foreigners, or you're hiring foreigners to do the work, you'll keep paying 25% of the project cost. So what will happen? Automatically, if this act comes into picture, what will happen? IT sector will be hit. IT sector in India will be hit because nobody will then give work to India. Employment will go down. It can even affect the economic sector. If it comes, this is only a suggestion so far that they may bring it, but no guarantee that they will bring it as it is. Suggestion it is. Got the point? Second one is what? The H1B visa. Anybody who is applying for the visa now will have to pay how much? $100,000, making it very difficult to actually go to the USA. Now, what is the US? So we know it won't be easy to go to USA under the H1B visa. But what is the reality in USA? Let us try to understand that. If US ditches India completely, US is telling, no, Modi did not suggest my name for Nobel Peace Prize. We won't do any business with India henceforth. Let us think of it like that, because it is moving in that direction. Let us say Hire Act also comes into picture. Now what will happen? Number one, students going to USA will decline. Because now it has been made very difficult to get green card in USA. So students who are going there will go down, correct? This will actually affect the US economy because tuition fees. Indians pay highest tuition fees in USA, not the local American. Where a local American is only paying $3,000 or $2,000 in a year for any course, Indians actually pay anywhere between $15,000 to $25,000 in a year. That much money they pay. Getting the point? So the education sector in USA will crash. First thing. Second thing, cost of IT products, be it for Microsoft, Amazon, Facebook, all this is bound to increase. Getting the picture here? So Trump is actually somebody, he's not just cutting the branch on which he's sitting, he's actually cutting the very tree that is giving him shade. And one of the biggest drawback for USA would be the fact that India will get closer to Russia and China, which is again not going to benefit them at all. Abhishek Ganagi, we are not going to discuss any topic that is directly linked to any religion. Understand it very, very clearly. For the simple reason that you are never going to get a question for that in UPSC. Other than creating controversy, last week also somebody had asked me about Israel-Palestine conflict. No point in talking about it. No point even in discussing it because it is never going to come as a question in UPSC. Let it come. Then we will talk. As far as I am concerned, society paper, you may get general questions about there is an increased perception that secularism is under threat in our country. What are your views on it? What do you think is the way forward to improve the idea of fraternity in the country? Such general questions you can expect. Specifically targeting one religion or another religion, 99.99% you're not going to get a topic. So stay away from such sensational news which are reported in the media. All right. Article, you can read it later. One, the tariff what has been imposed right now. The tariffs had been imposed, correct? So let us see. H-1B visa fee raised to $100,000 effective from 21 September 2025. Applies only to new applicants. Only to new applicants. Very, very important. With waiver for national interest projects. Client costs will go up by 46%. Cost will go up. Because it's a presidential system, Vishaga. Clear? Indian IT firms. Earnings before income tax, Indian firms' earning will go down by 4 to 8%. Margins also will drop by 3 to 7%. Industry size of IT firms, industry size in our country is 260 billion, where 50 to 60% of revenue comes from USA. The IT workforce is 2.5 million, of which 40 to 60% of this 2.5 million is exposed to the US economy. IT BPM sector, 30 to 40% can get easily affected. Nearshoring is another option. Nearshoring, Canada, Colombia, Mexico. That means try to bring their companies, if not in India, but as close to USA as possible. That is one option available to the US companies. Keep it very close to the US shores so that they can, stay away from this higher tax. If higher comes into perspective. Clear? No need to make notes, Neha. Revise with daily class notes and monthly magazines later. Where is Neha? Neha, I will tell you what you have to do by the at the end of the wait till the session ends. That is, we will be discussing the mains questions. That time I will tell you what you need to write. Don't take down the notes of current affairs. Instead, practice answer writing. Hold on, Ekta. We will discuss that. Hybrid delivery. Keep offshore for non-US segments. Contract repricing. Keep offshore for non-US segments means whatever is not directly connected to USA. Let us say Microsoft is doing a project for Europe. So that they can give to India. No tax will come. That way. Contract repricing. Move from time and material, outcome-based models. These are all, let me tell you, may happen if higher comes into picture. So far, it is only a proposal. So I would tell you this right now. Go for only for your information. Just understand it. Rely on H-1B renewals, intra-US moves, local hiring. Top H-1B employers are Amazon, TCS, Microsoft, Meta. Now, what is this with H-1B employment? See, one must understand here, H-1B is largely used to hire people for jobs that locals don't want or like. There are many jobs. For example, let me tell you, most of the time, the people, our Indians, when they go there, they sit there like, data entry operators. Payment is good, but only data entry. Why? Because a normal US citizen will not do that job. You'll be like, hey, what sort of job is that? So boring. That is what he's going to say. But Indians are like, I'm in USA. Oh my God, I got this job. They are very happy. Got the point here. Another thing, again, the H1B visa is again used by the medical professionals. So by denying this, what is going to happen is, by making H1B costly, what is going to happen is, health sector of USA also will get affected. But America is supporting the India in Indo-Pakistan war. Hafi Muhammad, I didn't understand your question. We'll deal with that, David KR. All right. US tariffs on pharmaceuticals. So Trump is not just mad against India, Trump is mad against almost every country. Correct, Yashasvi? Trump has placed a 100% tariff on branded and patented medicines effective 1st October 2025. This will again make what? Insurance, health insurance costly, medical expense costly. In USA. Because medicines, if you increase the price, automatically everything will become, what is it? Everything will become very costly again. Harshit Chahal, you must understand one thing. Indian education system is such that a lot of courses are not actually having any value in India. Here in India, there are only 4 courses that are considered, or 4 career options that are considered as career: engineer, doctor, government job, chartered accountant. Anything other than that, you are not actually valued, or you are not actually appreciated. So when you say, brain drain will stop, quality brains will be here, understand one thing, you will have more people applying for government jobs. That is what is going to happen. With every uncertainty that is happening in Europe and USA, more and more people will come back to what? Come back to government job. People will prefer security over exploring. Clear? India's position, generics exempted. That is, the generic medicines what India is selling, that will be exempted. So what else is India doing to deal with this Trump's nonsense? India is negotiating free trade agreement with United Kingdom and the European Free Trade Association countries, that is Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway and Switzerland. The proposed India EFTA deal includes an investment pledge of 100 billion over 50 years and a potential 1 million new jobs. New processing hubs have been opened in Visakhapatnam, Kochi and Veraval, and expansion into Russian and Middle Eastern markets. Foreign portfolio investment and domestic investors, which we have already discussed earlier also. What this simply means is, FPIs are decreasing. That means foreigners investing in Indian share market is going down. FPI means foreign portfolio investment or foreign institutional investment. I am sitting in USA. I know Indian economy is growing. I don't know about Ambani, Adani, nothing I know. But I want to invest. So what will I do? I'll contact a bank in USA. I'll tell them I want to invest in the share market in India. They will contact a bank or a financial institution in India. Through them, money will come into India or investment will happen. That means Canada, Mexico. Then you have dollars will be coming into India. Dollars are coming in as FII or FPI, or if it is coming because of increase in our exports, or it is because of the people who are staying abroad, they are sending money home. You call it remittances. Anything where dollar is coming in, or even if we borrowed a loan, took a loan from World Bank or IMF, anything where dollar is coming in, or a foreign currency is coming in, what will happen? Rupee value will appreciate. But similarly, if dollars are going back, instead of FII, FPI inflow, there is an outflow. Instead of export, you are having import. Import is increasing. Or remittances, fine. Remittances is going down, decreasing. Not loan exactly, but you are paying interest for the money borrowed. In all these cases, whatever I have marked in red, what will happen? Rupee value will go down. Because Shaif, there is no guarantee that this entire thing will be, all the topics, almost 93 slides are there. Not all the topics will be covered, number one. As you can clearly see, some topics are missing in it. Number two, question discussion, which is there at the end of the session, that also won't be there for the YouTube, for the free YouTubers. Understand that. Plus on top of it, we have a closed group where already you are in contact with me directly. So if you contact me there directly, you will be able to clear your doubts, etc. We will be bringing in other features also pretty soon. It is just that my classes are a little on the higher side. Once that is sorted out, we will be engaging even more better than what you have right now. So don't worry. What response you want? Chess by noob. No. Indian family is like that. What to do? And you people have got the PDF also of the 2 classes, 3 classes rather, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Monday and Friday we took weekly, Wednesday we took the May month. Are you able to see May month's backlogs here? Are you able to see that? No, right? And is this the material that I have shared with you? There it is a little more elaborated explanation is there. Here I am only giving the gist of the news. That is a weekly current affairs session means gist of what has happened. Where we will try to explain the main concepts. All right. The peer group, what we are talking about is the group that has been created for comprehensive current affairs batch, where I am part of it. Comprehensive current affairs batch, the paid batch, where we have now a family of more than 250 plus students, and I am a part of it. That is the group we are talking about. Titan Pinnacle batch who are attending this class, I know only those of you who have taken the course will be a member. Not everybody. Got it? Discount, please understand, it is not in my hands. If I had means, I would have given discount for everybody. Understand it. So here you have the datas for it. So I have told you what is the impact, what will happen if dollars come in less and dollars go out more. So what is happening in India is FII outflow is increasing. That means more and more foreign players are withdrawing their investment in Indian market. Students are talking about creating a peer group other than our main group. My request to all the ladies out there, both YouTube as well as to the ladies of Pinnacle, Titan and even CCA, don't join. You have no idea about the number of chichoras that are out there. The moment you join such a group, you'll start getting messages. Hi कहने में क्या दिक्कत है तुझे? नहीं बोल सकते क्या? इतने घमंड क्यों हैं? जरूर बदसूरत होंगे. Ha 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 ha. Laughing smiley. This you can expect. Official group के अलावा, don't ever think about joining any other group. It will be a wastage of time and your mental peace. Clear? So when FII outflow is increasing, that is more and more people are taking money out of the share market and stock market and they are going away. So normally what will we expect? Our expectation should be the share market should crash. Correct? Share market will crash in no time. But then why has it not crashed? That is the $1 million question here. The reason why it has not crashed is, agreed, FII is going. But interestingly enough, DII is increasing. What is DII? Domestic institutional investors. That is in every month, if you see, more and more people, more and more Indians are actually now what? Entering into the share market. They are investing in mutual funds. They are investing in small investment plans. They are increasing it. Even after all this increase, you won't believe, currently only 6% of Indian households are exposed to, are having mutual funds in share market. Just 6%. Still, what are they investing in? FD, insurance. That means even if this becomes 30%, 40%, India will be a thriving economy. I am telling you, that is even the current generation, 13, 14-year-old, you start a company, you put it public. You are running something profitably, you go public. That is, you sell the shares to the public. What will happen? You will end up minting money. 145 crore people are there in this country. Like I told you, 1 rupee profit also if you keep, and you're able to sell your product to 145 crore people, your profit is what? 145 crore. That is the beauty of this country. So I am telling you, the future you will see that more and more entrepreneurs will come, more and more startups will come, more and more apps will come, where India-based, India-oriented. Best example I will tell you for that. AstroTalk. You give your date of birth, you give your time, it will tell your astrology. And they are minting money already. Minting money. Getting the point here. That is something very simple. I will tell your future, whatever. You should look at the number of people who have downloaded it and are using it. That is the reality today. That is the smallest thing. You are able to make a business out of it. Make an app, then go public, sell the shares. You are a crorepati. All right. How share market will crash? Share market will crash when massively people withdraw their investment. Share market crash will occur when you have massive withdrawals. The withdrawals, again, I will just give you the hint of the data so that you understand it better. FPI share is currently only at 17.3%. Domestic mutual fund stands at 10.3%, which is a record high. I know many of you might be wondering. See, understand, currently FPI is only at 17.3, which is actually a 13.5-year low, the lowest value in 13.5 years. That means we are talking about almost like UP era. And what is domestic mutual funds? Just 10.3. In other words, 10.3 is somehow balancing 17.3% of foreign funds. Even if these foreign funds go out, nothing is going to happen because this is constantly what? Increasing. That is constantly increasing. True. State finances and fiscal health. In state finances, only one thing to main point to notice: UP revenue surplus it has become by 37,000 crore, which is 2 times that of Gujarat. Internal receipts, if you see, Maharashtra 70%, Arunachal 9%, UP 42%. That is 70% of Maharashtra's income is generated internally within the state. Arunachal is only 9, UP it is 42. Volatile revenue sources. What do you mean by volatile revenue sources? These are revenue sources which you cannot predict. It will keep changing every now and then. There is no guarantee that every time you will get this. Correct? Kerala, lottery is one of the biggest contributors, 12,000 crore. Odisha, 90% non-tax income from mining royalties. So Kerala's comes from lottery sales. Odisha's 90% of non-tax income comes from mining royalties. What is mining royalties? After doing mining, extracting whichever metal or non-metal, once I sell it, I get a profit. On that profit, a percentage has to be paid to the Odisha government. That is royalty. Telangana, land sales of 9,800 crore. Volatility. Lotteries depend on sales, correct? 22-23, Kerala was able to sell tickets worth 12,000 crore. Not necessary that every year they'll be able to sell lottery ticket. Okay, by the way, for those of you are confused, Kerala government actually has a lottery ticket scheme. Lottery tickets they sell, that is used to generate revenue for the government. Alright, lotteries depend on sales. Royalties on commodity prices. Commodity prices means if the metal's price is very high, royalty also will be high. No, Kerala government is running it. Alright. इसका परसेंटेज है सबसे लोएस्ट. Here internal receipts सबसे lowest अरुणाचल प्रदेश का है. In terms of receipts, if you are talking about revenue receipts, 3 states which are doing well, one is UP, the other is Maharashtra, Gujarat. These are the few states. Borrowings and liabilities, when you talk about borrowings of the states increased during pandemic. Borrowings have increased for Andhra Pradesh, Rajasthan, Telangana. It has decreased for Karnataka, Kerala and Maharashtra. It has reduced even further for Odisha, UP and Tripura. States spent more on union. States spend greater than union on health and welfare. Lottery is legal. In Kerala, it is legal. Run by the government. It is not private lottery. It is run by the government of Kerala. How has UP earned surplus? 2 things. Very good tax collection. The tax collection system, what they have, even it is for GST, all that has been good. Number 2, transfers from the center. See, understand one thing. The news can be very, very, very deceptive because internal receipt, how much is it for UP? 42%. What does it mean? 42% whatever UP got, of revenue, whatever UP has, that is from within the state. Remaining 58% is what? Transfer from center. Alright. Women in agriculture and labor force participation. So what do you mean by women in agriculture? Data again. Female labor force participation rate, 2011-12, it was 31.2%. 17-18, it dropped to 23.3. 23-24, it increased to 41.7. That means labor force participation has gone up. Then agricultural share of women, it again increased to 71.1% to 76.9% in a matter of 5 years. However, in the secondary and tertiary sector, participation of women has declined. That means in the service sector, in the industrial sector, women's participation has gone down. Getting the point here? Growth driven by low paid or unpaid work, not formal jobs. That means women more women are now entering into the workforce. Good news. But sad news is they are entering into low paid or unpaid work. In rural roles also, if you see, domestic duties have dropped by minus 22 points. They have ended up, but then what has happened? Helpers in family enterprises has gone up from 9.1% to 19.6%. What do you mean by family enterprises? That is, you are helping your family in business or you are helping your family in farming, but you are not getting 1 rupee paid. You are the Bahu, Garki Bahu. So Garki Bahu will be contributing, helping with the business or helping with the agriculture, farming, whatever. But 1 rupee is not paid. So female labor force participation has gone up, but it has not led to economic empowerment. Correct, Yogesh? Correct, Ashutosh? Own account workers has gone up again 14.6%. Own account means people who are self-employed. What has happened is distress employment, not empowerment. That is out of no, koi aur chara nahi hai. There is no other option. So they have gone for what? Distress employment. Real earnings have gone down across self-employed and salaried. Slight increase only for casual labor. Casual labor is almost like your daily wage labor. It is nothing permanent. Today you work, today you have money. Tomorrow you don't work, you won't have money. Agreed. Disguised unemployment is even more different. Disguised unemployment simply means 10 people are working, but that only effectively working is 8. 2 who are standing there, they are disguised unemployed. That means they are not actually contributing anything. Clear? Counting unpaid helpers as employed inflates statistics. Aging population adds scare burden on women in informal jobs. Index of industrial production. Okay, these are straight away prelims related points. IIP shows moderate manufacturing and power-led growth. It is acts as a core sectoral performance indicator. Index of industrial production. My God, this is... ASHA workers. This is basically to talk about the accredited social health activists. Anurag Sinha, this is basically useful for every exam. Entire week's current affair it is. I am not taking it from some from the sky or the space. This is entirely whatever was there in the news. So whichever exam you're talking about, it is going to be useful only because you're supposed to be reading the paper for your preparation. But whether the question will come exactly from this article what I have placed, well, I am not setting the question paper. That's the point. Women enforcement. That's a wrong way of using it. Enforcement is not the right word there. It's distress, poverty, nothing else. Grassroots health workers, ASHA and ASP struggles. Unshakalit Stree Paricharas in Maharashtra, who are getting only 3,000 rupees per month. Their current demand is what? They are demanding for 6,000 per month. Government has given them assurance that they will be giving it to them, but nothing has changed so far. So they are basically what? They are basically protesting. Protests are happening in Kolhapur, Nagpur, Ratnagiri and Yavatmal. You can read it. Demographic transition and care economy. Demographic transition and care economy goes on to say only one thing. That is, pretty soon, in another 20 years, 20 to 25% of the population will be old age, with the state of Kerala taking the lead. Southern states already. Southern states will take the lead when it comes to old age population. Southern states will actually have the highest burden of old age population. That trend has already started from the state of Kerala. It will pretty soon pass on to the other states and it will be climbing this way up. Getting the point here? 50 by 2050, 2060 and all, we will be only having old age people everywhere. We'll be hitting, we won't be seeing the youth and all. There won't be any old people sitting and telling, oh, this youth, they are spoiled. That won't be happening. Youth will be feeling depressed seeing it everywhere old people. That is how it is going to be. Getting the point? Labor charges has been increased in agricultural sector. Labor charges has been increased, but whether the charges actually reach the women is the question. All right. Arey Mohit the Hindu, read the Hindu. Main cause unmarriage. Not unmarriage. Women are getting educated. Women getting educated means automatically women starts taking decision. Women will look for certain things in a man. And when she cannot find those things in a man, or if she had a bad experience with a man or within her family, she will basically take the $1 million decision, I don't want to marry. And when they decide not to marry, obviously what will happen? There is no possibility of having children. Or again in our chat section, if you see so many of the ladies are sitting and preparing, there is a very good chance that your marriage also will get slightly delayed because of UPSC preparation, getting into your training, all that. So again, the chances that you will conceive a child and all, even if you conceive a child, it will be 1 child, 2 child maximum, not more than that. Absolutely, crime rates will go down. Crime rates will go down. See, that is the reason why Norway, Finland, Sweden, Denmark, all these Scandinavian countries, why is it that you are having very low crime rate there? Youth is not there. Youth is less. Wherever youngsters you will have problems. Why? Where youngsters are there will be unemployment. Where there is unemployment, there will be crime. Simple. Clear? General, if you have a criminal record, you cannot be a government servant. This is again just meant for your understanding. A National Center for Divyang Empowerment. This has been established by CRPF Director General AP Maheshwari, inaugurated in December 2020 at the CRPF Group Center, Hakimpet in Hyderabad. What is its purpose? It is India's only dedicated facility for rehabilitation, skill training, and empowerment of CAPF, Central Armed Police Force, personnel disabled in the line of duty. So basically, what has happened is, I didn't understand your point here, just by noob. What is the only point here? The only point here is, this is exclusively a center for those people, those Central Armed Police Force who got injured and they lost a limb, they became handicapped because of action, whatever. While dealing with Naxalism or terrorism, they lost their hand, lost their leg or whatever. For them, it is a rehabilitation center. The rest of the article basically talks about what facilities are there. Just know about it. That is enough. Drying Ganga. That is, Ganga is drying up really faster. Thanks to what? Thanks to climate change. All right. Even if an FIR is registered, that simply means you can be accessed, your name can be accessed by any police station in the country. I had said this very earlier, crime and criminal tracking network system. Once an FIR goes up, it gets entered into the system. So a police officer sitting in Guwahati also, in case, in a person sitting in Chennai, on him or her, a case is there. Case is there, yet to go to court. Thanks to our judiciary, nothing will happen on time. So, person who is sitting in Guwahati police station, type in the name, give in the Aadhaar, that FIR will come, that an FIR has been registered against this person. Conviction is not at all needed. Conviction means you have big time trouble. It's big time trouble. No cop, no SP in his rightful mind will ever give clearance for that. All right. Disabled CAPF people. Or, okay, specially abled, fine. Divyangs. So, you have became handicapped during a operation. On your line of duty, you met with an accident or something, where accident or explosion or whatever, maybe a bullet injury also, which made you a Divyang. To rehabilitate those, you have the facility. Still won't be easy, Shaliza. Won't be easy. As far as I know, okay. I'll tell you, not police case, nothing. One of my friend, I'll tell you what blunder he did. Intelligence Bureau. He cleared the exam, cleared the interview, everything he cleared. Police verification, they came. Police verification, they came. They were basically asking, so this is the mother? Okay, mother. This is the father? Okay, father. Okay, you are you. Fine. Who is this female? Ah, that's my sister. Sister, you have a sister? Ah, yes, sir, I have a sister. Then he took out the list and he showed, but in this form which you filled, you have put it, marked it as no sister. Why? So then he froze. What has happened is, one section was there where yes, no, you were supposed to tick. So do you have any kids? Do you have wife? Do you have this? Do you have that? Like that. He was putting no. He did not read a sentence there. Do you have any siblings? For that also he went and marked no. For that one reason, police verification, that is not police verification, it was IB verification basically. Intelligence Bureau rejected him. One of the first quality what an Intelligence Bureau officer needs is what? Read the document carefully. That very quality if you don't have. Getting the point. When I had met him, he said, no, it is still in process. But it was more than 2 or 3 years already. So he never got into it. So understand, filling your form, any criminal past, these are all basically, this can become issue if you do any blunder. You are not out of your job just because of your physical condition. Agreed. Ganga River is a lifeline of North India, supports more than 600 billion people and contributes roughly to 40% of India's GDP. Since 1990, stream flow reduction has been accelerating, marking an unprecedented decline in more than a millennium. The post-1990s drying trend has been 76% more intense than the worst drought recorded in the 16th century. What will you do with such articles? Some of you might be wondering, okay, nothing great here. Okay, Ganga is drying up, climatology, all that we know. What you will do? These are examples what you will use in your mains answer. When we talk about climate change and all, people will generally write, okay, pollution, carbon dioxide, greenhouse gases, that everybody will write. What matters is the examples that you will give. An example should be always current and relevant. Clear? Kaziranga. So Kaziranga basically has around 254 insect species and 29 spider species, butterflies and moths 85 species, ants, bees and wasps 40 species, beetles 35 species. 40% of insect species worldwide are already in decline due to deforestation, pesticides and global warming. Why do you need insects basically? Be it for pollination, be it for improving the fertility in the soil, be it even for seed dispersal, for all that you need what? Insects. Clear? Police officers are not getting freedom to work effectively. Give your opinion. Not relevant. Follow orders. Police officers are only meant to follow the orders of the government. Simple. Dugong. Now, dugong is basically like your sea cow. Alright, it is protected under the Schedule 1 of the Wildlife Protection Act. Where it is found? It is found in Gulf of Mannar, Park Bay, Gulf of Kutch, Andaman and Nicobar Islands. They are killed for their meat and oil. They are bycatch in fishing nets. That is, when you try to fish, sometimes these massive creatures will get caught in it. Habitat losses from seagrass, bed destruction and coastal pollution. They are like cows only. They need seagrass actually. That is, you will have water. This is your sea. This is underwater. And here you will have grass. This is what you call a sea meadow. Industrial dredging and mechanism fishing aggravate the stress. Industrial dredging means dredging is a process where you use two large claw-like metal. It will be this shaped. So if you want to collect the sand or collect any material from the seabed, you use this. So when you actually try to do this dredging operation, what happens is this gets destroyed, or even when there is pollution, it gets destroyed. So in 2022, Government of India notified the Dugong Conservation Reserve in Park Bay, Tamil Nadu, covering 12,000 hectares of seagrass meadows under the Wildlife Protection Act. No need to remember the number of species and all. Just learn. That is okay. There is a insect conservation, that is Kaziranga. Other than rhinoceros and the tiger, Kaziranga is also famous for a thriving insect population. That's it. I'm a marine engineer. you're asking about my qualification, BTech Marine Engineer. Not JCB, Anjali. JCB is different. See, this will look something like this. Something like this it will look. It will come, 2 will be there, and it will collect the sand. It will come down and collect the sand. That is how it will look. I'm not drawing it properly. Please do excuse me for that. So when it closes, what happens? This gap also will get closed completely. Whatever you want to get collected will get collected inside. JCB means you're normal. Like this, something will be there, and then here you will have the claw to dig or whatever. This is basically dredging. Clear? Poaching incidents have declined sharply since local participation began. Again, another example. Wherever you have... okay, good. So, wherever you have local participation in wildlife conservation efforts, automatically that population will start increasing. Clear? Don't be depressed. Try to work on your mistakes. It is always good to make mistakes because only then you will know where you're going wrong. Wildlife Institute of India. 2025 survey reports the presence of 200 dugongs in Park Bay, a positive recovery from near extinction fears in the 2000s. Then some general points. Food loss and wastage. Nearly 1/3 of all food produced globally is lost or wasted. 1/3. The International Day of Awareness on Food Loss and Wastage was observed globally on September 29. Annual economic loss for India is 1.5 trillion. That is almost close to 4% of agricultural GDP. What is the loss actually that is registered? Fruits and vegetable losses 10 to 15. Paddy 4.8%. Wheat 4.2%. I already answered that mystery. Poaching means hunting. Food loss from cereals. Now, wastage is happening on one side. That is in Delhi, I remember when I was preparing, I remember reading it in a newspaper. In one single mandi in Delhi, the wastage of tomatoes were registered at 54% in a year. What simply means is, out of 100 kilogram, if 100 kilogram of tomatoes are going to come to that mandi, then 54 kilo is getting wasted. And wherever you have food getting wasted, the next issue what happens with along with it is food loss from cereals, especially paddy, contributes to more than 10 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent emissions annually. That means more food you waste, the more carbon dioxide is released. And in India, most of this wastage happens where it happens at the from the farm level to the table. Farm level to reach the final consumer, that is where maximum wastage happens. In Western countries, it is after buying. That is after I buy it and I go home, slight wastages will be there. That is consumer level wastage it is in Western nations. In India, from the farm level to the consumer level, before it reaches my table only, maximum wastage happens. Alright, livestock, product losses and further to the carbon footprint. Combined, 30 key commodities examined generate more than 33 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent per year. What is the solution now? For every problem, we may not have a solution. But for some problems, we have solutions from the side of government. That is, the Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana focuses on modernizing food processing and logistics infrastructure to reduce wastage. So, Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana, modernizing what? Food processing industry. Clear? Women increasing participation in agriculture is good. But what is not good is that increase in participation has not actually led to economic empowerment. The money that is earned by them has not gone up. They are not even owners of the land on which they work. Correct, Aditi. Correct, Nitin. Then, the FAO's Food Loss app, FLAP, launched globally in 2023, is being used in over 30 countries, including India, to monitor supply chain losses and mitigation results. FAO's Food Loss app. Question, is it a UN body? Number 2, headquartered in Rome. A, both 1 and 2. B, only 1. C, only 2. D, neither. Please choose the correct answer. No, I am not a fan of Talabadi Vijay. Fan of Mohanlal. Why this happens so many wastage? Because we don't have AC. If you remember that movie, Muskan, welcome. Alu, lelo. Nana Patekar's dialogue. What is he doing? Wearing all the suit and coat, pushing a cart where vegetables are kept. Potato is kept. In India, that is how we sell fruits and vegetables. We actually sell it on the basis of what? We actually sell it on the basis of, okay. What is it? Openly we sell it. So we are exposing it to the humidity, the temperature, everything. And the temperature and humidity in India is perfect for any microorganism to thrive. Talk about any bacteria, talk about any virus, fungus, it'll grow aram se. That is why the wastage is so huge. Very good. Both 1 and 2 is the answer. This was a previous year UPSC question, people. Cardiovascular diseases. Cardiovascular diseases. So basically the point is cardiovascular diseases are basically increasing, especially adults between the age group of 30 to 59, urban area 11 to 12%, rural prevalence 6 to 8%. Then unhealthy diet, tobacco use, physical inactivity, hypertension, diabetes and obesity. These are the reasons for the high cardiovascular disease. That means these days what they are telling is, especially if you have crossed 30, you have a high chance of cardiovascular disease if you are into this. Unhealthy diet, you are consuming tobacco, you are sitting for long hours, hypertension, high blood pressure, diabetes and obesity. Clear? This will create what? Heart attack related problems. Which states weighs the most? Which states weighs the most? Almost all the states. Ashutosh, because I will tell you, the counter question to that is, which state is actually having a very good storage or processing facility? How many states has it? How many states are telling that from here onwards, all the agricultural products will be stored in air-conditioned godowns? Which state is having it? Or agricultural goods will go from air-conditioned godowns through air-conditioned trucks. It will be taken to the market. Where is it? Got the point here? So again, solutions for this. The National Program for Prevention and Control of Cancer, Diabetes, Cardiovascular Diseases and Stroke has been expanded to all the districts. Screening target, adults aged 30 plus years for blood pressure, blood sugar and BMI under the Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Centers. BMI is Body Mass Index. Integrated public health surveillance programs. Then introduction of telecardiology and mobile diagnostic units. Eat Right India and Fit India movement. My Health app. India also adopted the WHO replace framework for eliminating industrial trans fats from the food supply. All right. Malaria. Now in malaria's case, it is a very only again prelims related it is. India's malaria burden fell over by 85% between 2015 and 2023, which is a wonderful news. Malaria burden has gone down. Great. But challenges persist in endemic zones. Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Northeast. In 2023, cases were 1.2 million, down from 9.6 million in 2017. Annual parasite incidence has also come down 1 per 1,000. India's target, 0 indigenous malaria cases by 2030 under the National Framework for Malaria Elimination. All these are what? Prelims related points right there. Suraj Rai for SSC CGL, please focus on your math section. Alright. Parasite vector is the one who, see, vector means carrier. Parasite means somebody who eats on you. Somebody who is eating into you. While they become stronger and stronger, you become weaker and weaker. So that is what you call a parasite. So there are some people also in our lives. They will be like a roommate, using our clothes, using our money, everything. They will keep on growing. We will be like, my clothes are gone, my food is gone, that is gone, this is gone. We will lose our mental peace. Those are parasites in the human form. Clear? Researchers, now this is the potential prelims question here. Researchers have discovered that ivermectin, already used as an anti-parasitic drug, may have an auxiliary role in malaria control by killing mosquitoes that bite recently treated humans. So human beings, if they have taken this medicine, ivermectin, which is basically used for other diseases like filariasis and all, you take that medicine. If I have taken ivermectin, let us say a mosquito comes and bites me, that mosquito will die. Why? Because of this medicine. So India is actually exploring combined anti-malarial and ivermectin pilot projects in Odisha and Meghalaya under ICMR oversight, Indian Council of Medical Research. Then other points associated with it. Nutrition and anemia. Anemia means, again, lack of hemoglobin in your body. So in this, please tell. Nidhi, please repeat your question. Yeah, you can follow this for CDS. Can I follow this for UPS CDS? Yes, Abhay, you can. Then, 57% of women aged 15 to 49 years and 31% of men suffer from anemia. Anemia prevalence among children remains above 65%, one of the world's highest. Why anemia so high? Anemia generally comes to children, especially if mothers were underweight. That means mothers were not having requisite body weight at the time of pregnancy. Obviously, the next reason is poverty. Children are not getting access to nutritious food. Clear? So far, no. Priyam Raj. Anemia Mukt Bharat program launched under Poshan Abhiyan targets a 3 percentage point annual reduction in anemia prevalence. How much percent? 3%. Emphasizes weekly iron folic acid supplementation, fortified food, deworming, and behavior change. Iron folic acid supplementation. Iron will improve your hemoglobin. Fortified food means iron fortified food, where you have added iron into the food so that in your wheat and your rice you get iron from it. Clear? 2027 at which month CA is to be done? May month. If you start 1.5 years before, all the more better. Integration with Portion Tracker app improves real-time monitoring of supply chains and beneficiary coverage. Midday meal and take-home ration schemes continue to provide fortified meals. Anshul. Array Anshul, say all to all the students out there, if you are in your school and your college, please enjoy your school days, enjoy your college days. Please come to the final year at least. Final year of your college, then start UPSC. I'm almost feeling if you people, in case if you become in civil servants also tomorrow, you will probably even send your wife to the, civil service coaching class because she is pregnant. Let the child learn when it is still there in the womb of the mother. Don't do that, man. Enjoy your life now because this is the only time you get to meet people and make friends. The National Food Fortification Mission mandates fortified rice through the public distribution system by 2025. Health expenditure and public policy. India's public health expenditure has risen from 1.1% of GDP to 2.1% of GDP, which is a good news. Still below the national health policy target of 2.5%. Out-of-pocket expenditure now reduced to 47%, which is also good news. What is out-of-pocket expenditure? In India, why is it that what actually scares a man or a woman? It is visiting a hospital. Because whatever income you have, it will all get wiped out in no time if you visit the hospital. One hospital visit can literally ruin you. Getting the point here? Why? Because you're taking money out of your pocket. That is literally the meaning of it. Out of pocket expenditure, because insurance penetration in India is very, very low. Very few people, that is less than 10% of the population or something, will have a proper medical insurance. Most of the people, they don't even think about insurance. Why? Because, or at least let us say, like people like me and all, we don't think about insurance much because company is offering it. So we don't worry about it. But otherwise, on an average day, no Indian will actually go for what? Taking a medical insurance. Clear? There are over 60 crore beneficiaries. Ayushman Bharat, Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, with over 6 crore hospital admissions. Average claim size is 17,000 per admission. Ayushman Bharat Health Wellness Centers, 1.6 lakh are operational. Health and Wellness Centers are like basically meant for primary level of treatment. Health and wellness, not your hospital as such. You go the primary level treatment, you can get it ensured. Correct? Evolution is part of nature. So whether the mosquitoes, when it gets evolved more, we will make heavier medicines. Then heavier medicines will affect our liver. Then we will die. Human beings won't be there on planet Earth. End of the story. All these are data, people. Pure data. Artificial intelligence, again data related it is. India AI mission launched in March 2024 with a total outlay of 10,371 crore for 5 years. 3 AI innovation centers and 1 data and compute platform to support model training and open source AI. It will provide 10,000 GPUs across national data centers. Just give me a minute here. Integration of AI with agriculture and judiciary. Again, FII. Atal Innovation Mission, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology TIDE 2.0 program, fund robotic startups and IoT innovations, where we are paying around 50 lakh per project. Then again, you have Niti Aayog's responsible AI for all framework, all points. But still, medical tourism in India is increasing. Nobody is denying it. Medical tourism in India is increasing, and that clearly shows what? Indian hospitals are actually costly for Indians, but very, very cheap for foreigners. Got the point here? That is not actually showing a nice picture. That just goes on to show how poor we are. So like I have told you earlier, at least 80 crore are in very pathetic situation in our country. Then what is the remaining population? Some 65 crore. 145 crore is the total. 10% of this 145 crore, 14.5 crore, they own 40% of the assets in our country. So from 14.5, let me round it off to 15. So take out 15 from here. 15 crore if you take out, you have 80 crore which is living in very bad situation. You have the 50 crore, which is basically like neither here nor neither too poor nor too rich. Then you have the 15 crore. The 15 crore are the ones who can afford to buy 30 crore, 40 crore watch. That too by giving an order to the company, telling the company, I want a rare watch which only I should have. Nobody else should have it. Getting the point here. This is the India for you. 80 were struggling. 50 somehow managing. 15 crore leaving aram se. GPU means graphical process unit used in AI to handle complex process. That is right. Vignesh. I agree with whatever it is. I have read that book also. What went wrong and why. There are 2 books written by her. The other one I forget. One is about her autobiography. But that book, it is true. So it is very, very true. In India, especially if you see the patriarchal society also, that women generally say patriarchy is there. That patriarchy's biggest proponent is another woman. For a mother, for a daughter-in-law, the biggest challenge is to deal with the mother-in-law. Have you ever heard a husband telling, my biggest challenge is dealing with your father? Have you ever heard that? You will never hear it. Boy, what is the reason? That and all, I don't know. I don't want to make any comments now. But that is the reason. You will never hear a husband committing suicide because of father-in-law torture. But a wife will commit suicide because of mother-in-law torture. That is guaranteed. Either Chef Ali Khan, even if you are part of this 80 crore, never tell it out openly. Getting the point here? I'm not very sure whether this is the right statement, but something is the right. Zindagi janduva firbi ghamanduva. That is the attitude you should have. It is not a great life right now. Keep it with you only. But when you step outside your home, walk with your head held high. Research and development in the country. So in India, public sector invests around 75% in R&D. Private sector, their investment is only concentrated in pharmaceuticals, IT and automotive engineering. That means in India, basically, if you actually notice, private sector participation in research and development is only what? 25%. In USA, China, Europe and all, it is the ulta. Private sector dominates research and development. In India, public sector dominates. Ashutosh, it is not about Saas Bahu serial and all. You just read the paper. In the paper, always you will find it. Annual patent filing, domestic plus international, 80,000 in 2024, up from 42,000 in 2017. India now ranks 40th in Global Innovation Index, rising steadily since 2015. Abe, keep reading this again and again. Read this along with your monthly current affair magazines, whichever magazine you are reading. Overlapping topics are avoided. Find out the questions which are overlapping, the PYQs which are overlapping with this content. Start practicing answer writing. Just data only. Indian biotechnology industry size is 130 billion, projected to reach 300 billion by 2030. Bioeconomy share is 2.5% of national GDP. Bureau's ARIS Plan of Action, adopted in 1978, is a foundational UN framework promoting technical cooperation among developing countries, what is now termed South-South cooperation. So initially it was TCDC, technical cooperation among developing countries. Today it is known as South-South cooperation. South does not mean geographic south. It simply means South is a term that is used in international relations or international affairs to refer to countries that are developing or underdeveloped. So when you say the global north, or when you say the north countries, in international affairs, it simply means the developed nations like Europe and USA. Government is providing sufficient amount of money to run the hospital. No, Shahil. No. It's just 2% of GDP for 145 crore people. Getting the point here. In USA, if you go and if you tell them that I want to go to a private hospital for my treatment, they'll be like, are you mad? That will be their reaction. Because their basic doubt is like, how do you trust a private person? There is a government-run hospital. Why aren't you going there? That is the first thought that comes there. Whereas in India, you take your wife or your family where you take them to a private hospital. Indore, which is simplest logic. You're talking about doctors, right? Indore hospital. Indore, which is actually called the cleanest city in India. Babies died there in that hospital. You know why? Because rats came and bit the babies. In a hospital where it is supposed to be the safest place to give birth, there the babies died because apparently rats came and bit the babies. And you call yourself the cleanest city in India. But you don't have a clean hospital because that is why rats are there. And doctors are overburdened. Doctors are overburdened. I have doctor friends. They have worked 36 hours continuously. 36 hours. Back-to-back delivery. You know, when you have a gynecologist doctor as your friend, you will start respecting them. Because handling back-to-back deliveries is like that most tensed job. So understand it, we are spending peanuts. 2% of GDP for 145 crore people is peanuts. Clear? This was signed under the auspices of the UN General Assembly. BAPA means again, Buenos Aires Plan of Action, was reaffirmed in 2019 at the second high-level UN conference. For your information only, just go through it. This is all about India cooperating with other underdeveloped or least developed countries to improve the technical cooperation, funding, that is financial help, export, import, all of this. India is now exploring its relationship. Now, if you combine both the articles, you will find that India has already worked a free trade agreement with UK. India is working on a European free trade agreement, like we saw Iceland, Netherlands, Liechtenstein, etc. On top of it, India is also trying to improve its relation in Africa, South America, Central Asia. Why? Because you cannot trust USA. We are also trying to get closer and closer with Russia. Clear? For CDS, I don't know how to help you here. Please understand. CDS, you need to analyze the questions. You need to find what type of questions can come from the prelims. That is your job. All right. With that, we come to an end of the current affairs.